citizens who are a little disturbed by the town of Brattleboro making something like this and telling people, rather than clear communication and a guidance. You know, it's all about semantics, and I think all 5 of us here, and more than 5, when you think about it, want people to wear masks when they can, when they can't socially distance or spatially distance, as I prefer to call it, because the available evidence, and it's all over the place still with COVID-19, but the available good evidence is that it does help protect people. We don't know how much, but it could be a fair amount, according to some studies. So I think it's good to go with that strong recommendation. I think it's good to go with that strong guidance. But there are some folks in our community, and I've heard from them, and I think I've heard from them more than any other board member at this point, from one-on-one conversations I've had, who are more than a little disturbed that the town of Brattleboro is telling people that they must wear masks within buildings that are not owned by the town of Brattleboro, or they're not employees of the town of Brattleboro. They're just businesses within the confines of Brattleboro. So, you know, my attitude is that the goal is to get, I don't want to say compliance either, I want to say more participation in mask wearing, and I think that should be everyone's goal here. How we get there is going to be messy. It's already messy, as we can see from these couple of meetings. I would have preferred to take a carrot route versus a stick route from the get-go, and I apologize to everybody who would have had me advocate for that a little bit more, and that's kind of like, I'm apologizing to myself there, because I really wanted to make the space to do that last time in the last meeting. So anyway, I'm trying to do that a little bit now, voicing some concerns that people have. And I want to ask the rest of the board, and this, hopefully it's not going to be taken as a provocative question. If we're passing something that is implying that there's going to be some penalty for not doing it, why would we do that versus a very clear, a very well communicated proclamation, or the term I came up with is a emergency health guidance from the Brattleboro Select Board. So I think it's, I think to people who want to encourage mask use, I'm wondering if that doesn't have the same encouraging effect as putting up something that often gets called an order, sometimes gets called an ordinance by mistake, and we know that it's not an ordinance. But with it comes this implication that there's going to be some sort of enforcement on some level, because and I know you all have too, at least to some extent, you've received some communications, because we were all CC'd on it, where people were just saying, well, here's somebody who's not doing what they're supposed to be doing within the town of Brattleboro, who's going to be enforcing this. So again, I think we all want the same thing. We want people to wear masks whenever they can and whenever they're close to other people. So I want to just throw that out there and take comments. And then after the board throws out a few words, I'll open up the public, invite the public to speak. Daniel.
I guess seeing as we're clarifying where we would have liked to have been last week, I just want to clarify that I would have liked to have been the opposite end of there with an enforceable ordinance. It wasn't going to pass, so you know, that's just how it went that night. I would like, you know, I understand that like blanket 100% enforcement is probably unrealistic, but I would like any kind of order that we deem to be serious to also have some teeth to it. You know, the plastic bag ban, is something that has been successful in our community in part because it was required, but it also like became culturally just kind of the norm, right? And I think what I've seen recently, even before this order, is there is a norm amongst a significant part of our population that you will wear a mask inside. And we're saying that we take the health of our town seriously enough that we believe it's important that as many people as possible comply with this. There are always going to be some people that don't comply with our laws, and hopefully we won't have to do too much enforcement. If we could have passed an ordinance last week, I would have been all for it, but we passed an order and I'm okay with it. I think that the pros outweigh the cons, and I'm okay with that. And I am up for re-election next March. So there we have it.
I'm really tempted to just get a little bit of a clarification. Do you mind, Daniel?
Sure.
If you wanted an ordinance last week, and I understand we always try to find that spot where we can, where you can get 3 votes or indeed a unanimous vote. But how do you mean enforced ordinance? I mean, how on a practical level, how on earth would we do that as a town?
Well, I mean, that's a question for us to work out in terms of like our town operations, and I don't pretend to know every single in and out of our town operations. We have all kinds of laws in town that can only be enforced if someone is caught breaking them, right? And we have a limited number of police officers who might catch you breaking a law. I would see it in much the same way with masks. So if there was somebody trying to enter a business without wearing a mask, they kicked up a fuss about it, I would prefer that the person would see reason and, simply either put the mask on if they had it, or if not go into the store. But if needs be, then I would like to think that the business owner or whomever was supported by the town in, having that person. I mean, I'm not trying to police this mask use question. I just think that the seriousness of what the order was about should also have some way of people being able to enforce it if needs be. I would like to think that like 99% of the time people are just going to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And I think that is what most people do. And every now and then it doesn't happen. And, having the backup of our police department if needs be, or some other, less heavy-handed approach would be nice, I think, for folks. I haven't heard any feedback from businesses that they struggled with getting people to comply with the order this week. So that's where I'm at with it.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna try not to get into a back and forth just now. Brandy had her hand up a little earlier.
Yeah, to me, whenever we put anything out from the town, we always get somebody coming to us when people were, when stores like weren't using paper bags and there was a few that were still using plastic. We were getting kind of tattling emails about that. We were getting them about panhandling. We're always, anytime we do something, we're always going to get these emails. To me, they're generally, in my experience, from the same people. Maybe a couple shake it up, a couple outliers here and there, but it's generally the same people that have strong feelings about people not following things that we put out. And it's generally the same people that have strong feelings about us putting things out. And so I just assume that whenever we do stuff like this, we're going to get feedback from both sides. It's my job as an individual board member and our job as a board member to still do what we think is right. I think putting the order out was right. I have no problem with the word guidance. Maybe that's my banking. I happen to like the word guidance. I think it's a strong word, guidance with a capital G, but really that's semantics to me. And I'm confused about people's confusion about the enforcement, because I think we made it pretty clear during the lengthy meeting, and most people who asked in public forums on Facebook, is this enforceable? We all gave the same answer. And so the fact that there's confusion about whether or not it's enforceable, or that the language left it open to enforceability interpretations, doesn't seem true to me. It seems to me like we clarified it pretty well, that it wasn't going to be, that we weren't going to have police enforcement. We talked about it online. And yeah, for me, it's the same people always. And their feelings are valid, but I have to kind of balance hearing that same kind of feedback about everything that we've done since I've been on the board that's come out in an authoritarian manner, with what I think is the health of every single citizen in our town.
Okay. Anyone else? Liz?
Well, I just come from the perspective of health, safety, and welfare. I mean, it's not just health, it's the whole range, health, safety, and welfare, which is where we get our power to regulate anything. So I worry about changing the wording because it will be viewed as a dilution of the original order. And the fact that it can't be enforced and it's not going to be enforced, I just see it as a quirk of what was passed last week. But I think if we water it down now, it'll be a sign of, I don't know, weakness, because we all really feel that people should be wearing masks, and we all feel that we have the authority to do that as part of the health, safety, and welfare. So I would I would need a really good reason to have to go backwards on this order.
And Liz, when you say backwards, you mean replacing,
Yeah.
for instance, the word order with health guidance or anything like that?
Yeah, I just think whatever clarification we would make, we really have to think hard about it before everybody says, oh, well, they didn't really mean it. And we did mean it. So let's, we can be more careful with our language if it's appropriate, but I wouldn't want to give the impression that the board has any less resolve in our desire to have people wear masks. And the purpose was to help the shopkeepers. And I believe that would still be our purpose.
Mm-hmm. Ian?
Yeah, I think well put, Brandy. Yeah, I think I echo that. I think we made it very clear, and we spent a long time working on it. And Liz, I think I am in agreement with you too. Daniel, I'm a little frustrated. I wish that I don't really feel like that feeling was communicated last week. And I think that we could have had that conversation about an ordinance more thoroughly, and it would have maybe been a more productive time to do it then, before we pass something, than now after we've passed something. And I understand that you wanted to do something, but I do feel that way a little.
Let me just respond to that. I'm happy with what we did last week. I was really pleased with the way in which we came together, and I wanted to be on the same page. I didn't want something like this to be like a 3-2 win, so I was happy where we ended up. I just wanted to be real about, like, Tim kind of framed this as sort of maybe wishing that it had been something slightly different. So I just wanted to be honest with you all about how I, in a perfect world, would have had it, but that's not how this works. And I was really happy to find a place of consensus around this.
I appreciate that. And I'm not trying to be combative or anything. It's a tough issue. So, yeah. And I'm excited to hear what the public has to say. That's really.
Oh, good segue. Because I was just feeling like that we should hear from the public, and maybe, just to be fair, try to return to those few tweaking points that we can all agree on. Maybe we have a few that we can all agree on, it sounded like earlier. So if that's okay with everybody, I'll throw it out to the public. I want to just remind everybody on chat, please just give me your name and that you'd like to say something. If you start to say your point of view, because of open meeting laws, I feel like I either have to just repeat them out loud, and it's unclear whether to me whether you'd like to do that. It's also very tough for me to get a perfect picture of who exactly is saying what things. And certainly, whatever you do, please don't private chat to me with views or opinions. Just to all, just say your name, and I'm going to go through our list right now. First up, we had, oops, wait a minute. We had somebody who has just put their hand down. And I think Wendy Levy is the next up who would like to ask a question about enforcement mechanisms. Wendy, are you online still?
Yeah, I just unmuted myself. My question was already answered when Ian was speaking before, and also by the rest of you. But now that I have the mic, I would like it if you could remind us, maybe closer to the beginning of the meeting, how public participation works, because some of us can't be here every week. So, we forget.
Great. I thought I did that, but you know what? It might have been last week. That's how it's been going these days.
Okay.
So I apologize.
Okay, I just wanted to give you a reminder. I understand that this is all really weird and we're all getting used to it, but so are we over in the audience too. And yeah, we want to participate in a way that satisfies open meeting law.
Absolutely. And I think what I remember doing was typing my overly wordy reminder in the chat, but not out loud to everyone.
Okay.
So
well, anyway, thank you. I'm done. Thanks.
Thanks, Wendy. Everybody's waiting. And I also have somebody named Mike who might want to ask a question, but I don't know. I don't have a last name or anything. So I'm going to give the opportunity for Mike to turn on a camera, open up a microphone, if they'd like to.
Actually, sorry, that was me, Marta.
Oh. Marta.
Yeah.
Can you tell us your name, your full name, and where you're from?
Marta Gossage. I live on Elliott Street.
Thanks, Marta.
And I just wanted to say, I think, I absolutely understand that enforcement is, I don't even understand how that would work. But if anybody's been on Front Porch Forum this week, there's been a lot of talk there about people not wearing masks, not respecting distancing, not respecting the one-ways of the aisles, and a number of folks had petitioned to the Hannaford manager asking him to do that and suggesting some things, like perhaps having some disposable masks to hand out on the way in or things like that. And he, it seems fairly rudely, said, I'm not doing any of that. And so an awful lot of folks feel really unsafe shopping. And I had a similar experience when I went to Walgreens a couple days ago, where I was putting on my mask, outside the entrance before I went in, and a gentleman who wasn't wearing a mask kind of purposely coughed in my direction and got close in the store while we were, like kind of a show of like, you're so scared or whatever. And I just had my last chemo treatment last week. I have no immune system. This type of thing really is going to impact whether I can go shopping or pick up prescriptions or that kind of thing. So, it feels like more and more people are thinking that this is a big nothing burger, and particularly like the manager at Hannaford's really upset people by just not caring. So is there any medium thing we can do other than, I mean, obviously I don't think police enforcement is the way, but to make elderly and those who are at risk feel comfortable going out in public for the next foreseeable future in our town?
Would someone like to respond to that? Or I'll just throw out and say, I'm sorry those things happened to you. I personally was surprised, and again, I hate to make any assumptions based on an anecdote, and no offense, because things travel through the social media, and sometimes you just don't know the ultimate source, so it can be unfair for people to assume something happened when maybe it didn't happen. My personal experience with Hanford is a lot of people are now covering their face, and I was there during a very busy time, sort of unexpectedly, and I was in and out pretty quickly, but I saw probably 100 people with maybe 3 that weren't wearing a face covering, and I was pretty impressed with everybody's commitment to a good idea for our community. So again, if anybody else wants to chime in on what Martha said, Daniel.
You know, last week after we issued this order, I was really thinking about the grocery stores. You know, those are the places where you have large numbers of people and folks need to go to the grocery store. And so it seemed to me that those were going to be potential flashpoints. I suggested that we reach out to those grocery stores, and I believe that happened. I think that in the absence of like enforcement on an individual basis, the only way to do this is through relationships and education, right? So like, this is a small town. We know each other. We care about each other. We can go and talk with the managers at these stores if it is indeed, a manager that says, we will not do this. Hannaford's is part of a regional chain. I'm sure that their, kind of infrastructure has lawyers in it and guidance on what is, advisable and what is not advisable. I think that we can do this simply by talking to each other rather than having to issue tickets. I guess when I was speaking in favor of enforcement, that's really like in the extreme circumstance. I think that there are many opportunities in much the same way that our police force already work, to have conversations right up until a point where a conversation is no longer useful. But we should be trying to have those conversations all along the way. So, anecdotes are not really helpful in terms of like us being able to base policy on them, but they are people's experiences, right? And like, I wanted to check out the situation because I'd had 2 people talk to me about that particular store. So I went to that store today. Admittedly, it was the middle of the day, but it was somewhat busy. And my experience at that time was out of about 50 people, 3 were not wearing masks. All staff, all various different levels of staff had all manner of PPE on. And then out of the 50 or so customers that I saw, only 3 didn't. On the front door, they had signs saying, the sign characterized it as an ordinance, but it said the town of Brattleboro requires this to happen. I think that we can do this with conversations first, and I'd be curious to hear what Peter found out last week when he spoke with those folks.
Oh, Peter's being queried. Go ahead.
Daniel, if it's all right, what I'd like to do is give a little more complete explanation of what enforcement would look like, since this is not in any way, shape, or form a criminal matter. I think that would help people understand why the enforcement conversation is, at least from my perspective, it's more of a distraction than it is the substance of the matter, the essential substance of the matter. I'd like to speak to that rather than my individual interactions with individual people. I would overall characterize my interaction with the managers at the grocery stores as having varied from concerned and cooperative to somewhat resistant. And so it, you know, it wasn't entirely a positive experience. But I have had the same experience that two of you have already described at that particular establishment. And I've heard of similar experiences at the one other very large grocery store in town. So, and then, you know, at the other two locations, there's actually some pretty clear procedures in place that were in place institutionally before the town took the action. So my take on it is this: I want everyone to understand about the fact that this would be a civil ordinance. This would be a town rule as opposed to a law of the state that where a violation is any kind of a criminal act. So you're right, Daniel, in what you described in terms of how the police department attempts to do community policing with, you know, differentiating very clearly between people who need help, people who are making bad decisions, and people who are harming others, right? And this one's tricky because of the sense that we have that at least some of the non-compliant individuals, through carelessness at least, might be harming others. And that's what drives the whole discussion, and I think was the motivation for your action last week. The protection of the greater group being the purpose of the act. But because it's not in any manner a criminal matter, because it would have been, had you adopted an emergency ordinance, it would have been a civil ordinance. The enforcement of it would have required, under Vermont state law, you know, warnings and education and, you know, sort of cajoling to comply. And then in the failure to, you know, repeated failure to comply, we could write a ticket. You could still do that if you chose, but I would suggest to you that that doesn't really get to the nub of the matter in a situation where it's about sort of the immediate need to protect one another in a public health emergency. And so we were, I think, very explicit during the discussion last week about, you know, the fact that this would be, enforcement of this would be problematic, and that the intent would be to enable the store owners to say to someone who was a visitor, you need to put a mask on, the town requires that, right? And I don't know if any of you foresaw this. I didn't foresee a situation where there would be a business operator who might, for whatever reason, decide that it was, they weren't going to require that of people visiting the business, even though the town had taken this action. We've encountered a few instances of that, but it seems to me that in just the few instances of that, there is good that has come of this, that is useful, that is, in fact, what you intended. And I don't have an opinion about how you might change it. You can go whichever way the group of you is most comfortable in terms of how you change it. But on the specific question of enforcement, I think that we calibrated that correctly under the totality of these circumstances. And I think that people who know that there are certain establishments that are not being rigorous about requiring customers to wear masks can choose not to go to those businesses.
Thanks, Peter. Certainly, we have a fair amount of grocery store options, some of which are very insistent on all customers wearing masks, and from what I've heard, a couple who are not quite as insistent. Daniel?
I really appreciate Peter's perspective there. And up until the end, I was like, yes, I'm totally with you. And then at the end, you know, the grocery store piece, some people go to the grocery store because it's the one they can afford to go to, or they feel that they can afford to go to it. And, you know, so if we were to have one grocery store in town where the management in the grocery store, and I don't even know if this is true, right? But say if the management said, we will not comply with this, I feel like that would be something that we would need to at least have a conversation with them about and see if we can get them to a place where they saw that it was worth complying with for the sake of their customers. Because, you know, with some things, yeah, we can choose to shop here or shop there. And, you know, when it comes to whether we can afford it, we don't have as many choices.
I think having a conversation is always possible, but I wouldn't characterize that as enforcement. Probably similar to what happens in any kind of alleged violation of the governor's order. usually a conversation happens. And then it falls to the state if they want to enforce something. But say if a restaurant is not following the governor's guidelines, they have the bigger sticks, and that's where it goes. Just to remind everybody, we are actually in public participation, although we're kicking around a little bit on the board, and I wanted to get it to a couple other people who did want to speak. And I know Franz Reichsman wanted to speak, and yes, you have, oh, someone's appearing, and that's not Franz. So Franz, I think all you do is Patrick enables your camera to be seen if you want to be seen, and I think if you take yourself off mute, then we'll be able to see and hear you as well. Are you there?
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, I am. Thanks, Tim. I don't care whether I'm on the screen or not, but are you hearing me okay?
We are.
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, I just would like to chime in with a couple of points that I feel are important. One is that the degree to which wearing a mask protects other people is very significant and may be determinative in what happens in the course of the epidemic as a whole. There are countries where the mask wearing was made mandatory very early on, and they have had very few cases, certainly compared to our country. They even have leadership, political leaders who made a point of being very visible about wearing their masks. And I don't know whether there are criminal penalties associated or not, but the point is it works and it protects people. And this is not a matter in which it should be up to the individual. It should not be a question of voluntary compliance, whether there should be a ticket or other associated penalties. I don't really want to go there, but I mean, it has to be, the town said so. They said you have to do this, and that's the answer. And, you know, if you go back in history, I don't know how many examples there are of when political structures have said, you can't do this for health reasons. I mean, go right back to Typhoid Mary, where Mary really wanted to work in restaurants. She was devoted to food service, and she killed a lot of people that way. And they told her you can't, and she moved, and she went to another state, and she changed her name, and they tracked her down every time and said, you can't do this. And we're basically in that situation with this, not so much on a one-to-one basis, but on a population basis, we definitely are. So I'm basically supporting what I heard Daniel and Liz say, which is, no, we should not weaken this. This is, you know, I'm not saying we need to go to some other level with it, but it has to be that people understand that this is what the town said you must do. And I guess that's it.
Thanks, Franz. I think I'll just point out that I don't think weakening is the proper term to use. It's more like, I think we're all concerned with effectively communicating it. And then the question of enforcement becomes an issue that bandies back and forth. But thanks for the comments and history around Typhoid Mary. Next, I'd like to see if Peter Fishcase would like to say something.
You know, there's Kate O'Connor and somebody named Elizabeth Clausen. Have you heard from them?
I have heard from Kate, and Kate's going to be after Fish. And Elizabeth, I haven't heard from. Yeah, let's let Peter speak.
All right. Thank you, guys. I think after the last meeting, I think you know what my position is on this. I'm not in favor of changing any of the language. I think the document is good as is. Again, I think it falls back onto messaging and speaking to the science of it and exactly what wearing a mask is going to mean to people who walk into a store. And again, just again, pulling the burden off the shop owner that you know, might have to carry that weight on their shoulders to say this is coming from the town of Brattleboro. This is not for me. It provides that level of insulation, and I just feel as though as a town that we owe it to our shopkeepers to pull that load off their shoulders and just put it on ours. And by ours, I mean all of yours. But know that I support this decision. I supported it last week. I supported it this week. I emailed Peter earlier with some of the feedback that I've been getting on some of the straw polling. It really hasn't been an issue. The biggest overriding issue is the potential of there being an issue. And I know that, Marta told a story which was, nothing short of tragic. And I hate to see that kind of behavior earlier, but it just, unfortunately, that's just the humanity that we have to deal with. But again, if we just send a message, not change the message, I agree with Elizabeth and Daniel about not changing the message in last week's, what you guys passed last week. I think it was good language. I think it was concise. I think it just breaks down to perhaps some messaging, further messaging that shop owners could hang in their doors that's consistent throughout the town.
Thanks, Peter.
All right, thank you.
Well spoken. You should consider a career in radio.
Thanks. I'll think about it. I've got the face for it.
I think we have Kate O'Connor next, if Kate is ready.
Hello.
Hello, Kate.
Thanks for having this discussion again. I think it was or is helpful for people. One of the things I just want to say is that, there are mixed reviews. And what I would ask people is for a little bit of patience. That's not to say people shouldn't wear masks, but what I mean is in our sort of looking at what people are doing, especially from the business owner, and I'm not defending any business, so don't take it that way. But I think sometimes people feel, and it was sort of said earlier, that people doubt the confusion of people understanding what they're supposed to be doing. And what we don't see, we see what the town of Brattleboro is doing. If you're a retail shop or a restaurant or a lodging or anybody now, the guidance that is coming down from the state is really confusing. And it sort of drips and drips and drips and drips and drips. So there's a confusion level that's not necessarily caused by the town, but that is caused by the state. So, and I think it gets mixed in with this, the new order that you have to make people, everybody has to wear a mask when they go into a business. And I just want to put a counter to what Pete Case just said. And while a lot of people do like the safety of being able to say the town is making me tell you this, a lot of them, they still feel it's on them because they're actually the one that has to go up and speak to somebody and say, you can't come in here, you don't have a mask. And that is, we just have to realize that is anxiety provoking for some of our retailers. And I just want us to acknowledge it. I don't think there's really anything we can do about it. But if we can sort of, give some people the benefit of the doubt, and I know some people don't deserve the benefit of the doubt, but the ones that are really trying, I just hope we can have some patience with them. And one other thing that I just would love to point out, it's a little off topic, but it's the same thing. A lot of our business or retailers are not open, even though the governor told them they can be open. They are not open because of the rules that the state has told them they have to follow to open. So I think we'll see more, hopefully, the state will allow them to open in a larger way soon. And I think we'll find that we're going to have to educate those retailers or those business owners that haven't been allowed to open yet of this new guidance. So again, we'll have another rolling of, we have to be patient with people. But thank you for talking about it tonight. And if there's anything, the chamber is spending a lot of time trying to get people to wear masks. DBA, BDCC, and the chamber put a sign together. The hospital has a sign. So I think if we can all just push that message, that goes a long way too. So thank you.
Thanks, Kate.
Thanks, Kate. And that was me that said that there might be some, I didn't believe that there was confusion. And Kate, the way that you just explained a different perspective really makes sense to me. That it's just all confusing, which makes everything a little confusing. And I really appreciate your perspective on that. I like the way you phrased it.
Yeah, and I know there's all kinds of merchant issues that are dealing with tiny shops and just the rules making regular business impossible for them or close to impossible. So we feel for them. And a lot of this is trying to figure out what you have some control over and what you don't have any control over. So seeing no other public participation at the moment, I just want to bring it back to the board. Daniel?
I was just going to say Elizabeth Clausen wanted to speak, and they've just put something.
Just came in. Sorry. And also I have Amanda Whitman. So Elizabeth, oh, there you are, upside down. Welcome.
I know. I had to do a trip to my doctor's this way, and we laughed about how I was upside down.
Okay.
Oh,
He's turning himself upside down.
I'm just concerned. I was concerned about the term enforcement. That troubles me. I like what Kate said about the retailers taking the brunt of various remarks, good or bad. There's a lot of confusion out there as to the business with a mask, and it doesn't protect you. You're hopefully protecting your neighbor, your friend, whomever. A lot of people don't understand that. The other thing that concerns me is this business of sanitizing doorknobs and everything else. So that does not affect any kind of virus. It's an antibacterial that we're using. I just want people to realize, you just be careful, take care of each other, and just do the best we can. But my main concern was the business of trying to enforce the mask. I feel as if we can request and the guidelines, but we got to be careful with this, enforcement business. We have to self-enforce, be self-respectful and responsible. That was it. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And I think I'll just go right to Amanda Whitman, if you'd like to chime in now.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks.
I just want to say again how much I appreciate the thoughtful process and patient handling that you all are giving this topic. It's an important one, and I'm personally very grateful for that. I've been doing some work with Stephanie Bonin of the DBA supporting downtown businesses. And I just want to make sure everyone knows that we're keeping a list on brattleboro.com of the downtown shops and individual local makers who are selling or donating masks. I have seen some conversations, been part of some conversations with people who are concerned about mask access. Some of the people on this list, some of the makers will deliver, and some of them will provide masks for free. Oscar Heller and the Brattleboro Mutual Aid Society organized a free mask tree at Plenty Park recently. I believe that helping everyone access masks needs to be a community priority, and I know that's not the focus of this discussion, but I wanted to bring it up so that people were aware and mention that I'm aware of 6 downtown shops that have moved very quickly to make masks available for people to purchase when they're downtown. So if you see someone without a mask and you have a productive conversation with them, you could send them in the direction of any of these businesses. It's a short list: Bee's Nest, Mally Sun, Wyndham Flowers, Twice Upon a Time, Altiplano, and Turn It Up. So masks are available at cost and no cost and all around town if anyone has concerns about that. And that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks, Amanda. I think just to move us along, I'm going to ask one last person to chime in, and that would be Martha Ramsey. And then I'm going to bring it back to the board real quick. Hi, Martha.
Hi there. I'm sorry that I didn't hear the instructions on how to put up my hand. I guess I figured it out finally. And also, I'm not aware of the whole process that you guys went through to do the order, but I was very impressed by the order. I thought the language is really careful, it's clear, and it's a good thing to have in a town that's right at the intersection of, you know, the road from Boston and the road from New York City. So thank you so much for doing that, you guys. I just would like to ask, it does seem to me that in a situation also I'd like to speak in support of whoever it was, I can't remember who said that this is also, it's not so much about right now, or not just, but going forward. Like, let's say we have another round in the fall or at some point, and it comes through here, and it comes through quickly. And I happen to know, because I'm into history, that the Spanish flu in Vermont hit really bad and really fast. So that it's important that we not get too complacent about our location and our small population and all of that, which I'm sure all of you already know. But anyway, I wanted to ask because I agree that the expectation that the town officials would somehow punish, or could punish or ticket or quote unquote enforce a town order of this kind doesn't seem to make sense or even be workable, but that conversations are the way to go. And I would like to underline that by saying, yes, and let's have those conversations. Let's really have them. And so to ask who, if anyone, as part of the town, people responsible within the town structure, who will actually be having those conversations with those business owners who are, whether they're confused or they're recalcitrant, shall we say. So could you tell me, explain to me and us, how will those conversations take place if and when it's determined that they're necessary in some cases? And I'm asking this in the hope that looking at this would help going forward to where this may become a necessity. And just one last thing I want to mention, and that is, because I didn't hear your previous discussion about the order, but if we have people who are getting hostile about not wanting to wear masks, that's a little scary, not only if you're vulnerable, but also just in terms, as I know, I'm sure you've already have thought about all this, but to second whatever thoughts you've had along these lines, it's clearly going to be a difficult line to walk because of the polarization and the volatility of the situation. And so I don't know, how do we walk that line where we are civil and conversing with people who are not willing to comply with safety measures, and then perhaps at some point to recognize that they are putting an entire community at risk by their refusal to comply.
Okay, Martha, do you mind if I?
Thank you. I'm finished. Thank you.
Boil that down. Thank you for the comments. I'll boil it down to two questions, and maybe I'll address the second one, which is slightly easier, and then I'll kick a quick comment over to our highly talented town manager, who's really good at addressing difficult questions. But as far as hostility, I want to remind everybody that if something approaches violence or threats, that of course is not tolerated in Brattleboro. That's something that if it's within a place of business, those merchants should know that they can rely on the Brattleboro Police Department to not only make sure everybody's peaceful in their establishment temporarily, but to also, if necessary, issue a no trespass order. And that would exist regardless of whether there was an order in place or an ordinance or an order as such as we have now or any kind of guidance. So that's not going to change. And I'll kick over the question about who could speak to merchants if we have an especially egregious refusal or something. Over to Peter.
Thank you, Tim. So we can follow up, and I hear that there's a desire for us to follow up. I'm personally, at this moment, only aware of 2 businesses in town that there have been any complaints about. I haven't received directly, and I've received a fair amount of communication directly on this topic. I haven't received directly, nor have I been advised of complaints that you've received or other people in town have received, or Stephanie Bonin or Kate O'Connor, in the business community. I'm not aware of any other business besides 2 fairly large corporate, stores in our community that are present in our community as part of a very large corporate network of stores. And I will go and speak with them again, and I will try to be more compelling. I have to say, I tried to dance on this earlier because I'm really concerned about calling out any particular store. What I said earlier was true. I received varying responses from the visits I made. I've been trying to gauge, despite my discomfort with some of how that initial communication went, I've been trying to gauge how things are going out there by my observations and what I've heard from others. And what I have heard from others and seen myself is very consistent with what Daniel and Tim described earlier. The vast majority of people in a store that can accommodate, 100 or more customers at a time, the vast majority wearing masks, some not. And I don't know of any other place in town where this has been a problem to the point where people are calling out a store and saying, hey, at that place, they're not paying enough attention to it. So I want to be careful that we don't overly invest ourselves in trying to solve that last tiny bit of compliance that is a combination of business owner or manager behavior or decision making and customer decision making. And because we don't have a method for actually, honing in on just those few exceptions to correct the behavior, because it would be a matter of communication, I'm concerned that there's likely to be a minority, and I'm grateful that it appears to be a small minority of our population who is going to resist this as a matter of principle. And, with or without the assistance of store owners, I don't think we're going to achieve 100% compliance. I think what we need to be trying to do is, as a community, continue to push the message and continue to support the people who are working hard to achieve compliance. And, I'm willing to go talk to those 2 big stores again, but I would ask that people have low expectations that you're going to see that last, 1% of customers change their behavior.
Absolutely. I think that's reasonable, and I'm not sure you should interpret, unless we have a separate discussion about that, interpret the board wanting you to spend a large portion of your time re-speaking to establishments that may be recalcitrant. But I'm just throwing that out there for me. So I really would love to wrap this up soon. I'd like to just address really quickly a couple of things that it feels like just Ian and I had just some criticisms, and they're minor tweaks. Does everybody, do you want me to go through a couple of those, or Ian, do you want to help me out?
Well, I think after hearing from the board and from people, a lot of what I brought was things I heard from the community. So I'm happy we can talk about what I brought forth at the beginning of the meeting, but I'm really proud of the work we did last week, and it sounds like from the majority here, we're and from people who have spoken that we're pretty comfortable with where it's at. But I defer to you, Mr. Chair.
Gee, thanks. Well, I want to just, I mean, obviously it would require us signing a slightly altered version, but I do have a concern about the lack of clarity around the small children issue, which I thought we had a consensus on, but maybe not. Peter?
Yeah, I thought you did too, and I took a moment during the discussion to actually amend that paragraph in the way that I think you'd want to, if you wanted to make it clear that you weren't telling small children or telling parents of small children not to put a mask on them.
Yeah.
So now or when you're ready, I could read that, and I think that'll address that. And then I didn't know whether there was anything else that the group of you would want to change about it, but I'm happy to help that too if there is.
Well, why don't you read that? We'll get that out of the way, and we'll just get head nods if we don't require a vote on that one.
Okay, so I believe that the exceptions paragraph should be changed to say this: cloth face coverings are not required on young children under age 5 and should not be placed on anyone who has trouble breathing or anyone who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance.
I think that's important that we clean that up. Yeah, that sounds good. Because we don't want to make it sound like people shouldn't have masks on their kids. If they're lucky enough to have children that will wear them under 5, good for them. God bless them.
While we're talking about this, I did get a question of where the language came from for the unconscious part.
I wondered the same thing.
Yeah. So just while we're on it, I didn't really have an answer. I thought maybe it came from the CDC. But,
it came from the CDC.
It did, and that's why the thing that happened that got awkward was when we changed the age on it, because the CDC also does say do not place one on a child under 2. So the wording was right for the CDC, but then for good reasons we modified the age limit to age 5 and didn't pick up. I apologize for not noticing that this language that you're looking at tonight should have been modified last week.
Yeah.
But so the unconscious was that also came from the CDC. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
That absolutely.
It's fine. I mean,
That's weird.
Yeah.
Weird. So just something that bugs me, and I'm not getting, had two individual conversations about this, but if no one else is worried about the lack of addressing the very special circumstances around restaurants, I think someone said that it will be assumed that we're not asking people to wear a mask, then take a sip of a drink, and then put the mask back on, and then take a bite of your food, But if we indeed, Burlington did exempt restaurants, and that's probably why they did it, because it's just not reasonable to expect something like that. If you are comfortable with hearing a lot about that as they open up in an indoor situation,
Don't give me a kiss.
then I'm fine. If Daniel, if you're willing to, as you put it last time so eloquently, take the heat, or I forget exactly how you put it, but that one seems particularly messy to me. that's coming down the pike. Liz, thank you for someone raising it.
I was looking at the governor's order, I think it was the governor's order about restaurants. And, you know, Kate is right in that there's a lot going on and it's confusing. But what we heard last week from Lita was, you know, that she wanted people to wear masks when they come in to order. And the governor's order says you should order online, or maybe it was the CDC, you should order online or order in advance or order from a touchpad, blah, blah, blah. So that ordering component, while protecting the restaurant people, that's real. You know, so I think we should, again, let that roll out to see how it works and to see if we need to tweak it. But I thought it was clear that the initial entrance of patrons in a restaurant should be wearing a mask.
Yep. My hand is always in the wrong spot.
I wasn't sure if it was Brandy or Daniel. Yeah, first. Fight it out.
Daniel.
Daniel.
I mean, when we wrote there, well, when Peter wrote this, and we adopted it last week, it was really in response to the opening of retail establishments. And in each sector-specific guidelines from the ACCD, there's a ton of stuff, right? But the governor's order that previous Friday said, with regards to face coverings, towns and cities can pass something stricter than what the state requires. So there are a ton of other guidelines that each kind of business or place has to take care of, and we're just addressing the face covering. I mean, it's tough to eat through a cloth mask. I'm going to trust the people on this. Maybe we don't need to put it in there, but I'm also open to, like, if we get to a place where restaurants are struggling with this, then sure, we need to clarify. But I think common sense should prevail.
Yeah, I like to just leave it alone for now, because I definitely, I went to the Whetstone this past weekend and we kept our masks on when we got there. We kept them on in that little narrow stairwell as you go to upstairs, and we put them back on. And anytime a server came or somebody came, like within a 10-foot bubble, and otherwise we kept them off.
Fair enough. So the other issues, I think we've talked out. I mean, Ian and I both mentioned the idea of sunsetting. It does mention this order shall remain in effect until the Brattleboro Select Board amends, rescinds, or suspends this order, or until the governor declares an end to the COVID-19 state of emergency, which I believe is right now only until June 15th. Did you find out?
No, I wasn't able to find it quickly, so I gave up quickly as well.
That's
But
fine. That's fine.
I think you're right, but I can't imagine it's going to end on June 15th.
I can't imagine we're not going to be wearing masks.
I'm going to just pull rank and say I want this on the agenda for our June 16th, at least to confirm that it's going to continue for the immediate time being. Daniel?
Oh, I was just going to add on the I forget what the heading is, but anyway, it's whichever is sooner, right? So either we rescind it or the governor says we're no longer in a state of emergency. So
yeah,
but yeah, if we want to talk about it again in 2 weeks' time.
Oh, you muted.
It's probably good.
I think we do, just because the governor, there's politics going on with the state of emergency that has to do with state funding from the feds and all that stuff. So that's not necessarily speaking to Brattleboro's needs. So,
no.
I'd like to make it clear to everybody out there that this is not something that we intend to to order for an ongoing basis if not necessary. Ian?
Yeah, and I'll just speak to that for a second because I brought it up as well. Daniel, I think your point is well taken. You know, we did attach it to the governor's order with the rest of the language. And I think maybe what I heard was just like seeing a date was what that person was interested in. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And so that we don't have to amend it if the date changes from the governor's emergency order, it makes sense not to put one on. So, yeah.
Thanks. Sorry, I tried to do something while I shouldn't try to multitask. Peter.
Thank you. Yeah, what I hear from among you is don't change the text of the document, but him as chair is saying we're going to put it on so that we can kind of revisit it and see if there's anything more that ought to be reviewed and possibly amended at that time on June 16th. And that sounds like a really good middle ground place to land on this.
Oh, I thought
understanding the intent right?
I thought Brandy and I were saying change the kid thing. You want to let that go until?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. So yes, no. I think you're all interested in changing the kid language. I'm talking specifically now about the effective period. That there wouldn't be any change in the language to that, but Tim is just advising everybody, you know, pay attention to the additional comments you're hearing and your own experiences, because we're going to talk about it again on June 16th. Is that a fair characterization?
Absolutely.
That's what I hear.
Everyone okay with that? And procedurally, what do we need to do at this point, Peter?
So procedurally, if the one change you're going to make is to the exceptions language, then I think what would be appropriate is for me to read it one more time for the record, for somebody to say so moved, and for you to take that official action. And what you'll be doing is amending and reissuing this order as adopted by your resolution last week with the modified language. And we'll prepare that in a proper format that the 5 of you can sign again. And Jan will come around and get your signatures so that we do actually have a modified document. And I'll make clear in both news release form and the daily updates to the community the modification to that part of the document.
Okay. Thank you.
Sounds perfect. And I'll tap Brandy if she doesn't mind to make the motion. She's the other parent concern.
Okay.
So your motion would be to amend the COVID-19 emergency order, wearing face coverings required, to read in the exceptions paragraph, cloth face coverings are not required on young children under age 5 and should not be placed on anyone who has trouble breathing or anyone who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance.
Okay. So moved.
Sounds good to me. All those in favor of the just spoken slight change, say aye.
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 And that's 5-0, none opposed. All right, so I would love to draw a little separation mark by taking a quick break. How does everybody feel about that? We have some important business to take care of coming up after the break, as they say. How about 7:55?
Sounds good.
Sweet.
Almost exactly 10 minutes. All right. Patrick, we need some sort of, the board is on break now, placard or something. Thank you,
Some
everyone.
elevator music.
See you in 9 or 10 minutes. Let's call back to order the, what day is this? The May 26th, 2020 Brattleboro Select Board meeting. Thanks for rejoining us, everybody. We are moving on now to some business for the Water and Sewer Commissioners. So I think we need a motion to become Water and Sewer Commissioners.
So moved.
Brandy has moved to become Water and Sewer Commissioners. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? None, and that's 5-0. First up is a proposed fiscal year 21 utilities fund budget, and I believe Peter is going to kick us off.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll have just a couple of brief overview remarks to kind of set the table, and then Steve Barrett is going to take you deep into the details on this. But I did want to highlight before Steve begins that we have a really significant discussion to have a little while later this evening regarding rates. And as you know, and the public, I hope, knows, those who have been paying attention know, we are proposing rate increases, and those relate not to the increased cost of doing business, but rather to the capital cost for the replacement of the water plant, which is an overdue generational replacement. And so we'll talk about that in its own context later on. But I wanted to underscore that underscore the levelness of the stability of the operating budget, in making that contrast to that conversation we're going to have later about rates. So in summary, the utility fund revenues are actually proposed to go down slightly this year, down 1.7% in FY21 compared to FY20, a decrease of a little over $100,000 for the year. So basically flat, even with the rate increase. And there's some reasons why in the full analysis of all the different revenues, but fundamentally how that relates to the recommendation on rates is that the model that we've been using hadn't been recalibrated in several years, and it had an old assumption for consumption, for how much water gets used by customers in the model. And what we found is the last few years, we actually hadn't been selling as much water as had been predicted. And so we hadn't been collecting as much on the water rents line item as was expected. And so it was important for making sure that we had accurate projections going forward as we were making the calculations to bring you the recommendations on the rate increases. It was important to have that model properly calibrated. So when we did that and applied it to this year, even with a recommended 2% increase in the actual rate paid for water, the total revenues in the utilities fund are expected to decrease by $106,000. The utilities fund expenditures are proposed to increase, but only by $22,000, or less than 0.5%. So again, essentially a very, very tiny amount up on expenditures, a small amount down in revenues, essentially a flat level funded budget from last year. And Steve Barrett is going to provide the details of some of the highlights of the line items, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions or discuss any of the particular line items that you may want to dig deeper into. Thank you. While Steve is coming on, I'll say he'll also address, as part of his presentation, we'll do the budget, operating budget first, and then he'll also address the capital plan for FY21, so you can see how that piece fits into this. When you are finished with the discussion regarding the budget, then I'll have an additional presentation to make regarding the rates.
Good evening, everybody.
Peter. And welcome Steve Barrett and Dan Tyler to the show.
So I'm going to start off here. Thank you, Peter, for your overview of the budget. And we're going to have Dan Tyler. He's going to go over the line items and the operating budget. We worked on this budget carefully and closely together, along with the chief operators of the water treatment plant, the distribution, storage, and wastewater treatment. So each year we go over each line item to make sure that we're accurate and reflecting the needs. So Dan, if you would.
Hi. So as Peter mentioned, everything's pretty well level funded. So we just wanted to kind of run down through some of the categories and highlight some of the changes that are taking place. This is the expenditures on the utility budget proposed. The first category is the Pleasant Valley expenses. Going down through on sludge removal, you'll see a $4,000 decrease. That goes back to that waste line that we're hoping to install from the plant down to the existing sewer. So we'll probably have to clean out the lagoons once that line's installed. This expense is the annual cleaning of that. So we've decreased it some because we don't expect the quantity that we've had in the past. Hopefully after that line will go away completely. So all of these expenses from Pleasant Valley, though, these are the costs associated with running the plant, and everything else is level. The next category is the expenses for the wells. This is the second plant located on the retreat meadows. Same situation, very few changes. The electrical consumption at that plant has been down over the last couple of years, so we reduced that $1,000. Everything else is level. Moving on to water distribution and storage. This is the crews that you see out on the streets making the repairs and installations on the lines. There's some changes in the benefits and the employees' wages due to the contracts and the non-union salary adjustments, but otherwise everything else is level. Wastewater treatment plant, the same thing with the salaries. The big one that sticks out on this is the solar net metering has allowed us to reduce the electrical costs by $29,000. So that's pretty significant. We're also reducing the odor control by $10,000. At this point, we feel that that's kind of under control, and we've got a good handle on what it takes, and we can reduce that a little bit. A slight increase for building repairs and safety equipment of $500 a piece. The pump station category is for sewer pump stations, and again, the electrical line we're proposing lowering $5,000, and that's also due to the solar net metering. Everything else stays the same. Sewer mains is kind of the other half of the crews you see out on the street. Some slight adjustments to salaries and benefits. Otherwise, everything else level. The administration category, we've increased our permit and testing line by $5,000. It's the only change. Equipment maintenance and fuel, everything stays the same right down through. And that comes out, as Peter said, of an increase of $22,249 or 0.4%. I don't know if anyone has any questions on any of those lines.
Okay.
Open it up for board questions. No. I have a question, if not, but now I have to go find it. I wasn't ready.
Would you like me to go into the capital? Or do you have a question about the budget?
I do have a question. Sorry, I just expected folks to have something to give me time to find my line I was looking for.
So one of the things I'll just fill before the questions asked is, as Peter said, this change in the revenue source. The other thing that if we end up having a hot summer, like it's starting right now, that can have a huge impact on our utility revenues also. So when we do have a long, hot year, that brings in more money, more showers, more pools, more activity with water. So, the utilities is a business that you don't know, it's supply and demand. As the rates have gone up over the years, then you're going to find that people conserve water. And generally people have Every time they replace a faucet, every time they replace a fixture, they're putting in water saving devices, and it's making a huge difference. So that's another reason that the consumption goes down.
I totally can't find it, but maybe you can find it for me. Water meter upgrades, where should I be looking for that?
Well, they'll be in the capital fund.
Oh, sorry.
There's also, which I'll go over next, but there are some funds that's also are used in the general budget for water meters. But when I go over to the capital, I will outline the water meter account. That's a capital account.
And is that a yearly capital account?
It's a yearly capital account to upgrade the meters in the system.
And I apologize, but I saw a line about penalties. That might have been. I saw that the estimation on penalties was going up. And again, I think it's because I'm looking at the wrong document. I might have maybe be looking at last week's.
You're right.
Why don't we just skip the capital?
Yeah, you're right. It's in the revenue section under sewer interest and penalties. A $10,000 increase.
Mm-hmm. I can speak to that. It's just intended to reflect that there has been an increase in that the last couple of years. So we had a $46.5 thousand year and a $45.5 thousand year, and we had been carrying a $40,000 line item in the budget. So we've changed that to $50,000 just to make sure that we're not collecting those sorts of things, because they aren't completely predictable. There's just judgment calls that need to be made on some of these smaller items. But if we always lean towards the conservative side and predict less than what we really expect to collect, then we end up collecting more in rates, in water and sewer rates, than is necessary to carry the load. So at a year like this, when we're taking a really deep dig and looking carefully at every piece so that we make sure that the recommendation for a rate increase is not any greater than necessary, we take an especially careful look at lines like this and make sure that we're not under predicting not revenue that we're likely to collect.
Okay, thank you.
Peter, Tim, I got a quick question. Just curious on, I lost it. Water distribution and storage. Does the rate increase, or is the increase for staff salaries reflect another a new job, or just the salaries of all of the employees?
Just the salaries of the employees. Salaries and benefits for the employees changed a little more this past annual cycle than most years because of the negotiation of a new union contract. And in this area where there's some supervisors that are non-union, then the adjustments that were running parallel to the union contracts, where we made adjustments in the compensation for non-union employees, is also those adjustments are reflected in this budget.
Thank you.
Steve, if you want to move on to capital.
Okay, so I'll move into the capital. The first item is the DPW site evaluation, and the funding is to further develop a concept plan for the Department of Public Works facility on Fairground Road. The current facility was constructed in 1950 and is used by the Highway and Utilities Division. Over the last year, we've done some engineering to determine the feasibility of either using the existing facility building there or looking at other sites. We haven't got that report back. That's something that soon we expect to get a report, which we'll review with the town manager, and then eventually we'll bring that report to the board. But at this point, what we're looking for is additional funding as we explore options. We're going to need funds to either testing different sites or things of that nature. So that's why we're asking for funding under the DPW site evaluation. The Hinsdale Bridge water main replacement, when they do the Hinsdale Bridge project, that will also include an upgrade to the water main on Vernon Road. The original water main was put in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And the elevation of the bridge where it comes into Vernon Road is going to be changed so that we're proposing to upgrade that water main on Vernon Road at that time. It just makes sense to upgrade the water main. And that's $50,000, $51,000. And that project is actively being engineered and designed. So we expect that work to be done in the next couple of years. Water meters, Tim, this is one of the ones that maybe you have a question on. We have 3,900, almost 4,000 meters in the system. The original water meters were put in the 1970s. And over the years, we continue to upgrade the meters. The older meters lose their efficiency, they're mechanical meters. And so what we do is instead of, to replace all the meters in town, it would cost probably $1 million. So what we've done, chosen to do over the years, is just to continue to upgrade meters as we go. And this program's been going on for quite a few years now, and we replaced almost 2,000 meters in the system. And so a regular meter cost about $275, where a 2-inch meter could be up to $1,000. So this is an important program. Even the old mechanical meters are quite efficient when we take them out, but the newer meters, when we put those in, are about 99.9%. And they're no longer mechanical, they're electronic. There's less moving parts. So as we continue the program, that's what this money is used for, is to upgrade the meters in the system. Signal Hill Pump Station, that is off of Hillcrest and Signal Hill. We had the state of Vermont does a sanitary survey of the water system. They look at all the pump stations, the water treatment plant. They look at our piping, and this particular pump station was identified as needing to be upgraded. The pump station was put in the 1970s. It was a private development, and that's when Signal Hill and Hillcrest was constructed. And the town took over that pump station at that time. And so it has serviced the town for many years, and it needs an upgrade. We're proposing $300,000 for that pump station. I did come to the board a few meetings ago to seek authorization for engineering for the design. So this money is to actually build the pump station. And we expect to have a full design done within this year and then build the pump station probably in the spring. When that's done, it will also, it'll not only meet today's needs on Signal Hill and Hillcrest and Guilford Street, it'll be constructed in such a way that it will meet future demands also. And not only this is for potable water, but it's also for the fire service in that area. The last hydrant is before Hillcrest in that area, and we're proposing to increase the fire safety zone with hydrants in that area, and for future build out if needed. Black Mountain Pump Station Generator, there's a pump station up by SIT, and it's a water pump station, and that does not have a backup power supply. And so when we lose power, that whole neighborhood loses water. So what we're proposing to do is add a backup generator. That's one of the last stations that we have that does not have emergency backup power. Putney Road utility planning, and let me go back. The generator's cost is $7,100. Putney Road utility planning, $15,000. This is to begin planning for the State of Vermont Agency of Transportation. They're developing the Putney Road corridor, or going to install roundabouts and other improvements. We have quite a length of water mains in this area that need to be upgraded. So this will help us do some preliminary planning for those changes. So when all this work's done, we don't want to have substandard water mains under a new roadway. So that's why we're trying to plan ahead, and for these upgrades that should be done and will be done as part of that project. when they upgrade Putney Road. That project's out 5 years, but these projects take a long time to develop and to plan ahead. Putney Road water relocation. Again, this is part of the Putney Road project. This is to replace some of the water mains. So one part of this is planning. The other is actually putting money aside for the relocation of the mains, which is $250,000. Sewer main, whetstone interceptor tightening. The whetstone interceptor is a wastewater line that runs along the Whetstone Brook that was originally installed in 1957. That was the main component that cleaned up the Whetstone Brook. Prior to that, all the sewage was dumped directly into the Whetstone Brook. So in 1957, this line intercepted all that wastewater that was dumped into the brook, and it eventually there was an interceptor put along Putney Road and then down to the sewer plant, which was constructed in '65. So because this interceptor is in the brook, it's frowned on now, although it was the major project that cleaned up that brook. In today's world, you would never construct a wastewater line in a brook. So because of that, we want to protect the integrity. There's some lining that goes along. There's camera work that happens. There's manholes that are waterproofed to ensure that the wastewater doesn't go out into the stream, or that the stream enters the wastewater system and we have to pay money to treat just plain water. So that's an ongoing project to protect the integrity of that sewer interceptor. And that's $30,600. Walnut Street sewer, $53,000. There's a sewer main that goes over Walnut Street that takes the Tyler Terrace Street area, part of Main Street, goes down over the bank and underneath the railroad track to our interceptor. The line broke and failed last year. Our crews were able to make a repair. And so this year we're going to hire a company. This is similar, some of you were on the board when we had a line that, it was a drainage line that broke near Harris. We'll hire a company that has railroad flaggers and can work in those zones with the railroad to make repairs to this pipe. It's estimated at this point to be $30,600. Or 53,000, I'm sorry. Old Guilford Road manholes, again, you as a board have approved, there's actually a contract that we approved this year to waterproof some manholes on Old Guilford Road, and we're going to propose to continue doing additional manholes this year in the budget. It's important not only to make sure the integrity of those manholes are solid and good condition, but also it helps prevent odors and such in that neighborhood. Putney Road sewer upgrade, again, that's $50,000. This is for the Putney Road project. Again, there's some sewer mains that will need to be upgraded, but not as great as the number of water mains that needs to be done as part of that state project. And vehicles, overall, we try to look at a 7-year replacement for smaller vehicles and a 10-year for larger equipment. This year, there's 2 pieces of equipment. One was a loader that was $100,000, and we feel it's in good condition, and we don't feel it needs to be replaced, even though we use this as a guideline, the 10-year. But we're proposing not to replace that. And we also, there's a service truck that we feel is in good condition, and we're not proposing to replace that either. What we are proposing to replace is a service truck. This is at our water treatment plant, and also it plows all the facilities and pump stations. That's $42,000. And then we have what we call an economy car. Quite a few years ago, we eliminated pickup trucks and got small efficiency cars for the operators when they're out doing testing or checking on pump stations. We bought 2 cars, one for the water treatment plant and one for the wastewater. This year, we're proposing to change, to trade in those cars and look at electrical vehicles. We already have 1 electrical vehicle, and that's for our engineer at Public Works. That has worked out really well. It primarily uses electric. It does have a gas engine, but I don't think we've used 20 gallons of gas in a couple of years. It strictly works on the electrical. So it's $26,500 for each of the cars that we're proposing to replace, one in the water and one in the wastewater. And that's my report on the capital for the utilities division. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thanks, Steve. I have one, but I want to let my fellow board members go first. Mine's difficult. Ian.
All right, probably a newbie question. For the whetstone interceptor tightening, has there been any discussion in the past of moving it so that it's not in the place where it's problematic now?
That's a great point.
And then, I'll just add one more thing to it. How often are we tightening it? So like, how often are we spending this 30 grand?
So the answer to the first question, I'm not sure, maybe 100 million. We're talking, yeah, we're talking big dollars. What we're talking about is a line that goes all the way from West Brattleboro, follows the Whetstone Brook, all the way down to Main Street Bridge and connects down by the railroad tracks. And originally, all those homes on the avenue, they discharged directly into the brook. So if we were going to upgrade this line, you'd have to intercept all those lines. You'd have to put in pumping stations, lift stations, and then you'd have to go down the avenue and pump that wastewater. So we've done some studies on it and we've looked at it. So I guess in my lifetime, what I focused on is to protect the integrity of the pipe. And it is an ongoing cost. It is an ongoing expense, but it seems to be at this time the right direction to go as far as this line. We've also entertained and looked at grants. There's been some, we put in money for, at times there's been funding potentially to address that. And the way to do that would be to start in a small section, maybe Flat Street, and put a pump station, you know, there, and then work your way west. So it's a big project. And it was a big project when it was done, really, in '57.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
That same pipe, Steve, how did it fare in Tropical Storm Irene?
There was one situation where it actually, there's a trestle that is behind where the country store is on the avenue, and it's actually a small bridge that carries the pipe over the Whetstone. And the storm, the height of the water took that pipe right out completely. But it was quite a project. We actually had that back in service within a week, which was pretty incredible. But and then we had one break in one other location, but overall it held up pretty good. And we did receive funds to armor the pipe down near the Whetstone pathway. If you look in the brook, you can actually see this piping, and then you'll actually see some large rocks that are protecting that pipe. But overall, it fared pretty well, except for the trestle.
And are you comfortable going forward if there were to be another storm that it's protected?
I'm not comfortable that it might not get taken out for a storm of that size and the height of what the water, level was. It could do damage. It was built with pretty good integrity this time, and it was last time. But it took the bridge that holds it, which is called the trestle, and the piping completely out. But that was all replaced with more modern piping, but I don't think it could take the forces of an Irene again, for sure.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
I think we do have a question from the public, but first I just wanted to ask mine. The Putney Road water relocation, big ticket item. Anybody paying attention to this meeting might see that. And I want to make it clear that I'm in favor of the Putney Road project, but we're talking about something, it's really going to take place in 2025. And when is the actual Putney Road project? Is that what you're referring to when you say the project, or do you prefer to our water relocation?
Peter?
It's both. So the utility relocation has to happen before the major road work can be completed. And the overall, because it's such a large scale project, the overall scope of this is expected to take a couple of years of construction. So right now that's predicted to be 25 to 27. There have been earlier projections that where schedules got missed. So it's not 100% guaranteed, but our recent communications, and when I say recent, I mean the last couple of years with VTrans and with Green Engineering, who's the firm, it's an international engineering firm that is contracted to get this project done for VTrans. You know, this is a big deal to them. It's a very expensive, very large scale, very important project in the VTrans system. And we have a level of confidence. You know, there's no guarantee, but based on the progress that's being made and the interaction we've recently had around these utility adjustments, you know, we have a decent level of confidence that, you know, barring bumping into some unexpected situation that causes a further delay, it's reasonable to expect that in 2025, the utility work will commence, and by 2027, it'll be a new roadway.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess the 7 years that was sticking in my mind is the 7 to completion with any luck.
Yeah.
And sorry, just a quick follow-up and then Liz, but the first year of capital funding, you want to flesh that out? How much more years of capital funding do we see for the stuff that's in their way?
Steve will speak to that from the plan that he presented last week.
Yeah.
Or 2 weeks ago.
Goes out quite a bit. If we're talking, Dan, jump in here anytime. We just got that estimate, which was pretty big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have it right in front of me, but it's the 250,000 for the next 5 years, I believe. It was.
Yes, it is.
The engineering.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's 250 for the next 5 years, 6 years.
Yeah.
Next.
A total of 300, just to be clear. So it's not 250 a year. It's a total of 300, the 50 for this year, and then 5 more years of 50.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Liz had something, and then I'm going to throw it to a couple.
Yeah, I have a follow-up to Tim's follow-up. For the Putney Road, you know, it's a VTrans project. Does VTrans anticipate that every municipality will have to move their utilities prior to roadway construction and therefore have funding for that?
Well, what happens is the town put the pipes in the states right away, is the way it works. And so we have, you know, the responsibility to upgrade those mains when they do a project. And it only makes sense. And these projects are, you know, there's time here to plan for this. And that's why we're asking for this money even in this year. And there may be methods, we'll hire engineering to look at it. And maybe some of this work can be done before to save money as we look at the project overall. On Putney Road, there's a asbestos main that was put in, you know, after the war, during the war, because of the money, they put in asbestos instead of, you know, steel pipe or cast iron. So that's important. That's been on our radar for many years to replace, but you wouldn't go up there and just replace that line unless there was a road project. So they really have to go, they have to dovetail together when you have these projects. And the thing is, we're able to plan it out for years ahead, and that's a responsible thing to do. But yeah, it can be difficult for some municipalities that don't have a good capital plan, and it could cause a lot of problems. And that's, it's a situation where the need's there.
And
I'd like
so
to-
we could say you're doing as best as you can.
Got it.
You could say that. I'd like to add to that it's easy for us to sit here at this moment. Steve has explained well why this is a good moment for us to undertake this work, but yeah, it's expensive, and it wasn't something that was altogether our choice. But one thing that's easy to lose sight of when we get confronted with one of these is, what could they have been thinking of? Our predecessors many decades ago, and kind of like the interceptor conversation in the Whetstone, where we scratch our heads today and say, how could they put a sewer pipe in a brook? But it was actually a huge improvement at the time. This situation with this long run of pipe in Putney Road, the alternative to placing it in the state's right of way is acquiring all the land necessary to have the town's own rights to place the pipe. So there was probably a very substantial savings at the time when the pipe was installed to do it this way. And now it's, what are we, 70 years later, that we're confronting a major expense to move it, but it's time for it to be replaced anyway. So,
Are there other utilities besides water and sewer in that right of way that should be upgraded, and the parallel plans for that at this time?
there are, but they're not the town's utilities. Water and sewer are our responsibility. There are the other utility companies that are involved in relocating their infrastructure.
Thank you.
Another example of this would be, as you recall, just it's like 2 years ago, we had that water main break on Main Street. So at the time, we did the upgrade to, the state came in and did a project on Canal Street and also did Main Street. And we chose not to do the water main at that time. Although we've upgraded the water main from Lower Main Street up to Elliott, we chose not to put the capital money aside to do that project down at Main Street. And the other reason for that was economics to the shop holders, the store owners, because they only can take a large project every so many years. They couldn't take multiple years of a water main project and then multiple years of a upgrade to the sidewalks and the infrastructure. So that project, we didn't do, but then we were lucky because the upgrade lasted enough so that we did have a water main break, but now the road, will be ready to be upgraded soon, but it wasn't brand new. The danger here is to have the project take place, have a roundabout built, and then have the water main break, and then the town be responsible for rebuilding a roundabout. And so that would be cost prohibitive. So it's a matter of making the right decisions at the right time. There'll be sections of water main that are still good up there. There's a 16-inch water main that was put in the 60s that will be good. We won't need to replace that section. There's sections we won't need to replace. So, there's some things that really should be done, and there's others that we can look at on Putney Road and say we don't need to replace the whole thing. But like with the asbestos main, it certainly should just be removed at this time, or at the time of the project.
And that's 5,000 feet of asbestos main that would be removed. And there's about 1,000 feet of sewer line and 2,100 feet of 16-inch water main that would be relocated. Significant amount of pipe.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for all that. Anyone else on that particular topic? Before we go on to FY21 utility rates, we have a couple questions concerning what we've spoken about so far within water sewer. David, would you like to turn on your camera, or maybe Patrick does that for you? I still haven't figured out who actually turns on the camera. I think it's Patrick. Or you can just join us by audio. And Ricky is on deck, just to let you know. David? I don't see David coming up. Maybe
he's still showing as being in the meeting.
Yeah. Well, can we try, David, if you're not ready, let's go to Ricky, if you're able to chime in and ask a water sewer question.
Hi, I was wondering if there is any plan to motion requiring property managers to do lab certified water quality testing for occupancies and facilities, similar to how there is the fire hazard prevention ordinance enforcement.
Okay.
We haven't proposed that. Our responsibility is to deliver water that's been tested to the tap. And then when you get into these larger buildings, we haven't discussed having an ordinance for interior inspections or testing. That we're following the state and federal guidelines for drinking water. So we haven't explored those options.
From a town perspective, that water quality report just came out, didn't it?
It did, yeah. So the water that the town produces at the water treatment plant and pipes through the town's water mains is very good, clean, healthy, safe water. As Steve pointed out, once it gets past a meter and into a private building, it's then the responsibility, the private piping inside is the responsibility of the owner of the private building.
Because property managers aren't taking that responsibility, though, just as they weren't taking the responsibility to do fire hazard prevention previously, then why are we not making more requirements of them to have higher standards?
Well, I mean, it might have to do with the feasibility of being able to reliably test within every building in Brattleboro. But does Steve or Dan want to comment on that?
Well, that's an enormous task. I mean, you know, the objective of delivering clean water as a public water supply was to have an infrastructure to bring that water to the dwellings. And so once you have your dwelling and we've delivered the water as safe drinking water, then currently it's the responsibility of the building owner. And I don't really know how we would enter into a program to inspect if we would have, you know, it would be another whole layer that I don't think we're prepared to take on.
I think the question was speaking about the fire inspections and the program that the town instituted with a new fee related to fire inspections. And I think that's a really valid question, but the answer is that program already existed. There wasn't a fee attached to it because we only came out about once every 10 years to conduct those those inspections. But the requirements that were, you know, the checklist, if you will, that the inspectors went through upon looking at these different properties already existed. And the recommendation staff made and the decision that the select board made was to take that existing program and increase the frequency of inspections by attaching a fee to that and adding some staff hours to get that work done. In this case, it would require actually creating something brand new from scratch that would involve testing the private water in these buildings. It could be done, but it would have to be done as an entirely new program that would have to be scoped and staffed, and fees would have to be attached to it unless the ratepayers of the system were going to share that cost equally. So that's where it sits at this time.
Is there any second motion to initial that program?
I guess the simple answer is no. Members of the public can't make a motion in our deliberations. So I'd like to move on. David actually has chimed in and said that he's having some technology issues. So he's sent me a question, and I'm just going to read it verbatim. And I think it's more to Peter's expertise. Has to do with the budget. So for deferred capital expenditures, vehicles, what happens to money? Is it set aside for future, or does capital plan get adjusted?
So
That's sort of verbatim.
Right. In a case where money is appropriated for a vehicle or a project for that matter, and then it doesn't move forward, we don't buy the vehicle or complete the project as quickly as anticipated. In the capital appropriations, unlike general fund appropriations, they stay with the purpose for which they were approved. So in the general fund, if you approved $50,000 for some purpose, and then that purpose didn't go forward in the course of the fiscal year, at the end of the fiscal year on June 30th, the $50,000 would fall back into the general fund balance. In both the capital expenditures of the general fund, when things are moved, money is moved from the general fund to the capital fund to support general fund activities, and in the operation of the utilities fund and the parking fund for that matter, when money has been identified and approved to be spent on a capital purchase or project, it stays with that until it's completed. We report from time to time to the board about the money that has accrued in capital fund balance because of, say, projects that maybe we thought were going to cost $100,000 and it got completed, let's say, for $85,000, so there was $15,000 worth of savings. That money at the end of that project will roll into the capital fund balance, and from time to time, we fund something either partially or completely using capital fund balance. So we advise you about those kinds of actions from time to time as we work through them. But the deferral of something where something was scheduled for a particular year, but we come upon that particular year and the piece of equipment is still in really good shape, and so we don't believe it needs to be replaced. Because money hasn't actually been appropriated for that yet, that's going to be money we would ask for in another year's budget cycle. It's not money that defers. Money only defers on with the deferred expense when it has been approved by the select board or in some large expenditures by representative town meeting.
Thank you. If there's no board objections, I'm going to move on to item C, preliminary discussion of fiscal year 21 utility rates. And Peter will kick it off first.
Thank you. So I'd like to start this by just being really clear about what we're recommending. It is a significant rate increase, and so we want to acknowledge that and lay that out as the starting point of the conversation, and then explain the rationale for why we have brought you the recommendation that we have this evening, and answer any questions you may have, and take this conversation wherever you may want to take it if you have concerns about this. But the recommendation is that for each of the next 5 years, starting with July 1st of this year and each of the successive July 1sts, that there would be a 2% increase in sewer rates. While we are currently experiencing a year where the operating costs are flat, it's unusual. Over the long haul of things, operating costs do increase like all other costs do. And our expectation is that a rate of increase of approximately 2% a year is a reasonable carrying cost for the utility. And so that's why the sewer reflects 2% each year. The water, we also are recommending a 2% increase for this coming July 1st, a month from now, and then 6% for each of the following 4 July 1sts. And the reason for that is because of the replacement of the water filtration plant up at Pleasant Valley. We've had discussions about this explicitly a couple of weeks ago, and there's additional engineering work being done to prepare for that replacement. The existing water filter plant was put online in 1989 and had an expected useful life of 20 years. So that's 2009. There was replacement planning that began in the 2003-2004 timeframe, but for perfectly valid reasons related to higher priorities in the sewer system and elsewhere in the water system, there have been investments made in utilities capital that postponed this project. We're at a place now where we really can't postpone it any longer without taking a very great risk. A 31-year-old water plant that was built with an expected useful life of 20. So we are doing everything we can to engineer that well and have it be efficient, but also a good solid investment in a long-term performance, something we hope to be able to represent to you and expect to be able to represent to you as a expected useful life greater than the 20 years of the original plant. That's the path we're on. And right now, the conservative cost estimate for that project is $11 million. That includes a 25% contingency factor. So we hope that we'll be able to bring the final cost estimates and then ultimately the bid award to you at a lower cost than that. And as you know from the discussion a couple of weeks ago, there is a very generous program of funding assistance through the state's revolving loan fund. The money that's available for utility projects, municipal utility projects through the state is very significant and very cheap compared to market rates for borrowing money. And so there is the possibility that we might borrow the money we need for this project at 0% interest. That happens during certain cycles with this fund. It is not guaranteed, and we're a year away from the time when we'd be actually locking in an interest rate and borrowing the money and proceeding with the project. So we've got ground to cover yet on this, but in forecasting what it would take to carry this fund forward in a responsible, financially responsible manner while we're taking care of that very major capital improvement, we have recommended that you adopt an ordinance that would say a 5-year ordinance. It's typical that these are done. It's not always done this way. It can be done a year at a time, but particularly when facing a large capital improvement like this, it's good to lock in rate increases for the future so that it's really clear to the public that there's a The recommendation would be that you adopt an ordinance that has the 2% increases for sewer, the 2%, and then 6% increases for water, and that you revisit these rates each year. So a year from now, you'd be looking at how did things turn out with the final planning for that water plant? How much is it really going to cost for the money we need to borrow in order to make it happen? What happened with the cash flow in the fund this year? We're assuming that there's going to be a couple of $1 million available from the utility fund balance that'll be applicable to the water plant project expense. And we have a high level of confidence in that for reasons we'll describe in a minute. But things can change over the course of the year, and hopefully in this case for the better, since we've done some conservative cost estimating on the water plant. And so what we think would be prudent is that you adopt this path forward so that we know that we'd be able to sustain the solid financial operations of the utility and complete the major water improvement project. And then by revisiting these rates each year, as circumstances change, you'd be able to make adjustments. And the likelihood is that any adjustments would be reducing the amount of increase. The reason for the 5.2s and really the reason for the 2 and the 6s, because the 5.2s is related more to just the general carrying cost of the sewer utility. But we applied 2 tests, if you will, 2 standards that we thought were important in estimating the cash flow of the utility fund. Right now, there's about $3.5 million of unallocated fund balance in the utility fund. And you and prior select boards over the last few years in seeing this water project coming have been careful to try to preserve as much fund balance there as possible so that at this moment, when we did undertake the water project, we could essentially, in household terms, have a good down payment amount, right? A large enough amount in cash that we would limit the amount of borrowing that we needed to do. So there's $3.5 million of fund balance there. We want to apply a standard. We believe it would be prudent for you to agree to apply a standard that we would never let the cash balance in the utility fund in any particular year drop below $1 million. The reason for that is there's no adopted standard in the utility fund the way there is the adopted guideline of 10% fund balance for the general fund. And in the absence of an adopted standard that we need to adhere to, we believe that it's prudent not to let the overall fund balance drop below $1 million because when there is a surprise in these systems, it's expensive. This is mostly underground utility or major expensive plant infrastructure. And so when something fails, it's not usually an inexpensive surprise project for us. It's usually an expensive surprise project. And in order to ensure the continued ability of the fund, we management, our predecessors have managed these funds very well over the years so that the town's utility has been really both financially solid and able to be resilient in moments like addressing that damage that occurred in Irene, and at other times. We recently, just in the last few years, had a very large water main that runs under Western Avenue, and where it crosses I-91 attached to the bottom of the bridge, the Route 9 bridge that is at exit 2, it was leaking. It was something we couldn't allow to continue. It had to be addressed, and it hadn't been on a capital plan because it suddenly began leaking. So those kinds of projects can occur and need to be addressed promptly. And so we recommend that we maintain a standard of no less than $1 million in the combined water and sewer portions of the utilities fund, and that we not let either one, and in this case we're talking about water because water is where the big financial draw is about to happen, that we don't let either of those two components drop into the negative. The thinking there is if we allow the water component in doing the financial analysis around the health of the utility fund and the operations and cash flow in the utility fund, if we let the water component drop into the red, then sewer ratepayers are actually subsidizing the water operation. Now, that's a relatively minor matter, but we think it's not an entirely unimportant one. It's relatively minor because most customers of the system are both water and sewer. But it's not entirely true. There are water customers that are not on the sewer system, and there are sewer customers that are not on the water system. And we think it's important as a matter of fair operation of the utility that we not allow one part of the system to carry the other part of the system. If we got into that habit, we would have an enduring inequity. And so the two standards we applied to our cash flow analysis was don't let water go in the negative, and don't let the fund in its entirety go below $1 million. And when we applied that test, we then looked at alternatives that would have as small as possible of an increase in the first year. We thought maybe we'd be able to, in these times with COVID, still a real issue for all of us to deal with, and other financial stressors, that if it was possible to have a year when neither the water nor the sewer increased, for the first year, and then we did increases in the future when we need to for that capital improvement for water, and then to carry forward in good financial standing, what would that look like? And that would be carrying forward from this current year. It's probably worth reminding everyone at this point that we had a 5-year ordinance that we completed a year ago that was adopted by the select board in conjunction with the completion of the major sewer improvements and the bond that was issued for that, or the borrowing from the revolving loan fund for the upgrade of the wastewater treatment plant and some major components of the sewer system. That was over $30 million worth of work, and there was actually, and it's just coincidence, I'm going to explain in a moment why it's just coincidence and not numbers we pulled out of the air. But there actually were 5 years of 6% increases on the sewer side and 2% increases on the water side that were in that ordinance for those 5 years. And then we had 1 year of 0. So we are in a year where the rates that everyone is paying are exactly the same as they were a year ago. But going back from there, there was that 5-year ordinance where it was 2s for water and 6s for sewer. The reason why what we got in front of you this evening is the exact reverse of that is because we started off with this idea of what would it look like if we did 0s in the first year. and any alternative, no matter what we played with, without going to 8% or 9% increases in the out years, any 0% alternative failed the test. We then looked at what would happen if it was 1% increases in both water and sewer. And those failed. We looked at two different alternatives there, and they failed to keep the water balance in the black. They fell into a situation with just 1% increase in the first year on water, and then the big expenses that are coming, those alternatives failed to keep the water system carrying its own weight. And one of the two tests failed both. Didn't keep the fund funded to $1 million either. We then looked at alternatives where it was a 2% increase for water and a 0% increase for sewer in the first year, and then again looking at up to 6% increases going out beyond that. And that alternative failed test number 2. We didn't keep the fund balance at or above $1 million. We looked at 3 different alternatives that would have 2s in the first year and then some different amounts of increase going out into the future years. And it was in that, running through those tests, that we arrived at what, given the 2 parameters we were trying to meet and given 2% increases in the first year, became the sweet spot, and that was 6% increases in water, continuing 2s for sewer and 6s for water going forward into the 4 following years. I do have some data I can share if you want to take a deeper dive into the outcomes of any of those different alternatives that we tested. But my main point here is, if we could have come to you and recommended less than 2 and 2 in the first year, or less than 6 for the water in each of the 4 following years, we would have been really happy to do that. We wish we could have done that, but it was trying to maintain the financial stability of the fund in the 2 ways that I've described, that we arrived at this recommendation before you tonight as being the least amount of increase that would carry the fund and meet those 2 standards. And that assumes, the full $11 million cost and so on of the plant. So there are ways in which, as we go forward, we might be able to bring you better news at these annual reviews, and you might be in an opportunity at some future cycle to reduce the amount of increase for a particular year. But for this beginning of this 5-year cycle and the importance of the construction of the water plant during the first part of this, we recommend that you adopt the 2s and the 6s as recommended.
All right. Well, you've got me most of the way. Why don't I kick it out to the other board members? I said most of the way. I saw Liz's hand go up first.
No, Ian was quite vehement.
No,
okay.
No, Liz, you first, please.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Well, I think this is some of the most important work that the town does, and I'm glad that it's being protected. My concern is kind of a regional concern. First is, how do these rates compare with what people in the surrounding towns are paying? And kind of a similar question is, have we considered a regional system? Would that be beneficial?
So let me speak to the second part and then ask Steve to speak to the first part. Because we're in Vermont, a regional system would mean running water out to places that currently are on wells, running public water out to places that are on wells. So there's not really an economy of scale to be gained there. Although under certain circumstances, it's unusual, but it does happen. We do go outside our borders and can bring in customers. And the most recent example of that was Algiers. So as part of the additions to the water and sewer system for Commonwealth Dairy and the Delta campus, the town system now services Algiers, and they are paying customers as part of our system, just like the folks in Brattleboro. So there are sometimes opportunities for that, but they're very limited in our rural environment. As to rates, we compare really favorably, but I don't know the details, and Steve does. So let me ask him to speak to it.
Okay, one other thing on regional, we also supply wastewater disposal at our facility, and we received extra funds when we built our facility. So we regionally take all the small towns in Windham County and then some in New Hampshire at our wastewater treatment plant. So that helps maintain or keep the cost down for people that have septic systems that are not on our system. And we also received, again, a fair amount of funding to become a regional host for those type of ways. So that's another place that we participate regionally. As far as the rates, there was a recent study that was done, and they actually used Brattleboro, so I jumped right on the bandwagon because that seemed appropriate. It included Brattleboro, Bennington, Rutland, Montpelier, Waterbury, and also we put in Keene. And if for a user that uses 1,200 cubic feet, that would be on the smaller end as far as a user, 2 people, approximately 100 gallons a day. The average cost per quarter was $211 out of all those facilities. Brattleboro falls in at 182. There were some highs in Bennington of 267, Montpelier 256. Waterbury was a little lower with 143. Keene was 267. So I think, within the region, we fall below that 211 average and would, including increases, so I think we're right within the area that we should be as compared to regionally.
Well, that's good news. Thank you.
I thought it was good news too.
Yes.
Daniel.
I did some math because I have here in front of me my water and sewer bill, and I just wanted to have like a sense of like what the real world impact of these rate increases would be. And so my bill for 600 cubic feet this last quarter came to 130.43. Sounds like I don't use that much compared to other people. And then next year, that the equivalent usage would be 133.04, and then in fiscal year 22, 137.66. And I didn't go out past that because, that 6% each year looks a lot. And I just wanted to kind of have a real sense of like how that would impact our household budget. And I mean, I'm only speaking for my own circumstances. I feel like I could probably find the extra money for it. But I know that for households that, really struggle, I mean, in my work today, I definitely talked with one that would struggle with this. So I'm just trying to weigh the benefit of having the improved plant and the impact on folks as ratepayers. And I suppose it made me think a little bit about my water meter. I had one of the old water meters. It was changed out. It was changed out because my bill all of a sudden stopped. I was like, oh, great, we're not using anything. And it was because the meter wasn't really working very well. And then when we got the new meter, it was a much better, more accurate record of how much water we were using, which actually turned out to be more than we were previously being billed for. So we had some years where we got away with it, I guess. So I wondered, like, would increasing the amount of water meters that we're installing give us a better picture of usage? Because we were talking earlier, I think, about like how revenue from water was down. I'm not saying I want to like squeeze out more money from Brattleboro, but like we should pay for the water that we use, right? And those newer meters give a more accurate picture of that, it seems to me, as a layman.
Well, one of the things you got to realize, again, as I was talking before, we talked about water meters. If we were going to make $1 million investment and change all the meters, everybody has to pay for that. So, and that smaller user like yourself would have to pay for that $1 million. And there's less than 4,000 users. So when you start to look at the math that way, being conservative and replacing meters, we've done 2/3 of the meters at this point. Financially, it's a little bit more secure for the user to replace these meters as we have been for the last 10, 15 years. And the need, there's no doubt about the need, and the water, a lot of people, have felt. And when we did our first water plant, 1989, we didn't have a water plant, and people didn't think we needed a water plant. There's a lot of people that felt you don't need a water plant. Well, we really sorely did. And so this plant has performed for us all these years, and it's necessary to provide that clean, safe drinking water. And there's a price. Water isn't free. When we were kids, they didn't have water meters on any of the residential users. No residential users paid from a meter prior to 1975. It was, you could use all the water you want, and it was a flat fee. But that's back when we had large commercial users that use large amounts of water. So they kind of carried the homeowner back in the day. But now commercial users, they don't use water for their compressors anymore. They found ways to conserve that don't need water energy in their businesses. And we don't have those big factories anymore. So it comes down to all the users having to chip in for these services. I realize, this is quarterly too that we're talking a bill. So, that's my take on it.
Oh, Ian, sorry.
Yeah. So my question is more to the standards. I don't know who wrote this memo, but they did a great job. It was really, I guess it's just the way I think. So Peter introduced the standards in the opposite order that they're in the memo. So I'm talking about standard 2, which is keeping at least $1 million. So it seems to me that standard 1 makes a lot of sense, that we wouldn't want to mess around with going, and we want to stay in the black. That makes sense. Standard 2, because there's no adopted fund balance guidelines, standard 2 seems like there's a little bit of room that we can move around with. So I'm very curious if there had been any calculation done if we change standard 2 to $750,000 or change standard 2 to $500,000, whether that could, in the adjusting, because I really liked the testing you did with when standard 1 failed or standard 2 failed, that it wouldn't work. If you were to change standard 2 to one of those other ones, I acknowledge and understand, and I listened and heard you for why you have it at $1 million, but because it's not a guideline, it's really kind of a guess. I would at least like to know what the numbers are if you were to change standard 2.
Sure. May I speak to that, Tim?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, first I want to acknowledge that $1 million in this particular case is arbitrary. I believe it's responsible, but it's arbitrary. It's not tiable to a particular standard, either in the industry or, some other kind of requirement. Having said that, Steve and Dan could cite examples better than I can of, real life surprises. I don't remember exactly what that project cost out on Western Avenue, but it was hundreds of thousands of dollars, and those kinds of things happen. And that's why we want to be prepared for, something really significant in this fund. So when you talk about possibly, having $500,000 be the standard instead of $1 million, that scares me. But, would 800,000 be reasonable? Would 900,000 be reasonable? Yeah, there's no one specifically defined level of risk tolerance that we ought to have. It's the question actually for you as sewer commissioners, and we're just trying to provide you our best advice about it. There is one alternative that failed that $1 million test, that would pass the water test, and the low year in the balance of the entire fund was only was 975,133. That's overly precise, so I've been rounding numbers in most of this conversation. I think we should call this $975,000. You know, there are assumptions made here, and you know, each year we true up the actual performance of the year to the assumptions, and you know, that's why looking at the rates year by year is a good thing to do. But in any case, at $975,000, that's really close to $1 million. And what would yield that outcome? What is the rate adjustment that is predicted to yield that outcome would still be 2s and 6s on the water side, but would be 2s and 1s instead of 2s and 2s on the. It would be, the first year would be 2 for sewer, and then 4 1s instead of 4 2s. And you know, I looked on that and said, gosh, for, you know, 1% savings on the sewer side to start down that slippery slope of, you know, kind of paring away at what the standard was that we were trying to maintain. You know, it failed the test, so I recommended what I recommended to you. But it wouldn't be wrong for you as a governing body over this utility to say, yeah, 975, that's more or less adhering to the $1 million standard. And it means the sewer ratepayers will save a little bit of money during the term of the rate increases. That's not a wrong answer. It's just a less fiscally conservative approach. And I particularly as it relates to protecting ourselves against capital surprises in a community with old infrastructure, I will always be recommending to you that we take a conservative approach to funding the preparation for those surprises.
Thank you very much.
Liz.
I would like Steve's clarification on something that one of my esteemed sewer commissioners said. It's not, the way I see it, this water plant is not a choice between improvement at a certain cost. It's a choice between a new system, because the other one is well past its useful life and not, right? It's like the whole system needs to be replaced. We're not talking about improvements here. Is that correct?
That's correct. And as the board recalls, when we described the facility, you know, there is some savings there with the stainless steel filters that we purchased in '89 can be rebuilt. But other than that, the rest of the facility, the building, you know, has pretty much been condemned. So it needs to be replaced. And it's critical to meet the water standards. That the standards have changed a lot since 1989, and this will give us ability to, you know, to supply that safe drinking water.
Thank you.
And there's some compliance issues too, right?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Tim.
Oh, Peter.
Just at the risk of kicking a dog, I hope I don't regret. I feel like I didn't completely answer your question, Ian. I know I answered it in principle, but I only gave you one example. You asked me, you know, what would it look like if we went lower, right? And so the one other thing I want to say is every other test failure that I described was below 900,000. So the reason I cited that one is it's the only example of an alternative that we rejected because it failed the test, and it came really anywhere near the $1 million standard. So you'd have to lower that standard to something less than $900,000 for any of the other alternatives to pass the test.
Yeah, and that is kind of what my question was, like which one of those tests would have passed if our standard had been lowered to $750,000 or $500,000. I realize I'm making you nervous with that, and I guess
so at $500,000 they all pass. Yeah. Well, the ones that fail on the water side don't, but the ones that failed that $1 million test all would pass a $500,000 test. The other numbers are, they range between $645,000 and $838,000.
Yeah.
And I would venture to say I could use we, and it wouldn't be the royal we, but we, Steve and I, would urge you not to go as low as $838,000 in the fund balance, in the utility fund.
Still, you did invite the select board to come up with additional information on resources that we might need in making our decision. Just wanted to remind everybody this is a preliminary discussion, so we don't have to get to everybody feeling perfect. And so in that spirit, I don't want to drag it on too long, but I had what I think is a really simple question and an idea that might not be quite so simple, and you'll have to come back to us on. Can someone correct me if I'm wrong, but are the sewer rates based upon the water usage?
They are.
They are. Okay.
Yeah, there are nuances to that as it relates to the large industrial users that Steve could speak to better than I can. But for households and for most customers of the system, sewer rates are based on water usage.
And I just asked that because when you mentioned fairness between water and sewer, then I'm wondering how that kind of factors into that consideration. And I haven't really thought that through yet, but that might be just something for me to think about. And if you had any further comments the next time we talk about it. When I look, you kind of have me on the criteria and everything, and overall it's well thought out. But I just keep returning to that 26666, and given the fact, well, I know that I have a feeling we're going to come back to this. So we're going to come up with this 5-year plan, and it's likely we'll return to it. But I kind of also want to give it a good amount of thought, because what if we don't? What if the next select board has no interest in looking at it, or the 3 years from now select board, whoever that may be? So I'm kind of curious what would happen if, because 2% to me looks like, like a cost of living, a maintenance of the system, as you had a phrase for it. So I'm wondering if we front loaded it a little more and then made the impact over the years more palatable to ratepayers. For instance, something like a 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Now, by my math numbers, which aren't very good usually, but you get to almost where you wanted to be within 5 years, but not quite. So anyway, I just want to throw that out there. I thought throwing you the bone for a 3-year, because we can get people excited about the project. I understand that it's going to take a little pain to make it come to fruition. Maybe you could show us the numbers and give us feedback on how you're pleased or not pleased with that.
We certainly can run that. And would you do it alongside 2s in sewer? Is that your thought?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking. Just because we put people through the ringer on the sewer side recently.
Okay. Yeah,
unless
we'll be happy to run that.
I mean, I guess to make up, it's 24 versus 26 if you add up all of the yearly increases, but that's almost to the point where you want it, and I guess you could squeeze it out of sewer if you wanted to really get there.
And the other thing that goes on there, as you pointed out, is if you front end with a 3 instead of a 2, there's a compounding benefit to that, but that's certainly going to be muted by the 4 and the 5 that replace 2 6s. And so we'd be guessing. We'll run it through the system and we'll let you know the results.
Yeah. I mean, I think we also, as a board, have to kind of balance what we hope is going to be a pretty favorable bonding out and some discounts that we discussed earlier. So, I mean, I'm trying to balance everything with, and I know on that side, you don't want to assume we're going to get something and then not have it not happen.
Yeah, but that's exactly the concern there, is if we take a more affordable approach now and then don't get the answers we hope we'll get to those questions a year from now, you might be in a situation, or the next board might be in a situation of actually needing to increase or allow the balance to fall too low, or, you know, precariously low. But there's no one right answer to these things, and we're happy to run this additional permutation on it and bring it back to you and show you what that looks like. Can I just make a quick comment about timing?
Oh, sure.
Appropriate time for that. So the ordinance needs to be adopted in June to be effective July 1st. So if you feel comfortable as a group that unless what Tim just described comes out, you know, preferable, that you'd be inclined to approve what we've recommended to you, then what I'd like to do is put first reading of the ordinance on for next Tuesday, and you could adjust the rates. That won't bind you into it, but if you think you might be ready to either see a better outcome and embrace that, or go forward with 2s and 6s, then I'd like to put this ordinance on for first reading. If not, we don't have to. We still have some time to work with this over the next couple of weeks, but it would require a special meeting sometime during June, because having first reading on June 16th and the second reading in July wouldn't meet the deadline.
Okay, so there wouldn't be anything stopping us from, once we have those numbers plugged in, from tweaking it after the first reading or during the first reading.
You could tweak it during the first reading and then adopt it a second time. You know, you don't vote on it on first reading, so you can modify it on first reading and make sure the public understands that's what's happening, and then adopt it 2 weeks later.
The other board members.
Could I get the water and sewer budget, or not, water and sewer, the fund, what's been withdrawn from it for the last like 10 years for like basing the $1 million on?
Yes.
That question makes sense? I don't know if it's easy.
Sure. So I want to make sure we give you what you're asking for. So, you know, there's operating costs, of course, that have varied some, and they've varied for reasons related to controllable things, and then they've varied for reasons just related to, you know, changes in technology and efficiencies or inefficiencies in operations. So, but we could, I think if I'm understanding where you're coming from, you want to gauge the level of protection that the $1 million provides. So I think what you're more interested in than all the withdrawals, which would be operating and all the planned capital improvements, is more like what surprises have we encountered and of what magnitude. Is that fair?
As per usual, Peter, you phrased it much better. Thank you.
We'll do an analysis of that also and put that in the materials for next time.
Thank you.
Great. Well, I thought I was going to get out of this, and I just got a message. So I think I'm going to take public comment, and I have one person who has definitely raised her hand, and that's Kate O'Connor. You want to come up real quick? Kate, we're trying to go forward to parking.
Yeah, this is going to be just quick. I wanted to prove that I was still watching, but are you going to show like what the rates increase mean for like the average person? I know in the past you've had the numbers so that we can see what the increases mean over the years.
We'll do that. Daniel spoke to it and Steve did, but what we'll do is in the backup materials for next time, we'll actually take that average. I think Steve said it was 183 in Brattleboro. We'll take that and put these rate increases on it and show exactly what it would turn into. Absolutely.
Thanks, Liz. Kate, that's a good suggestion. Great. Well, and I don't see any phone participants right now. I'd really love it, unless anybody has a last question, I'd love to be able to just do our preliminary discussion of FY21 parking fund budget. So I don't know why I can't get this into my head. Do we need a vote to get out of water sewer?
No. Oh, well, to stop being water and
yeah.
sewer commissioners, yes. You don't need to vote on this on the matter, but you do need to adjourn as water and sewer commissioners.
All right. Who wants to make a motion?
So moved.
All right. Randy has moved to adjourn as water sewer commissioners. All those in favor, say aye.
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 And Daniel came in just in the nick of time to give us 5. I was on the edge of our seats. So at 9:26, understanding that we're all getting a little tired, I'd love to just open up a discussion about proposed fiscal year 21 parking fund budget, because, well, it's always, people always have opinions about parking. So I'd love to make the papers with this one. I don't know if we will. Go ahead, Peter.
All right. Once again, I'll just make brief introductory remarks. Patrick will join us, having spent most of his time the last few weeks as an extraordinary engineer of our meetings. He'll be the presenter of the parking fund budget here in a moment. What I wanted to underscore is the most unusual moment in time we find ourselves in the parking fund. So, I know you're all aware of it, but I just need to say that shutting it down was the right thing to do, but has also not taken our expenses to zero and has taken our revenues to zero. And we've been there since mid-March. So the numbers are in the materials that we've provided to you. We still do, because we also didn't proceed to implement capital improvements that had been approved for this fiscal year. We're saving that money. And so we're in a position where, we're going to end the year in the black. The fund will end the year in the black, but at a severe deficit for this fiscal year. And if we don't begin operating at near normal levels in the new fiscal year, we will run out of money in the fall. And the parking fund will go in the red, which means it becomes a burden to the general fund, which means all the taxpayers have to pick up the balance of it. So we wanted to make sure that as you look at the particular numbers we're proposing, which are really sort of bare minimum, just keep the operation functional numbers, that it presumes that we would begin operating by July 1st. We would begin doing parking enforcement and parking fee collection again by July 1st at the latest. And we think that's reasonable, alongside some other things that we're working on with the business community. We think that there's ways in which operating an effective parking enforcement system is actually beneficial to the businesses, and we would give up some parking revenue and some of the capacity of the system in some of the things we're working on that you'll be seeing as soon as next Tuesday night, regarding parklets and other ways in which we're trying to do things in collaboration with the business community as the recovery occurs. So we think there's some giving and taking here, and that rightly viewed, operating a parking system that requires people to pay and then enforces them being there for a limited period of time so that there's turnover of those spaces to benefit the proprietors at the various businesses. We think that this actually all is part of, working together with the downtown through the recovery, but it's important to have that July 1st date in your mind. All these numbers we're going to talk about related to the parking fund get worse if we wait longer than July 1st to reactivate parking. Patrick?
Okay, thank you, Peter. You did an excellent job summarizing the memo. I'll just go straight into the budget then. And the proposed fiscal 21 parking fund budget carries a revenue side of about $876,000. This is about $40,000 less than fiscal 20, and there are a couple of reasons for that. A couple of significant reasons for that. You'll notice that bond interest has dropped fairly dramatically by about $21,000. And this is one of those situations where, the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank refinances from time to time, and occasionally that provides us with real increases, and we've benefited greatly from that in other places. There are times when also the bond bank giveth and the bond bank taketh away. So in fiscal 21, we're down by about $21,000 in bond interest. We're projecting that parking meter revenue is going to be on the increase. That's going up by about $25,000. And we think this is really reflective of the public's ability to more easily manage their way through the parking system, right? So a couple of years ago, we installed new smart meters, and those smart meters provide a variety of methods for people to pay for parking, and they allow them to re-up their parking a little bit more easily. And we think all of that is actually a really good thing. It supports a more successful experience for the user. The flip side of that is we're writing fewer tickets. And so you'll notice that parking fines has dropped by about 45,000. And that's really a fair reflection of the fact that we're just penalizing people less, which is another way of saying they're having a more successful experience within the system. So on the whole, revenues are down by about $40,000. One of the things that I point out in the memo, and I think it's important for everyone at home and in here to understand, is that typically the parking fund has had a positive balance at the end of the year, meaning it brings in more revenue than it spends. And this enables the parking fund to be able to cover the cost of maintaining all of the parking fund assets. So that includes all the surface lots, all the meters, the transportation center, et cetera. The cost of maintaining those facilities is borne by the users within the fund, and that positive balance is necessary for us to have enough capital to be able to make capital improvements. So if we find ourselves in a future where the parking fund has a balanced budget each year, that may be cause for us to take a look at it in the future for opportunities to raise income, whether that be rates, possibly permit rates, whether that means perhaps establishing a minimum threshold for using a credit card. Some communities do that, not everybody. But just want to highlight for the board in this preliminary discussion, the need to have the parking fund actually generate revenue is what enables us to maintain the system in a manner which I think the public is appreciative of. I know we got a lot of positive feedback from the work we did in the Harmony parking lot a couple of years ago. So that positive balance is what enables us to be able to undertake those projects. Flipping over to the expense side, there's really not a whole lot going on here. Fiscal 20 had an expense side budget of $872,000. Fiscal 21 has an expense side budget of $875,000, so a couple of $1,000s more. Really talking about level expenses. There are obviously a couple of increases in salaries, but those are offset to a degree by health insurance. This is a very small pool of people, and one change in one household can have a fairly significant impact on the health insurance costs. So somebody going from a family plan to a single plan is helping to offset wage increases that are provided by means of the collective bargaining agreements that the board has approved. There's a slight increase in depreciation, and there's a slight increase in operating expenses having to do with the need to more frequently replace more expensive batteries with the new meters. But on the whole, the expenses are not quite level, but pretty close, 0.4%. And at this point, I would take any questions the board might have.
Thank you, Patrick. Great report. Brandy has her hand up. We're going to dive right in.
Hi. I just first want to say that, Patrick, now that you're on the scene, Daniel has some rivalry because we were admiring Daniel's angles and roofing, and now that you're here, there's competition. So I don't know that I have a question. I just have a statement of, I think the regular citizen part of me had this fantasy of, free parking all the way through the Rona, mostly just because it's so easy just to get out of just to come downtown and get out of your car, and everything else has been so not easy. But I think it's really important that we gently really show people the things we need to pay for. And, the thing that really comes to my mind from the memo is, needing to shore up the leaking and experience goods and Dottie's. I mean, we sit here, we spend an hour and a half talking about how we want to be supportive to our downtown business community, and not having water leaking into their leased establishments is a great way to do that. And so I think as much as I, as a regular Brattleburian, would love to just go downtown and park, I think it's important that we really talk about the things that this fund pays for and how it really needs to be self-sustaining.
Yeah, thank you, Brandy. And well, I'm wanting to point out that we've already had some complaints and issues about the Wild West of parking that we have right now already downtown. And if things ramp up even more in the next couple of weeks, those conditions where somebody is just parking in one spot all day with no regulation is it's going to be even worse for some of the merchants who would like people to be able to park near their establishment. So anyway, the July 1st projection is certainly a reasonable one. You could even argue if the governor starts ramping things up more quickly, you could argue that we should kick it off before then, but it's always a balance. Anyone else with, I had a couple of comments, but obviously I made one on. Who else has a comment or question for Patrick or Peter?
Just a quick question. What is depreciation? I don't really understand.
Either you or me.
I'll do that. So Patrick and I aren't going to be able to tell you exactly how it's calculated. It's a number that we get from the finance department when we're putting the budget together. But what it represents is the diminishing value of our assets. So after we've made a substantial investment in our capital improvements, our depreciation number increases and then will decrease over time, because when it's new and we've just invested in it, it loses value fast. And then eventually it loses all its value and it's just an old piece of infrastructure until the next time we invest in it again. So when enough of that has happened, depreciation might stay really low for a while. This is a fund where we've actually done a fair amount of investment, especially in the meters and the kiosks, but also in the Harmony lot, as Patrick mentioned, over in the Harris lot. The last 4 or 5 years has been a period of time when we have done some freshening up of some of the facilities that had gotten really old and potholed and needed some attention. And so depreciation has increased during this time because of that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Daniel?
I feel like this is a stupid question, but I'm going to ask it anyway because I can't help myself. Like, does the parking fund have to be the parking fund? Couldn't the cost of running parking in Brattleboro just be part of the general fund? Does it have to be run like a business? And I was thinking about it from like an equity point of view, and I was like, well, I never go to the Gibson Aiken Center. I never use the rink, and I don't complain about it because it's just those are things we have in the town, and we have parking and parking structures and parking infrastructure. Does it have to be a fund like this?
It does not. It is in other communities operate it in different ways, including as just a department of the general fund. There are places where it operates as a department of the general fund.
I mean, I guess why I was asking was because I was hearing, you know, we're in a position where we need it to make money. Otherwise, it's going to be a drag on the general fund. And I'm also well aware that, like, you know, from a kind of habits point of view, if we say parking is free in Brattleboro forever, that, yeah, we won't get the turnover and it'll be a problem for people. And I don't know. I just wanted to voice it and hear somebody sensibly talk me down.
May I speak to that, even though it's 9:41? So there's no one right answer to actually either of those, but especially not to the enterprise fund question, right? So it's a good practical way to run something like this that does have a fee structure established as part of it, to run it like a little business and keep it solvent. It's a common practice and it's a good practice when you can do it. There aren't a lot of our operations in local government lend themselves well to that. And so that's why we only have two in Brattleboro: the utility operation, which is very commonly, almost always on its own as a utility fund. I mean, sorry, as an enterprise fund, and parking, which is commonly done that way. But if you were to decide as a policy matter with broad perspective for what's best for the community, that running parking as a department and allowing it to be partially subsidized by general fund revenues is more appropriate. There is absolutely nothing at all wrong with that. The decision to, as Tim referred to it, the Wild West, to allow parking in the downtown area to be controlled by human behavior rather than by as a fee and enforcement structure, I think is a really fundamentally different question. So even if you decided that philosophically you wanted this to be part of the general fund because it's part of the shared operation of all that we do, and it's okay for some people to be paying into the parking fund who aren't using it as much as others because of exactly like what you said about other functions of town government, if you decided that that was the appropriate way to go, we would still strongly recommend that we operate more or less as we do today. It's a well-run operation. You know, we have a small amount of employees who work effectively together to, you know, keep the system operational and to enforce the rules. And that's not always the most popular job in town. And, you know, they do a good job. They do it in all kinds of weather all year long. And the benefits to the community of having good parking enforcement are both financial and quality of life in the downtown.
Thanks.
I'm a strong believer in user fees. I like how, you know, the water and sewer users pay for the water and sewer, and the people who park pay for their parking, and it all shouldn't be on the taxpayer. The property tax.
Thank you, Liz. And if no one has anything else, I wanted to leave on a couple of positive notes. I have asked if anyone has public questions, just chime in on the chat. I want to remind everybody that we really, I think, did a very good job of being very responsive to not only the downtown merchants, but everybody in, you know, who operates downtown, works, lives in the smart meter upgrades. Overall, I mean, the response to our actions there have been highly positive. And I think the happiness level has gone up substantially because of those actions. And as Peter and Patrick pointed out, the revenue has gone down, but it's one of those revenues going down that we can be happy about. Similar in my mind to composting. You know, it's we keep having to transfer those funds to the waste bags because it is such a successful program. And so the other piece of good news that I wanted to mention in the revenue dropping almost in half. If I'm looking at the actuals, FY18 to FY19, the parking boot income has almost halved. So if you recall, just about a year ago, maybe there was quite a bit of buzz about how terrible the boots were, and they are terrible to be, from both perspectives, to be putting on people. It's not great PR. So in the new budget, it's been cut in half for the parking boot income, and I think that's a good thing too. So I think we're making us a necessary evil less evil by we're dialing in good things for people who use the parking system. That's my feel-good comments for today. Anybody have any closing comments? No. It's very funny on this end because I often get it feels like I get stares instead of voices. But, so I always want to turn up my volume to see if I'm hearing anything wrong. Well, no one has anything else to close out our meeting with? Thanks, everybody. Does anybody else have anything to say that might lead us to the end of the meeting?
Go and enjoy a cool beverage and some fresh air.
Liz?
I move to adjourn.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Lead them to water. Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks,
Good night,
everybody.
everybody.
since it's now 5:31, we can start the meeting.
Yes.
Come to order. And as I told some people, we have Brian Bashaw from BCTV recording this meeting so that we will have reference and it will be part of the community record. Review and approve the minutes from the meeting of April 27th. I trust that everybody has received these minutes.
Right.
Yes. I move approval, Byron.
Byron, you're moving to approve them as circulated?
Yes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye or hold up a hand.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Approved. Residents and citizen participation. The minutes noted that there were no residents or citizens present in person or over the phone, and no one had submitted anything to the board for review. Is that the same thing true this month, Christine?
Yes, no one has submitted anything to review.
So we can move on to COVID-19 updates. Christine, you're on.
Okay. So just a few updates from last month. So things are, staff updates things are still the same. We have a safety plan that we're developing to bring some more staff into the office, but for the time being, we have kept as many people as possible working remotely. And we still have the offices and the site offices closed at this point. We do have staff that are regularly coming into the main office on shifts. One person upstairs, one person downstairs. Staff are taking their temperature. They have to say that they've taken their temperature and document what it is before they come in. They need to document when they're there and when they leave. And they need to wear a mask when they're out of their office or around anybody else. The maintenance are doing the same. They're continuing to work alternate shifts. And they are also documenting every day, in addition to those items, where they're working. So if they've been at a certain site, we know where they've been, and we're keeping them on the separate shifts so that if one of them gets sick, they're not all out. And so we're going to do that probably until the state of emergency has been lifted. But we are looking at trying to get some staff on site, but we're still trying to figure out what the provisions would be for people to be on site. I've been on site just like in my car and driving around, and I've gotten out and I wear a mask, but I have not engaged with residents in any capacity. I try to go really early in the morning or kind of later in the day. And really that's for their safety as well as my own. And so
Try to engage with you, Christine.
What'd you say?
They try to engage with you.
Sometimes, and I'm very clear that I want to talk to them, that I'm always available. They can call me anytime, but for right now, because of the safety situation, it's really important for me to keep a distance. And so we've had, I think that residents are still a little bit nervous. We've had a couple of scares and panics at sites. People, got some information, and there was sort of rumors going around, but so it really made me realize that people are still nervous. And so we want to make sure that when we do come back, that we're as safe as possible and that the residents have a clear expectation of what we're going to be doing.
Is it the case that we still have no cases?
As of today, we still do not have any cases. We have been very lucky.
Great.
So I'm feeling very fortunate, very, very, very lucky. And so, fingers crossed, we'll make it through this. And so we've been, but we have a plan in place in case we do have a case, and we have lots of, we have lots of plans now, which we really, have evolved over this process. And so in a lot of ways, we're in a much better shape today than we were before COVID even reared its ugly head. And we are coming up with a plan, and staff is very supportive of the plan of coming back with the restrictions that we'll have. We did a staff survey, and everybody responded, and I got a lot of great feedback about
the comfort level of staff.
Good.
Ready to move on to property updates?
Sure. Yeah, just a couple of property updates. So the maintenance, as I said, are still alternating shifts and primarily doing emergency work orders and turnovers. We did take down the playground at Ledgewood Heights. It had been a safety concern for some time, and we had planned to take it down regardless of this situation. And so we did take it down. We cleared out that whole spot. We removed all the wood chips and cleared and cleaned the gravel. And so we're hoping that for the time being, it's a spot that kids can go and ride their bikes and play in a safe, contained area until we figure out what we want to do next. When we decide what we're going to do, we're going to engage the residents in that process. We also just HUD update. Yep. Sorry, Brian.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is it the hope to rebuild the playground?
You know, I thought that that's what we would do, but the more I talk to residents, the more they want a space for kids to be able to safely ride their bikes and skateboard and roller skate in a contained spot. So I don't know what it's going to look like.
Huh.
There's still a very small, there's like a kiddo, like a baby playground there with that's a smaller version and a swing. So those remained. Just the big wooden structure was taken out.
Yeah.
And it was really rotted. It just wasn't, we repaired it over and over again. It just could not be repaired safely. And so I think it would be interesting to see what the residents see as a good use for that land.
Right.
Demographic, how many young children versus older children are there at Ledgewood?
You know, that's a good question. It seems like there's a lot of little ones, but I think it's a real mix. I think there's a lot of teenagers too, but there's a considerable amount of kids there. There's about 70 kids overall. So it's a lot of kids.
Yes.
Yeah. And so the basketball court tends to be where like little kids want to go in there and ride their bikes around and skateboard. And then the big kids can't play basketball. And so and people get angry because we want it just be a basketball court. And so I think that if we're looking at a space where kids can play safely, then maybe we relook at the playground space.
Okay. Right. The other thing that I noticed on the portfolio manager's report, this green, is the disinfection and then air conditioner installation.
Yes. Yeah. So we are continuing to disinfect all the buildings daily. We have an outside contract that's doing that, which has been great. And then cleaning the laundry room at Ledgewood Heights more often than normal, but really focusing on disinfecting the Samuel Elliott, Red Clover, A.W. Richards, those spaces.
Air conditioners.
Air conditioners, we put a notice out. So in the past, we always had a fee for air conditioner usage. When we went to RAD, we were not able to put that in the first year plan. So we are unable to charge a utility charge for that this year. We will next year, but for this year we can't. So this year is free. And we just ask that residents register with us so that we know that they're putting the air conditioner in and that they are checked so that they're in properly so that we're not using too much energy.
Okay. And then the Lavender monthly property management. No, I think there are two other things, the HUD updates and the FEMA.
Sure, I'll just briefly go over, and I know Chris wrote about it a little too. So in terms of HUD, we have gotten some additional funds, COVID-19 money for our public housing property, which is Melrose Terrace, and also for our RAD properties. So we are going to be using that for any additional costs that we've had related directly to COVID-19. And then we're going to, and we've received our admin money for our RAD program, which we had been waiting on. We received that in the beginning of May. So that's wonderful. So we're caught up with our RAD money. And for FEMA, we have gotten into the FEMA and we've started to put in some of our costs. So FEMA will reimburse us 75% for approved costs. And then the additional we would be taking out of the HUD money. So we're in a good place. And Chris Hart is helping us. He's done the FEMA before, so that's it's a very big help to have her on board to support us through that process.
Indeed. And then move to the Lavender monthly property management update. I'm interested in the number of vacancies.
Yes, so the number of vacancies is due to the fact that we are not, we're not in the process of turning over any apartments that do not have a single entry. So based on the rules, the stay home, stay safe, we were not able to go into those units or send people into those units until until it was allowable. And so we've really refrained from having people go into the Samuel Elliott apartments because we know that it's such a high risk population. We have turned over an apartment on the first floor. So we're hoping to get that housed this month as of June 1st, but there will be 5 additional units that we're gonna have to try to fill once we can get inside. But we're really hesitant to move anyone into the building because it's a shared entry, shared elevator, that we just don't want to upset the apple cart until we know for sure that there's not as much of a risk. The other sites though, it's sort of hard because one person, you know, we're sort of moving, we're transferring a couple of people. So we're moving someone to Sam Elliott and then we're going to have a little bit of a domino effect. But we do have 2 units that we're ready to fill at Melrose, and those are ready because they have private entries that we could, and so we could turn those over. The same at Moore Court and Ledgewood. Hayes, again, we're hesitant because of the compromised the population, and also because they share that open space. And the RCC unit just came on very recently.
Okay.
It was a very recent departure. So we will be turning that over, but at this point it's new still. The stuff isn't even moved out of the apartment.
Okay. And for Red Clover, the vacancy list is the state housing list rather than our public housing list?
Yes. So the Vermont State Housing holds that list.
Okay.
They have the vouchers for that building.
As we have always looked at the rent collections, that again is an issue. Rent collections are down.
Some of these predate the COVID-19, so they're not all related to COVID. Some of them are things that have gone wrong, that have been behind previous to that, unfortunately.
Are we at the point, well, post-COVID, we don't want to make any changes until the emergency is over?
We cannot serve a notice to evict at this point. There's a moratorium on eviction for rent. So there's nothing we can do at this point. Besides, we've been sending letters saying you owe this much, you're gonna owe it eventually. Here are some resources, reach out to SEVCA, reach out to some other organizations. This is the time to catch up, and we're not getting a lot of response. There is one person who has not paid their rent, who has always paid their rent, but they have not paid it through this whole process, and they don't have a phone, they don't answer their mail. So I think that they're just holding on to I think they will pay it. I think they're just holding on to their rent because they like to hand it to us in person, and they haven't been able to do that. So that's one big fee that I'm not as concerned about, but the other ones are really specific. There's no one I don't think that we've really seen an increase in people not paying their rent that normally do.
That's good to know. Any questions? I seem to be the one who's doing a lot of talking at the moment now. Want other commissioners?
Yeah.
Certainly want everybody to pitch in with questions.
Is it surprising, Byron, is it surprising that Melrose is as low as it is?
I think Melrose is because we have two empty units. And so I think that that's really skewing the numbers. Yeah. Because there's only 25 units there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So what would the percent be excluding those units?
Well, the problem is because they've been vacant for more than 2 months, we can't get our HAP payment either. So usually we can't get our we're not getting any subsidy at all for those units, and so it's bringing it up. I don't think that we would be very far behind at all if we had those units filled.
So the actual existing tenant rent performance is not bad?
No, it's not bad. It's really primarily based on those 2 units that we're seeing this big discrepancy.
So would you say without those 2 units, we'd be at or above 80%?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Yep.
I'm wondering if some of the extra payments for COVID-19 could be used to fill the gap that where the subsidies weren't paid.
I don't think that it can at this point. I don't. And we've actually reached out to our insurance company as well to see if we could maybe get funded for interruption of business. And it was not, these types of events are not, are excluded from this.
The act of God,
yeah.
If not. Okay. Yeah. Are we ready to move on to wellness? Lorelei Morissette's report. Pink.
I think they're doing a great job.
They are doing a great job.
Well, before some of you joined the meeting, Christine and I were chatting about how the multiple contacts, and we all received the graph of the phone contacts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Letter that came separately. I'm sorry, I need to try to move so that the sun isn't on that. But the amount of contact, because we have people who are able to do that, really is setting a different pattern, which Christine was sharing with the other executive directors, if I'm remembering correctly, and let you talk a little bit more about it, Christine, because I think that the amount of direct contact by phone with all of our residents is very important.
It's impressive.
Yes.
We do have a lot of capacity to call. We have a lot of residents, but we also have more capacity than some other organizations have. And so I think we took this as an opportunity to set up a very deliberate way of reaching out to residents on a regular basis. And so it's been very helpful. And they do, they make calls and calls and calls every day. We hired a part-time person that's working 20 hours a week that's just supporting them and triaging calls and triaging information to them. And she started the beginning of last week, and she has been wonderful. She worked at a hotel and she got laid off and she wanted to do some work. And so she wanted to get into some sort of social service. She has a lot of customer service background. And so she has been really great. And that's a direct COVID expense. So we've utilized that. I think that because we've had this capacity, we've learned a lot about what our residents need and what the community needs are. A lot of times we come up with some strategies like, we usually do this big food distribution program, which we always need. And there were some staff that really wanted to do that again. And I couldn't think of a way to do it safely. And I just didn't feel comfortable with it. So I said, well, let's look at the numbers and see who needs food. And we really started to realize that nobody needs food right now. Everybody's been getting stuff. We have connections in Brattleboro. We're really lucky in Brattleboro because we've been working with the food bank and the Food Connects, and they have, or Food Works, which is through Groundworks. and some volunteers, and they've been delivering boxes of food. So people are doing okay. So we figured out that that's not where they need us. They need us in other places. They need a lot of support around isolation, being able to talk to somebody every day or every couple of days for 15 to 20 minutes. They need that.
Are we setting up a pattern that we want to continue after the emergency is over?
You know, I
And
think that's a good question. I think that we will, yeah, I think that's a good question. I think that hopefully we can carry on some of the things we've been doing through afterwards, because I think we've learned a lot about what people need.
Christine, were you able to find out if there's any organizations out there that could help fill that gap that I had brought up at the last meeting?
Yeah, and I brought it.
Doing anything?
Yeah, I brought it up to Lorelei, who's running this group, and I asked her what she thought, and also about what other resources there are. There is a warm line through HCRS, and they have been putting people in that direction, like giving people that information about the warm line, which is just a soft touch of somebody, a resource. And I think Lorelei felt that at this point, our residents weren't looking for something to call into together. They were really looking for that reassurance of someone one-on-one to talk to them. But maybe that's something going forward as things ease up a little that people might be more interested in. And I think that Thrive, which is our employee assistance program, would be interested in doing something like that for a fee.
Yeah.
Good. The SASH is so much involved with that. And I was interested that the percentage of only 18% of the calls had to do with health.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and those are primarily being directed right to the wellness nurse and some of the SASH coordinators. And we brought in an additional part-time SASH wellness nurse, the person who works in Valley Cares. She had been working remotely, and she had another job in Springfield that she was furloughed from. So we hired her to do 10 hours a week temporarily to help us catch up on some of the SASH mandated work, so that the nurse could then do more COVID response work.
Wonderful. And certainly we'll take advantage of employees that Springfield can't use. Then the family self-sufficiency, which certainly hard to work from home for Lucy Tell.
But that seems like quite a lot of participants, 35.
Yes, it's been a struggle. I think Lucy really enjoys seeing people face to face. And I think she really likes that type of work. I think it's been a challenge for her as well as the participants, but she has been working with her supervisor, who's Lorelei, at coming up with a calendar for next month with some online events to support people around financial success. So they should have something they're putting, I know Lorelei and I talked about it today, they're putting something together right now. So that should be coming out for next month.
Christina, just this is an off the top question. What would be your guesstimate of how many residents actually have computer access so that they might be able to take a look at Zoom and communications and stuff like that?
I think it depends on the site. So I think at our family sites, I think that people have a lot of people have smartphones, so they're able to do it with their phone.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think at our senior sites, it's lower.
Yeah. I did ask Rotary a couple weeks ago about the masks, and they have already been inundated with requests from nursing homes and places. Yeah. They didn't feel like they could promise anything at this point, but they would let me know if once they got through their current obligations, they would get in touch. So I did ask. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Well, just not to go off on that, but I will a little bit. We have been getting a lot of masks. We've
Good.
received quite a bunch, and we've been mailing them out. We've been labeling them depending on what kind they are, like whether they tie, they're elastic, whether they're round or rectangular. And then when people request them, we've been mailing them out. We've been getting a lot of requests, so that's good. And we're asking, we're starting to put new notices up, really asking family members to wear masks. So I ordered 100 cloth masks, which came in last week, and we're going to be putting them at the sites for people to take, so that when they come in, they put them on and then they take them home with them.
Good. That's
Because
wonderful.
we're finding that a lot of people coming in our building are not wearing masks.
How will you enforce or at least encourage mask wearing in the buildings?
So we have some new signs that come up, before it said, please just, wear them, or, we were really, it was easier to be stricter, but now as things are loosening up around the state, it's, I think we're going more like towards the angle of, thank you so much for caring about our residents and protecting them.
Okay.
Thank you so much for wearing your mask, thank you so much. Oh, you forgot yours. Grab one, they're right here. And to try to go at it that way.
All right, wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. The Housing Choice Voucher Program, the yellow this time. I'm glad that he was able to say, we've been informed we can finally expect payment of the RAD admin costs sometime in May, and they have come in. So that,
And we did, yeah.
so there will be 7 people taking housing choice vouchers at Melrose rather than expecting to move into Red Clover 2.
So there will only be 18 units at Red Clover 2. So we'll have 7 people, but we're in the process now of doing a light survey, basically a survey that says, you don't have to confirm, it doesn't have to be definite, but what are you already feeling? Because we know that there are some people that just are not going to want to go. So Chris is working on that right now as part of her development job to figure out how many people who are really sure that they're not going to go, and that will give us a better gauge. And hopefully some people will go into our public housing, some people will take vouchers, but if a lot of people decide they don't want to go to, it's hard to know what we're going to do, because if many people decide they don't want to go to Red Clover 2, we might have more spots available.
Okay.
And so then we'd have to rehouse the other people.
Are there some people at Melrose who will want to go to Red Clover 2 and we have to find temporary housing for?
I cannot imagine that the 18 residents are going to want to go to Red Clover 2. I would be very surprised, but I could be wrong. And that's why we're trying to find out from the survey. There are many people at Melrose right now who had the opportunity to go to Red Clover 1 and did not want to go.
Okay.
But if you, am I misunderstanding, if you have anybody who wants to go to Red Clover 2 and it's not yet going to be open, is there a temporary housing problem?
No, they would just stay where they are at Melrose until we're ready to house them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Well, if they don't want to go to Red Clover 2 and Melrose is eventually going to go away, that means they have to find other housing within our system, or?
So they will have an option. They'll have the option to go to another one of our housing sites, or they will have an option to take a voucher to move into the community and move somewhere else.
Okay.
Kind of like it would be a Section 8 voucher. So a voucher that they could take to live somewhere else. And so I think David put something in here. He's trying to talk to Wyndham Windsor to see if maybe they would reserve a few spaces for us, but I don't know if that's a possibility. Things are a little bit up in the air right now because there's a lot of people right now also working on trying to figure out the homeless situation in Brattleboro, since so many people are housed at the hotel. I think there's a lot of work around that as well. And so I think right now it's a little too early for us to try to hold any spots for anybody anywhere. But we are going to secure that there's vouchers so that if they need to go in the community, they will have that. And they'll have plenty of time to look. We're going to offer it to them nice and early, so they have lots and lots of time.
Good.
But we have the vouchers.
We have the vouchers.
Okay, great.
And when is Red Clover 2 going to be ready?
We are looking at 2021 to get everybody in by January 1st, 2022.
Okay.
For that date. And so the hope is that the building will be complete in October or earlier than October. I think we were hoping that everything would be complete and sometime in early summer, and that we would have 6 months to move everybody in.
Okay.
It's going to be
Remember,
a fast construction.
Yeah, well, the idea would be breaking ground now, and that, sometime in this summer, or at least getting some of the work done, and then the construction will go through the winter and then into the following year. So we're looking at about 1.5 years from now. I'm trying to think of where Chris is, and maybe my timeline's a little off. What she
She's talking about 11 months construction.
Yeah, 11 months. Yep. So closing this June and then an 11-month construction. And so needing to have everybody in no later than December 31st of 2021.
remembering that the original residents of Red Clover Commons were rushed in because we needed to have occupancy by the end of the year, I believe, or.
Yeah, and this building is going to be much, much plainer than that building. This is a very scaled down version. The apartments will be similar, but they won't have the same community space. They'll be using the community space at Red Clover Commons 1.
What does their status have to be at 2? Like a Section 8, or which one of these programs does that fit into?
What was it? I missed it. It froze for a second, Don. I'm sorry.
I don't know if I'm wording it right, but which one of these programs does Red Clover Commons 1 or 2 fit into?
So they're a project-based voucher. So So Red Clover 1, the vouchers are held by Vermont State Housing. Red Clover 2, we will hold the vouchers for the program. So we'll hold the vouchers and we'll be managing the building.
Part of the difference between the vouchers that we're going to give people who don't want to move into Red Clover 2 is that those are like Section 8 and are basically the property of the resident who has it. Whereas project-based voucher, we have the voucher and they move into, have the voucher while they're in that residence. But it doesn't.
Yeah, the voucher stays. Yeah, that's a good way of saying, Janet. Yes, thank you. The voucher stays with the unit, and so when they're living there, they pay 30% of their income, and it's based in that unit. Very similar to the way many of our housing, our public housing. So it's based on, they can't take it with them. However, they are eligible after a year to then go into a program that has a Section 8 voucher. But only if they're available.
Okay. And Section 8 vouchers are not easy to come by.
And so we'll hold the wait list for the Red Clover 2. Right now, we don't hold the wait list for the Red Clover 1 building, but we will for the Red Clover 2.
Okay.
And people
Good.
will have to apply. It sounds, weird, but people will have to apply separately for that building than Red Clover 1.
How do you keep it all straight?
Good grief.
I'm learning.
Wonderful. Okay. The RAD demonstration update on funding, I think we've already covered that. And we can move on to a financial review with the check listings in green. And then the Red Clover Commons, again, talking about how separate our financing is the 2019 budget versus the actual.
Looks very good.
I keep looking for the parentheses that say lost,
Yeah.
and they're not there, which is wonderful.
I had a couple of questions on the budget when we get there.
We're here.
Okay. Red Clover Commons 2019 budget versus actual. Line 4900 miscellaneous income. In 2019, it was projected versus actual 600 to 3311. What was the increase on that? What caused that?
It probably had to do with some sort of damage. I believe we had a water damage. Somebody had a bathtub that had overflowed and damaged down through the building. And so I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm guessing that's what it was, that a resident was billed for some sort of damage.
Sure. And on line 7170, janitorial, it went from 12,000 to 6,900. That was a pretty good savings. Was there a reason we didn't spend the 12,000?
I think it was just that that's what we had budgeted for. And I think that we ended up going with a different cleaning company that was less expensive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
So I was looking at major discrepancies and stuff like that. Wanting to understand that. Yeah. It looks good.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that 3,000, even though we have damages above, I will double check for you. But I believe that it had to do with some sort of additional fee that we ended up being able to charge based on some of that situation, but I'll double check.
Sure. Sure.
So the insurance, I mean, minor discrepancies, but taxes and insurance actual was more than 91,050 versus 92, almost 93,000 for taxes and insurance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the property tax was higher.
Yes.
It's really helpful to have these breakouts.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, this is really good, Christine.
Yeah, I know. It looks nice, isn't it good? And next month we'll have even more information for you. Our fee accountant has been doing a lot of great work. Mary helped a lot with this. So it doesn't make a big difference. So I'm excited as things start to, our accounting starts to get back into normalcy, that it's nice to be able to see things that are clear to understand.
And these accountings are always going to come out in the black? Like the Richards building?
The Richards building has never done well. It's always been a tough building, but they have done, I have to say our property management has done an amazing job at keeping it full. And she has worked a lot with David on getting people with vouchers into the building, and that has made a huge difference. Their partnership has really changed the AW Richards building. And I think that Courtney should get most of the credit, but David needs to get some credit too. They've worked really hard together to get this where it needs to be.
Well, I remember Chris Hart saying that the heating system in AW Richards was difficult to work with and expensive, so that there wasn't very much that we could do to reduce the costs there.
That is true. It is true. It's still the case.
But it came in the black. You're
Yeah.
quite right, Byron. Any other comments?
That's good.
So moving to check signing. Byron, you're sending checks in May?
Yes.
Yeah, and I apologize. So for the time being, we really need to keep doing it in the evening if possible, just because Billy Joe, that's when Billy Joe is able to get in.
Mm-hmm.
So if that works for people, that would be great. If it doesn't work for people, then I could set up a time on Friday mornings to have people come in, but I'm not normally there on Friday, so it would take, it would take maneuvering some of the schedule around a little.
If you
I
need
have
to,
no problem coming in the evening.
Yeah, I can only come in maybe before 3, but if they were left in the room where I normally sign the checks, I could sign them and then Billy Joe could pick them up when she comes in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to have anybody come into the office just for me, but I can't do it after 3.
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, right now Byron has done it. I don't know if just for June we could get someone who, yep, Elizabeth.
I can do June instead of July if you want.
Okay, is that okay?
It's worked out well for me to go in at 7 to sign checks too, so I'm happy to swap with you or go in for June. So either way works out well for me.
The time in the evening, I'm free afternoon and evening on Thursday, so that's no big deal.
So which would you prefer, June or July?
Doesn't matter. What's good for you?
Either one will work for me too.
Okay, so how about I'll take June and you take July?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, great.
And
just
then,
tell me what time should I be there in the evening?
I'll have Billy Joe reach out to you. She usually sets up the time, and I
that's
think
fine. That's
okay.
fine. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm going there about 6:45.
That's fine.
So that works.
Yeah.
And the second time I did it, I signed everything in my car and discovered that some of the checks had slid down to the left side of my, so I had to turn around and drive back. So from there on in, I put my mask on and came in and signed things. Very helpful. Oh,
Disconcerting.
yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I transition to fee accountant. You were saying that we're going to have even more complete and detail and things that will be helpful to work with.
Let me double check that I'm not lying to you about June. Hang on. Let me just look at my schedule here. So Thursday the 4th, 5, 11, 5, 18th, it's 5, the 25th. Yeah, I'm clear for June. That's fine. Perfect. Good. All right.
And I will make sure I have July. Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
Hopefully,
Okay.
when I'm out of quarantine, I might be able to pull my weight here.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about
we
it.
all do what we have to do.
I don't go anywhere. Nowhere.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Christine, I just want to compliment you and the staff and the people you've hired to keep in touch with everybody about outstanding work to keep everybody safe and work with the residents. I mean, my hat's off to you. It really is. Great job.
Yes.
Thank you. They have done an amazing job, and our staff has done great. And, you know, I'm looking at ways to help them to feel appreciated. And so I'm working on some of that this week. And because I realize that not just saying, you know, I appreciate you, but also coming up with some ways of giving them some time off, because I find that people are not taking time off right now, that really everybody needs some time off right now. It's been very traumatic. And so giving people time off to use within the next month, saying, I'm giving you additional time, but you got to use it. And then I'm also sending them each something little in the mail just to say thank you, a handwritten card and a little gift. But if you know, I think that coming from the board, that's very helpful. And so I don't know.
Maybe we could write a letter from the commissioners to the staff and just celebrate all the hard work they're doing.
I think that would be.
Maybe a paragraph from each of us.
That's a great idea. Yes. Because I mean,
Even
that's
if
a
it's,
lot of work
even
and
if it's a little duplicative, it's still okay. It's something from each of us would make it more personal.
I think that's
Yeah.
excellent. Wonderful.
I agree. I think that would be really great.
Yeah.
So maybe if we each did our paragraph and sent it to Christine in the next week or so,
absolutely,
we could put it into a letter and send it out.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to suggest, that we need a deliver by such and such a time. So next week will lead us into Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah,
So,
if I could get it by maybe the end of the day on Tuesday.
Perfect. Be glad to.
And the sooner I get them, if everybody sends it to me before then, I'll put it together faster. And I'll make sure that the staff, everybody gets a copy, and I'll also post it on our website and our Facebook. And that way it's not just to them, but the community knows as well how you're feeling. That would be great.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's
Good
a great
idea.
individual statements. I think it's wonderful. Yeah.
and so that would be Tuesday, the 26th.
Yeah. Yep. We'll have it to you by then.
Good.
Good.
Thank you. That's a great idea. That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, I think we all feel so indebted to all of the work that the staff is doing, that it would be a great way to express that. The last, excuse me, go ahead. Did you say something, Donna?
I was talking to my dogs. Two
The
Bernese mountain dogs, you know?
Yep. Put 'em on the, there will be large projects in progress. FEMA PDMA.
So yeah, I think that's yellow. No, I'm not sure what color, Chris. Orange. Orange. So yes, so we talked a lot about Red Clover 2. I think we talked about that we're hoping to close on with the construction starting right after June 15th, which is very soon. And so we're very excited about that, and we're very hopeful that it will happen quickly, even though we have the current pandemic. But it looks like there are provisions for construction, so we're in a good place.
Well, June 15th was the end of the warrant, or end of the emergency, according to what I've heard from the governor just recently.
Yeah.
Right. That auspicious PDMA Melrose FEMA project.
So we are trying to get some of this work done this summer, the demolition of the remaining buildings, and it's really needed now. We have found that we found some vandalism in one of the empty units, and I think it's really imperative at this point that we get them done. We had to shore them all up today again to block entry because people are going in there, and so yeah. I think we did great for a very long time, but I think our time is up. So it's time to get going. So that put a little bit of a fire under them as well. And so they're really working on it. They're going to bring someone in again to take out a lot of the items that are reusable, and then we have to do the abatement, and then we'll be tearing them down. So we're hopeful that that gets done this summer. I cannot wait. It's like the playground. I just needed to be, I want it to be over. I want to get it down. It's just not safe, and I'll feel better once they're not there.
Well, unfortunately, squatters, once they know something this is there, the sooner the better. The moving to work, MTW, awaiting on notice.
We're still waiting. No news. No news. And I guess that's good because we're not in the position right now to work on it anyway. But we're still in the lottery, so that's good. And Chris is working with FEMA on the completion of the Melrose, pulling down the buildings and widening the brook, but also on the COVID-related expenses.
Okay, that's all I have on this agenda. Any items that commissioners want to bring up?
Nope, I think it's good.
If I could stay on for a moment with Christine and get a little tutelage for stupid old people about getting on other than by phone.
Sure, I'm happy to help.
Thank you.
I would say inexperienced rather than stupid would be much more appropriate.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely,
And I might not be able to help. I'm not sure because I'm not coming in the same way you are. I have an account, and so I just log into my account.
Yeah.
And so you all are coming in, and so I don't know. Maybe one other person will stay on and let us know how they came in via the video.
Okay.
Okay.
I simply on the link in your email to us. And I had downloaded Moving to Work.
Yeah, I had downloaded Moving to Work, and that made a difference.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Byron, I really try to make sure that people know that we're immigrants in this world. We're not natives. So, I say it frequently. My grandchildren roll their eyes, but they said they'll help you. So, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Elizabeth and Donna, all those in favor, please say aye and hold up hands.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, committee. For those out there on YouTube, this is the Vermont House Committee on Commerce and Economic Development. This morning, we'll be talking about workers' comp and how it relates to COVID-19. We'll be talking with Steve Monahan from the Department of Labor. And then we'll also be talking with David Mickenberg, who is a lobbyist for the labor industry. And so appreciate everyone else that's joined us this morning. Thank you for coming on, and So I think we'll get right to it now. And so, Steve, if you could just outline for us what's going on with workers' comp as it relates to COVID-19, the number of claims that have been put out and things like that, that'd be great.
There, unmuted myself. Good morning, I'm Steve Monahan, Director of Workers' Compensation and Safety for the Vermont Department of Labor. We have an interesting time in workers' comp. Initially, part of the issues that the pandemic caused was a difficulty for people to see doctors, for insurance companies to get independent examinations. We issued some policies addressing that and not permitting termination unless they had followed certain procedures. We have also received claims related to COVID-19. We treat them as injury claims because they do not meet the definition of occupational disease. Certain categories of claims under the positional risk doctrine that the Supreme Court announced some years ago are compensable for those employees who can show that their work places them at a substantially greater risk than other folks. To date, we have received 106 first reports related to COVID. More than 40 of those simply recount an exposure and not actually contracting the disease. We do have a number of positive cases. Very few of the positive cases have been denied at this point. In some cases, they've advanced payment without prejudice, or they're seeking more information. And they are looking into, at my direction, whether there is a substantially greater risk. Categories where that is a good possibility are certain healthcare facilities, nursing homes, where there's a COVID patient, they're treating COVID patients, other staff members have COVID, things like that. On the plus side, none of the people who have tested positive have required hospitalization or ventilation or the more expensive procedures at this point. In many instances, employers have continued to pay the individual. So although it's a workers' comp claim, no indemnity has had to be paid because the individual is receiving their wage. So at this point, being treated as a medical only claim. I think that sums it up. Oh, I would say, as we have gradually reopened and there are guidance for medical facilities, some of them are starting to open up under that guidance and will permit claimants. I have issued a bulletin regarding independent medical examinations that they have to show that they're following that guidance so that the patient, the injured worker, knows that they'll be safe when they go for that examination. And my bulletin indicates even if they're scheduling that independent exam, say in New Hampshire or Massachusetts, they still have to make that showing that they're complying with the Vermont Department of Health guidance. So happy to take any questions.
I guess I have to unmute myself too. Charlie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve, I'm wondering, a couple of things that you mentioned is that those individuals that that were receiving payment from the businesses where they were left, so when they left their place of employment, did they quit? They did not quit, but they were separated from work because of their illness. Were they paid for sick time, or was it just the employer paying them without accruing it to sick time?
I can't answer that. In workers' compensation, it doesn't matter. The insurance company can take credit for payments made by the employer to the employee during the period. So it doesn't matter if the employer classified it as sick leave or as regular wages or some other thing. If the employer is paying it, if the actual employer is paying it, the workers' comp insurer by statute can take credit for those payments.
Okay, and did
So
I
there
hear
isn't a
you?
double payment.
Okay, and did I hear you say that even though that you had 106 reports, that's how many claims you had received, right?
About 106. I haven't looked this morning's numbers, but about
Okay.
106 first reports of injury, but not all of them actually involve people who have been diagnosed or tested positive for the virus. A number of them simply recount possible exposure to someone who had the virus and no evidence that they've subsequently become positive or had symptoms or anything like that.
Okay, and that of those 106, so far you had said there are no claims that created workers' compensation compensability now. Is that right? Or compensation now?
No. There are claims that would be compensable if the employer wasn't making indemnity payments. And they would have to pay for any medical care. It's not clear that any medical provider has billed a workers' comp insurer yet for any medical care provided, be it telemedicine or some other thing. Most likely there was a diagnosis without actually seeing the patient based on either positive tests or a description of symptoms over telemedicine. And those bills most likely haven't gone out yet, given the state of the billing. But some of that is supposition on my part.
Okay, and I just have one more question. I'm just trying to figure out, how is it possible, and I'm sure there's probably some way to do this with tracing, to determine that the person did contract the virus while at work, given that they could be exposed to many other places?
What we look at under the positional risk doctrine is whether it's more likely than not that it was contracted at work. So if you're working in, say, a care home, and you know that, and you're working with patients or residents of that care home, and you know that 19 of them there are positive for COVID, and you're coming to work and then you test positive for COVID, I think you can establish that it's more likely than not that that's where you got it, as opposed to something else. The insurer, of course, can offer evidence that you're living with someone who has COVID, or you've been attending large gatherings of people, which I don't think has occurred in Vermont. Maybe you went to a beach in Florida for spring break. I don't know.
Yeah, but more likely than not is the test, is what you're using.
That's what, under the positional risk doctrine, if it's significantly increased risk because of your work. And certain things, like I said, healthcare things, people treating COVID patients, could be EMTs or police officers responding to known COVID cases, things like that.
So it's already compensable. I mean, we had the Senate had passed a bill, as you know, that was trying to make it clear.
The Senate passed a presumption, and it addressed a much larger group of people. It's harder, for example, for, say, grocery workers would have a much more difficult time demonstrating where it arose. Child care facility may or may not, depending on whether they're caring for, there was a period of time when they were caring for only essential workers, so they may have had an increased risk if an essential worker came down, or the child was living in a household where there was COVID. But there are categories of people where it would be much more difficult to establish under the positional risk doctrine. That I think was the impetus of the Senate bill, although their proposal was broader than the compromise I'd offered after I saw their bill.
Okay,
I
thank
can
you.
say that the administration's position is that this bill may not be necessary, although I would like section 1.
Okay, thank you.
So before I call on Gene to just jump in a little bit, it sounds like you may be using the OSHA guidelines for COVID-19, where you have very high and high risk people that are more susceptible to receiving to coming down with COVID-19. Is that?
Well, we were actually using this approach, and then OSHA came out with their risk pyramid, and it happened to jive with our approach. So yes, it's something, as an after fact, we look, oh, look, this helps us establish positional risk.
Right. Okay. Gene?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I don't have a question. I have a request for Mr. Monahan. What I would really appreciate is when we're discussing positional risk assessments, what I'd like to get back from him, not today, but I'd like to come back and talk about, what does a positional risk assessment look like post March 13th when the governor had the Stay Safe bill? Because now when we talk about large gatherings and church groups and all of that, which I know are figured out in that analysis is very different. So I'd like him to sort of think about that and come back and tell us a little bit about how do you judge positional risk? And I'm thinking particularly in terms of, if you're in a lockdown position in a state and I'm a Hannaford grocery store cashier, would my risk be greater or less than being a cashier than being locked down at home? So I just appreciate that, and that's a request, not a question. Thank you.
I can say that when everyone's locked down and only limited people are required to work, their risk is certainly higher than those who are staying home. Their risk may be lessened to the extent their employer has followed the directive and guidance, has shield between the cash register and the individual, a substantial, say, plexiglass shield. Those people are wearing masks, things like that.
I don't want to take up, pardon me, I don't want to be rude. I don't want to, at the committee, we've got a lot of people. I don't want to take up your time now. What I'd like is at a later date, come back and really run us through how has that risk assessment changed from lockdown to now that we're opening up. That's all. Thank you so much.
Steve, one thing that Charlie had brought up was, and I think you brought it up too, was the fact that some employers are paying their help even when they're out and filing a worker comp claim. But what about if that worker filed a UI claim while they're out, because we've made that compensable in UI?
If the individual is receiving unemployment insurance, they're not entitled to workers' comp, and vice versa. If they're receiving workers' compensation, whether it's paid by the employer or the workers' comp insurer, they're not entitled to UI. That hasn't changed. So okay. UI payments aren't counted, but they're not eligible if they're receiving one and not the other.
So
I'm sorry.
They wouldn't be eligible for the medical payment part of workers' comp.
That's correct.
Okay.
If they're on UI, they won't be getting. They're on their own health insurance if they have it.
Okay, that's good to know. More questions for Steve this time? Seeing none.
I have one more.
Okay.
Only one more.
It's okay.
Steve, I'm just wondering if your department is related to workers' comp has received many complaints from employees that are required to work that their working conditions were unsafe, and how many of those complaints, if you've received them, have you had to follow up on to make sure they were following CDC guidelines?
The VOSHA program has received, I think, approximately 142 complaints. Not all of those we have jurisdiction over complaints filed by employees. Not all of those involved employees. The ones that involved employees, initial handling under federal OSHA guidance is that we sent the employer a letter, well, they get a phone call and a letter saying, we've got this complaint, the individual complaint isn't identified, but we've got this complaint, you have 5 days to respond and tell us, you know, what you've done to comply and make your workplace safe. If there is no response or the response is inadequate, we have gone out and done an inspection after making sure that our employees are protected. But that has only happened on 5 occasions.
Okay, 5 occasions.
And in some cases, frankly, some of those 142 complaints were simply, I don't feel safe. It wasn't, you know, my employer isn't providing me with any protection. It was just, I don't feel safe. And in some cases, I don't feel safe since I could get more on UI than I could going to work.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually surprised it's only 142 because we all feel a little unsafe right now.
Right. We have also, I should say, we've also received, I think, about 25 alleged whistleblower or retaliation complaints. Those, about 10 of them appear to have some merit and they're under investigation. It is against the law to take any negative action, retaliate or discriminate against a worker for filing a complaint, even if that complaint turns out not to be valid. If it's a safety and health complaint, they have a right to make that complaint and shouldn't be acted against. And we have, as I said, received complaints. About 10 of those appear to be valid under the definitions in the VOSHA statute, and they're being investigated.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions for Steve? Okay, thank you. David, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. And I apologize for the formality. Normally I like to be informal with you all, but I'm just going to read sort of a statement and our perspective into the record and then happy to talk about this issue. And when I reference in my statement sort of the bill or legislation, I'm referring to the bill that was passed by the Senate. And I know that that's not what we're looking at today, but just for your point of view. So good morning. Thank you for having me here to discuss this important topic. I'm here representing Working Vermont, which is a coalition of working Vermonters that includes nurses, firefighters, state employees, teachers, police officers, and other public and private sector unions. And this issue of workers' compensation in the era of COVID-19 has become really important to working Vermonters and frankly to working folks across the country. In other states, governments move quickly to acknowledge that people working through this pandemic, despite these states of emergency, deserve our respect and our protection. And this acknowledgement came in a variety of ways, but specifically to the topic at hand through providing greater protection for workers through our workers' compensation system. And I know that you all are grappling with the important issue of hazard pay, a difficult issue, and I know you're working on that. And in some ways, I think of workers' compensation in the COVID-19 era as a bit like hazard insurance. So for grocery store workers, police officers, correction officers, and others that keep our institutions running at the risk of their own health and safety, they really serve as the backbone of our fight against this pandemic. And if folks, these working folks get sick on the job, I have confidence that our business community and you all would do everything you could to protect them and their families. And workers' compensation provides that protection. I know we haven't talked too much in the committee, at least I haven't with you, about some of the benefits of workers' comp, but in this case, it would provide medical benefits, wage replacements, and in the worst case scenario, unlike any other government program that I can think of, or at least a mandated program that I can think of, death benefits for those that are that may die as a result of this illness. It's also an interesting time around workforce, and I would argue that by offering greater protections in the workers' comp system, our employers who have struggled with workforce development issues would be sending a strong message to employees that their work is valued and that the employers will do all they can to protect them through this crisis. So I just wanted to give a few thoughts on the bill that the Senate passed for your own consideration as you work through these issues. There are two parts to the bill. The first part, as Steve mentioned, we worked with through the Senate process and fully support, which would provide the Department of Labor with greater flexibility to come up with guidelines that protect workers and the integrity of the workers' compensation system. I think it's a really good and important section, and will allow workers to be greater protected and the department to have all the tools needed throughout this crisis. The second part of the bill, in broad terms, provides a rebuttable presumption that workers infected with COVID-19 and that are confirmed by a positive test would be considered to have a compensable claim. Just for context, there's been almost a dozen states from New Hampshire to California and states in between that have adopted presumption, either statutes or executive orders. And this part of the bill is really essential for the protection of workers, because without it, as was brought up already this morning, in many cases, it would be extremely difficult, given the widespread nature of this illness in the community, for a worker to establish a claim, workers' comp claim, for COVID-19. And without these protections, and without being able to establish a claim, and I'll just note that while I understand there have been few denied claims, there have also been very few accepted claims, if any. I can't say, because as Steve mentioned, payment without prejudice is not accepting a claim, it's payment without prejudice. So of the numbers that I understand, I don't think there may be, but I don't think there has been one accepted claim thus far, but I'm happy to stand corrected on that. I just want to note the importance of this protection. Yesterday, I think in Vermont Digger, they chronicled the fact that many of these frontline workers that are working through the pandemic and through the state of emergency are some among the lowest paid, meaning that they have the least margin of error should they get sick. Even a few weeks of going without wages can be devastating, not to mention having to grapple with medical payments or the impacts on their family if a worker were to die. I'm sure there will be questions raised about the need for this bill beyond my own personal feeling that it's a moral obligation that we have to protect workers. But as I mentioned, it's not clear, given all the claims, that these claims under our current system are being readily accepted, putting workers in the difficult position of having to establish the claim without the rebuttable presumption, which can be very difficult. The question of, just briefly on the question of costs associated with this bill, I know there's been some discussion of this. From my perspective, and I'm sure you'll hear from others, my sense is that the cost would be marginal, particularly in contrast to the benefits and peace of mind it would provide workers in Vermont. My reading of the estimate from NCCI, which has done a cost estimate related to this bill, is that the cost will not be great. They assumed in the sort of lowest case scenario a 5% infection rate, which is well above what we're currently experiencing in Vermont. and that the cost associated with a 5% infection rate would be $4 million, which we system-wide, which we would see, I think, see far below that. I'm almost done. Just a few other, the claims that we've seen thus far have been primarily, as Steve said, medical only claims with very few, if any, indemnity benefits being played out. So that's something to consider when you're thinking about costs. I'll mention too that during this pendency of massive unemployment in this state and around the country, insurance companies have had the benefit of not having to pay other claims, not COVID-related claims, but other claims. So I think they're in a good position, but I'll let them speak for themselves. And I'll just say finally that if legislation like that passed in the Senate were not to pass, and a worker would be injured as a result of their work, then without workers' compensation coverage, they would be free to bring a claim in tort, a liability claim, which does not have caps on damages, unlike in the workers' compensation system. So the potential liability for employers without establishing workers' compensation claims is great. So I'll stop there. I really appreciate you turning your attention to this issue. And I know that if we were able to pass legislation similar to what the Senate passed, it would provide workers in the state quite a bit of peace of mind as they risk their own health and safety to protect the rest of us.
Gene?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. David, I'd like you to go in a little bit, as I brought up with Director Monahan. The fundamentals of workers' comp are what is safe in the workplace versus what are your risks outside of the workplace. Since we've had a stay-in-place orders since the 13th of March, all of the assumptions of how someone could be infected have got to fundamentally change if you're doing an analysis of a claim, because we do not have mass gatherings. So I asked Director Monahan to come back to us and tell us a little bit about how does he make those changes, since those risks are substantially lower. On the other side of it is, how do you prove you have a safe workplace when in reality, we don't really know with this virus what safe is. And so I'd like to talk a little bit about when you're talking about a claim, because you deal with this in the court, is what the landscape looks like in a pandemic versus regular workers' comp, where you have VOSHA, regulations that have come in and are timely.
Yeah, I mean, certainly this is an unprecedented time, and given the nature of this illness, this is not like anything we've experienced. We've seen we've seen difficulties in acquiring proper PPE in a variety of different settings. We've seen difficulties with workers, as we just heard, 140 something OSHA complaints, people not feeling safe at work. So I think these are all the types of considerations that would be brought up, but in the workers' comp system, it's a fact-based system based on individual claims. And so it would be incumbent upon a claimant, and the claimant has the burden to establish the connection to work. And that's why when we talk about establishing a rebuttable presumption, it's so difficult for claimants, given the nature of this illness, to establish, to meet their burden without that presumption. Which, by the way, I should just mention, if there was a presumption in place, it would be, at least based on the legislation from the Senate, the employer would have the ability to prove by. One thing I'll just mention in the numbers that I spoke to Mr. Monahan about.
How would that happen? Everyone is covered. People have the business has a workers' comp policy. It's compensable, COVID-19, then how, if they're denied, how would that be, how could they take them to court at that point?
Well, that's a good question. My understanding, if it's deemed not compensable under workers' comp, then they would have the ability to bring a liability claim. So that's the point. I mean, workers' comp, a lot of the cases that we've examined in this committee together arrive through a dispute between different insurance carriers. One saying, well, this should be workers' comp, the other saying this should be covered through a liability claim. So I think in these cases, if what the trend is, I think the trend of not having a lot of these claims covered, I think businesses would then be exposing themselves to liability claims. So for instance, let's say there's not sufficient PPE in the workplace, somebody gets sick and tragically dies. Well, if they have dependents and were able to establish a workers' comp claim, there would be a limit on what the recovery could be based on the statutory limits. If the claim was denied and adjudicated to be not considered work-related, then that family could bring a wrongful death claim where there are no such limits, and indicate that through the courts and the tort system. So.
Okay. So the language that was passed by the Senate would change that?
No, it doesn't change it. It just, that's underlying law. That's sort of the grand bargain that we established through the workers' comp system. So everyone would, that doesn't change it. Well, the only thing that the Senate language does, and I'd be interested in, if you were to go through it with Damien, it'd be helpful, I think. But the only thing the Senate language does, it establishes a rebuttable presumption for a claimant making a workers' comp claim that has contracted COVID-19 under certain circumstances. And so instead of the claimant having to meet their burden, the burden would be shifted to the employer to demonstrate by a preponderance of evidence that that in fact the infection came from a non-work interaction. So.
Okay, so no matter what we do, we're not going to change the fact that an employee or their survivors could sue the business.
Correct, except for if it's impossible to establish a workers' comp claim, then the risk to a business of having a liability claim becomes higher. If you're protected by having your workers protected through the workers' comp system, then you lower the risk of liability claims. That was my point.
Okay, Charlie?
David, you had mentioned a couple of cases in which there were healthcare workers, but I was confused about that. Could you talk about it? Was it the rise of a liability claim, or was it a denial of workers' compensation? I was trying to understand the reference that you used for the specifically the healthcare workers.
Sure, and I can maybe refer back to Steve if I had asked him for some information about the sort of where these claims were coming from, the 106 were coming from, and my understanding is that some of them, a large portion of them, were coming from either the healthcare context or municipal government, and because very few of those claims have been accepted, if any. Maybe it's just a matter of interpretation of what accepted is. What I was trying to say is that even in the most obvious of settings, meaning the healthcare settings where people are directly coming into contact with potential COVID-infected patients, it's difficult to establish those claims. Is my reading of the information from the department. So.
Using the positional risk doctrine.
Yep. And so it speaks to the need for this rebuttable presumption. In the 12 or so, in the 11 or so states, that have either implemented or passed a similar rebuttable presumption, there's been an acknowledgement that certainly in the case of frontline workers, but more broadly in other states, that these claims are difficult to bring, and that without such a presumption, we fail to adequately protect workers that contract this disease through their work.
Okay, thank you, David.
David, in the 12 jurisdictions that have passed something or have some executive order during this time, to what degree does the rebuttable presumption cover? So is it the very high risk? Does it go down to medium? How far does it go?
Sure. And I don't, and you know, I haven't, I don't think they're putting in those categories. Many of the states that have implemented something have focused on frontline workers or first responders specifically, but other states have implemented or passed much broader language. California, and I can happy to send to the committee, California's governor just issued an executive order which essentially says that you get the benefit of presumption if you're working outside the home and you get COVID-19. So it's everything from New Hampshire, which is a bit more focused on first responders, to very broad language in Illinois, California, and other places, which includes folks like grocery store workers, factory workers, things like that. So it runs the gamut, everything from, as I said, just sort of first responders to. And I should mention that Vermont has precedent for a law like this. We, in fact, have a law like this on the books right now. We have a law that protects for infectious disease firefighters and EMTs. So what our objective is really to expand upon that policy acknowledgement that that rebuttable presumptions are important, and that the protections provided to firefighters, both volunteer and professional, should be expanded to other categories of workers, and frankly, any worker that, as a result of their work, gets sick.
Any other questions for David? Okay. Would any of the other people that have joined us want to just weigh in a little bit while I kind of expected a lot more questions from my committee than what I've gotten, so we have another hour or so to go. People would like to weigh in. Jamie?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Always a dangerous proposition to weigh in, but appreciate it. Jamie Fien on behalf of the American Property Casualty Insurers Association. You know, I avail myself to any questions, obviously, of you and the committee as well, but just maybe briefly state from insurers' perspective what has been happening in a broader sense. And it's hard to believe, but you know, it's been two plus months, but it seems much longer. Early on, we certainly appreciated the guidance and communication that we've had both with Department of Labor and Department of Financial Regulation that sort of addressed some immediate issues that arose. Mr. Monahan mentioned, of course, you know, in brief terms, what the Department of Labor did in terms of suspending work requirements, medical appointments. Obviously, we recognize nobody could get a medical appointment when those services were not being offered because of the state of emergency. Department of Financial Regulation is or has already created a new sort of rating class of 0 for furloughed workers. So a number of steps have already been taken to address some of the immediate issues that arose. Carriers are providing premium flexibility, working with their insureds, both, as I say, in terms of reclassification of employees. We've suspended routine on-site audits. We've adopted and are encouraging use of telemedicine when available. And as I'm sure you know, we've seen some repurposing of companies that are, you know, doing different things under COVID than they were before, whether it's manufacturers, distributors, a lot more, you know, delivery, for example, than was anticipated before. So it's sort of been crucial, and I underscore, you know, the importance that companies maintain communication with their agents and with their companies directly, if that's the case, to make sure that adjustments can be made. And so all of this continues to take place and will continue to take place while we're under this state of emergency, and various pieces are rolled back and the economy opens up. It probably makes intuitive sense that, you know, we may not be seeing as many comp claims at this time, but I don't want to accept that premise. I think what we'll also see is maybe, as I say, there's been a delay in some of the medical appointments. So we could see very soon those folks that have been waiting, you know, that there may be a wave. We may see other types of similar type activity as we come out of this pause, so to speak. And you know, we also may see a different type of claim as workers have been repurposed. There was an example, I believe, that came up in the Senate Economic Development Committee last week or the week before. Someone who's now working from home was on a phone call and fell off their porch. And, you know, is that a workers' comp claim? You know, these types of things. Again, it's hard to believe, but I still think it's too early to tell what sort of trends we may have, either in claims filed or claims filed. And obviously, there's a lot of discussion what may or may not happen in the coming months that adds to that uncertainty. So I know we're not here to talk about the Senate bill, but I would just say for the record that APCIA strongly opposes that Senate bill, believing it's unnecessary, that it's overly broad. And as heard before from Director Monahan, these claims are coming in. None have been denied. And as I think was stated, and I'll restate, you know, there's nothing that precludes an employee, any of these employees we're talking about, from filing a workers' comp benefit or claim for benefits at this point. So perhaps I'll stop there and see if there are any questions of me at this point, but taking advantage of your invitation to comment briefly at this point.
Thanks, Jamie. Any questions for Jamie? Charlie?
Since we've got him here, we might as well, you know, get as much information out of him as possible. So Jamie, I'm just wondering, in terms of the kinds of claims that your association or members have seen. You know, we're hearing some numbers in terms of the number of reports related to COVID being over 100 for the state. Just can you share with us any kind of the numbers as to what you've seen?
I can share based upon my understanding of what Director Monahan mentioned. I believe the majority are in these sort of emergency response healthcare areas. That is consistent with what APCIA members are seeing in other states' jurisdictions as well. And of course, you know, it makes intuitive sense that those folks are perhaps more susceptible in their, by the very definition of their nature of employment, to contracting or exposure to the virus. All of these types of claims are not maybe necessarily commercially insured. They could be self-insured. So you know, there are some areas that I can't speak to, but that's my general understanding of the claim trends in Vermont. But obviously, Director Monahan would have a better idea than I.
But we're talking about the fact that none have been denied at this point. Just wonder from your associate how many have actually been approved and pushed through.
I'd have to get I don't have the specifics on which companies have been affected. So I'm happy to look into that and see where we are on the status of some of those.
And that, you know, of that, how many have been denied? And I know that the number is 0 have been denied, but I just wonder there are different ways to deny things other than saying no. I just wonder if those tactics have been used.
Sure, just happy to dig into that further.
Okay, thanks.
Christy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. Interesting conversation. I'm sensitive to the fact that we're not here to discuss the Senate Bill S-342. However, what we just heard from some testimony kind of varies a little bit, and I had a question earlier regarding how manufacturers that remain essential manufacturers that remained open might be considered under this workers' comp bill or the program that we have established now. But I felt it was a fairly narrow focus for this bill, and therefore, in reading it, I didn't necessarily think I had to ask the question of Mr. Mickenberg. However, the director, Mr. Monahan, likes Section 1, and that's what I was reading. It to me, it's kind of a narrow focus. And then, Mr. Feenan, you just mentioned that it's a broad sweep of the brush, or not a broad sweep of the brush, but a broad focus. So it's a little confusing as to. I thought it was a narrow focus for frontline workers that say in the health industry, which includes EMTs and healthcare workers, et cetera. So I'm trying to understand if the UI is paying now, and we have a number of claims that has already been established and is working. This is a little bit confusing. I wonder if either three of you like to comment on my perception of what I'm hearing, if that's clear.
You have the floor, Jamie, so go ahead.
Okay. My understanding of the way the bill is structured is that it defines certain frontline workers and then goes through and lists those. And then there's a provision that I sort of call a catch-all provision that says it gives the Commissioner of Labor authority to determine any other worker performing services that put that worker at an elevated risk and would therefore also be entitled to this presumption. And then there's a further provision that allows the frontline worker to also bring a presumption claim. So it's the catch-all, which is quite broad, that we don't see in other jurisdictions. In addition to the list of these frontline workers, and without getting into that list, it goes to not just the emergency response and frontline healthcare, but however noble the proposal, an employee of a pharmacy, a grocery store, home health care, personal care attendant, etc.
David, did you want to weigh in, and Steve?
I mean, I'm happy to. I think that there's an acknowledgement, and I'm sort of trying to understand the question a little bit, but there's an acknowledgement here that there's certain category of workers that similar to what we've seen in other bills, and frankly, what the governor put out in terms of essential work during this state of emergency, that those folks are at an elevated risk, and then and that if there's other people, other workers, whether it's in a manufacturing plant, a slaughterhouse, other places where they can make a comparable comparison, that those people also deserve the benefit of this presumption. I think the idea was that unlike, as we saw in the hazard bill, it was difficult to, or the hazard pay bill, it was difficult to define the universe. So what the Senate did in this particular instance was to say, well, this is the known universe as of now, but if there's an instance in which somebody has a comparable type of exposure or an elevated risk, then that person should also have the benefit of the rebuttable presumption. So it's really a provision of fairness and equity to all workers that are putting themselves out there to protect us and keep us safe.
Steve?
Steve Monahan. When I was talking about, I wasn't referring to the Senate bill per se. I do think Section 2 of the Senate bill is very broad. I was referring to under the existing statute, without passing any legislation, there are narrow categories of workers who would be able to establish through the positional risk doctrine that their work placed them at a substantially greater risk of getting this disease than others. So I think, and that's, I was thrown off because I think you also mentioned Section 1, and Section 1 isn't really related to Section 2 in the Senate bill. Section 1 is just a grant of certain authority to act in an emergency that would extend only as long as the emergency exists.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm not sure my question was entirely clear, but your answers were and spot on. Thank you very much.
Gene?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A general question for those in the room. When we're talking about the claims that have been filed thus far, that's on a universe of a very small number of people. We were in a stay safe and in place regimen at that point. Workers were not at work. I'm concerned, and I'm concerned about what thought processes are going into. We're now opening up the state, which means more people are going to work, more people are being exposed. We do not have testing. We do not have the kind of tracing that we'd like to have. We have the lowest infection rate in the country, which I'm very proud of because we have been following all of this. But what I'm looking at is every single day as this economy opens up is our employees and employers at a greater risk. So what I want to hear is looking forward prospectively, what are you planning for? How does this bill, not bill, but I think we need to look at coverage because I think that when you're looking, this isn't measles or mumps, and I understand within the construct of workers' comp, we have understandings with that. But when you're talking about if someone has a greater or less risk at their business versus home during the pandemic, I need to understand how those evaluations are made based upon this current situation, not based upon history. We're talking about, well, we've only had 100 and whatever claims. That's all good, except that's 100 and whatever claims on a very limited workforce when we're looking at the biggest application for unemployment in the history of this country and in the state. So we're talking about a very small universe. I am very concerned as we go forward. And that's what I'd like to hear is I want to hear, what are you guys, what are your various organizations thinking? What are your plans? What are we doing for the state? How are we looking at other states? What are our prospective plans as we open up the economy?
Mr. Chair, just
go ahead.
Oh, just one example of that, and it's a really good point. It's this whole question of mandatory masks. So for instance, we now have retail establishments that are allowed to be open in a limited basis, but there is no mandatory mask for people coming into the establishment. What that does is it puts the employees at direct risk. So we have employees are able to protect people coming into the stores, but the employees are not guaranteed the protection from those from the customers in the opposite direction. So the fact that that's sort of, as we think about this concept of workers' comp as a backstop of protection, or as I say, hazard insurance for these workers, it's policies like that that are going to be important to look at, because what that does is it really exposes and lays bare the elevated risk that employees are going to be facing as we move forward and certain policies are or are not adopted. And that's just a good example of this. So folks that we're working with, obviously we advocate that, for instance, the nurses union, we're advocating that we have sufficient PPE in place. We just saw a story yesterday in Vermont Digger talking about one of the hospitals in Southern Vermont struggling to have appropriate PPE in place for their workers. So all the protections that that folks deserve, we are advocating for and pushing to make sure are in place. This concept of workers' comp is when those protections aren't sufficient and somebody does get sick at work. So that's my brief answer.
Would anyone else like to weigh in? Jamie?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Representative O'Sullivan, I mean, from an insurer's perspective, it's really risk mitigation, right? What sort of safety protocols can be both promoted and adopted by the insureds. It's obviously a little bit of uncharted territory because this isn't something that we could have expected. But we do have good precedent in terms of risk management and working with the insured to make sure, for example, we know VOSHA has put out safety protocols and standards. All employees have to take the test, et cetera. Perhaps there'll be some more guidance coming as businesses open up. Obviously, with each addendum to the executive order, we're seeing that happening, but still the social distancing and capacity limitations are being suggested. How do we work with insureds to make sure that they're actually being adopted? That's sort of the question going forward, and having that level of communication will be important in sort of the risk management strategy.
Steve, did you have?
Well, I think what you're faced with, we had looked at this, frankly, as protecting essential workers from the department's viewpoint on the positional risk. Applications, certainly essential workers during that limited period of time were more likely to be encountering someone who was positive than others, because others, if they were following the guidelines, weren't doing that. But traditionally in workers' comp, diseases or things that all of society is exposed to have not been laid on the employer to pay for. So I think that's the policy choice you have to make as you open things up, and it becomes, you can't necessarily say that your work becomes the higher risk, because all of your, if you're resuming your social life, your other things, then all of that may be placing you at risk and reducing the work as a position that creates a higher risk. So I think you have to make a decision. Is this a societal issue that we have to address and focus on through various programs, or do we want to saddle workers' comp and therefore employers who ultimately pay the bill with this charge? That's what you folks have to make that policy decision. And I think I might be sounding like Bill Driscoll here, but I think that I think that is a fair statement of the policy choice. Is this something, as you open things up, is this something that ought to be laid at the feet of employers, or is this something that society as a whole should pick up?
And I think that's the question. I really do. I think Director Monahan just really put dotted the I on that one. It's that is the question, and the question is, what are the costs? Thank you.
Zach?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I completely agree with Jean that we need to, have a plan in place to protect people. And as Jamie talked about, it's about mitigating risk, and making sure that people aren't unnecessarily exposed to unfair working conditions and employers that are not following CDC guidelines. But, I'm hearing instances of pharmacy workers that aren't wearing their mask correctly. So, even if the employer is mandating these things and then the employee decides not to follow that, that shouldn't be the responsibility of the employer. But I do think it gets back to that question of, where does the burden fall? And so it does bring up the question that I had to maybe narrow the focus is, we passed some legislation that allowed for individuals to claim unemployment benefits if they were an essential worker, but their employer was not following CDC or VOSHA guidelines for recommended safe working conditions. So I don't know if anybody here, perhaps Steve, you could answer this, perhaps not. If we know how many folks have actually filed for UI under this specific condition, do we know that there are employers that are not following guidelines?
At the moment, I'm not sure there's any way to make that determination. I think by and large, we are in some respects blessed to live in a state where the populace generally wants to do the right thing, employers, employees. It generally abides, they're intelligent, they pay attention to what it is, they recognize that wearing a mask sends a message that I care about you. And if you put a mask on, then it sends a message to me that you care about me, because we don't know whether we have the virus or not. So I think by and large, it's just a question of reminding people or bringing things up to an employer's attention to make sure, because employers ultimately recognize that if they want to stay open, they have to follow the guidelines. There are individual cases where perhaps more is required, but I can't say. We have not had to issue penalties. There is one case I think the AG has brought who ultimately has the authority to bring cases for violation of the executive orders. But by and large, people have corrected problems as they arise. In the case of the pharmacy example, under the VOSHA guidance, it is the employer's obligation to say, hey, employee, put that mask on this way, wear it, or go home, not be paid.
So Steve, in the case of, in that example where the AG had followed up with that employer that was not following guidelines, could we, look retroactively at employees that had worked at that individual establishment and look to see who had gotten sick, and we can say, okay, well, we know this employer was not doing it, their employees had gotten sick, and so we should be able to cover them under workers' compensation because there was a clear violation here. Is that allowable under current law?
It would be fact specific, but yes, if one of those employees filed a claim, said I'm positive, I believe it occurred at work, and I believe it happened because my employer wasn't following this guidance, that may establish a substantially greater risk. But even under the Senate bill, they have to show that somebody who was there had the virus, so that there was a possibility. It wasn't just I'm sick and my employer didn't follow the thing, so pay me. It's I'm sick. There were these people who were positive or within a reasonable period of time of working out tested positive, and those are requirements even under the Senate bill. So it's not simply they didn't follow the rules. There has to be an exposure and then a substantially greater risk. And certainly failure to follow the rules could be a substantially greater risk. I would point out that under the workers' comp statute, if you provide safety devices to your employees and they don't use them and are hurt, that's a defense to a claim. That would remain the same as well. So.
Sorry, and this is my last question, I promise, Mike. So Steve, you were saying that the restriction in the Senate bill that said that you had to also prove that somebody was sick was maybe a little bit too much bureaucracy for it, and necessary.
I think it's appropriate that you have to be able to show that there was an actual exposure.
Thank you for clarifying. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have questions? David, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to, I don't know, maybe I wasn't clear, that whatever legislation the Senate passed was only operative during the pendency of a state of emergency. So it's not as if we are fundamentally changing workers' comp law indefinitely. It is during a specific time when the governor has declared a state of emergency, like other similar types of legislation. So this concept is one which has limitations, has guardrails. I just wanted to make sure people fully understood that it's not some long-lasting sweeping change to the workers' comp system forever. It's unique to this specific emergency. So, thanks.
Any more questions? Anyone else want to weigh in that hasn't? Joe?
Thank you, Joe Damiata. I'm with the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk about this today. I'm just going to give a quick background as to, so I work for VLCT, but I'm in the insurance side of the business. So you probably work with Karen Horn and Gwen quite often, but you might not see us as much. And so I'm just going to give you a quick background as to what we are and what we do. So VLCT has two insurance trusts. One is the Property and Casualty Intermunicipal Fund, which is the one that I'll be speaking about today. We also have an unemployment insurance trust where we we help reimbursable employers kind of with the UI process. But for today, I'm just going to talk about the Property and Casualty Intermunicipal Fund. It's a member-owned nonprofit intermunicipal risk pool that's actually regulated by Department of Financial Regulation under I-90, so we're regulated insurance pool. We are owned and governed by only Vermont municipalities and 100% funded by municipal budgets in the state, which, as you know, right now are going to be extremely tight going forward. We were formed by the VLCT membership back in '86. Basically because municipalities became uninsurable risks, and the commercial insurance market did not have an appetite for municipalities at the time. And so we were formed to help municipalities be able to obtain insurance. And so we've been in operation since, and now have grown to about 94–95% of the eligible municipalities in the state participate in the property and casualty program. We're an all lines operation. We do workers' comp. We also do all property and liability lines. We have all in-house staff of loss control reps, claims adjusters, and underwriters. So we're a full service kind of insurance company, if you think of it, but very small. We put a great emphasis on risk management. I know there's been a lot of talk about, loss control program, safety, that kind of stuff. We have a dedicated staff that works with the municipalities and have been throughout this pandemic and helping them address how to safely operate. Obviously, most of our members are, especially the essential critical workers, have been in full operation throughout. And so we've been providing guidance on how to safely navigate these times. We currently cover 562 police officers, 52 law enforcement certified constables around the state, 530 ambulance rescue and EMT personnel, and 86 fire from 13 career departments. And we do have some volunteers as well. Now, so as you can see, I'm primarily going to be focusing on first responders and what what I'm going to talk about, kind of my thoughts on the Senate bill. As I mentioned before, all claims are handled in-house by licensed adjusters. We have 4 adjusters on staff, actually 5 adjusters on staff who currently handle those files. So far to date, I know there's been some questions around how many claims have we received. I have some of these stats. We've received about 30 claims so far to date, COVID related claims. So about a third of what's been reported to DOL. That's from 1 admin professional, 3 rescue workers, 11 police officers, and 15 firefighters. 26 of those were notice only, that they thought they may have come in contact with someone, but didn't get tested or did not test positive. And then 4 of those are actually claims that had turned out to be lost time, where 2 of them have actually tested positive. So we've paid both claims where one of our insureds have tested positive. And then there was 26 notice onlys where it was just more, I may have come in contact with someone, but there was no follow-up on that. As I think David Mickenberg had already mentioned, and I brought up in the Senate committee, there is already an infectious disease presumption that covers fire and rescue workers. So, there is some protection there already for fire and rescue as far as these COVID claims. We've been kind of handling these files as if there's a presumption in place. So from our perspective, really, there's no need for a presumption going forward. So far, everything, as far as we know, everything has been handled fairly, and that we haven't heard any complaints. I don't know if, Steve or anyone at DOL has heard differently, but, we feel we've been handling these very fairly and have covered the ones that need to be covered. And as the presumption bill is written, it actually states that they have to test positive or be presumed to test positive. And both of those that have come in have already been covered by us. So I know we aren't talking about the Senate bill per se today, but I do, since it's been discussed quite a bit, I just wanted to mention that we are concerned with how broad it is as well, especially, Section 2A, 2J, which talks about the catch-all kind of provision where it allows Department of Labor to make a determination as to who is critical or high-risk employee. Obviously, that could potentially cover some other municipal operations that we feel probably should not fall under the presumption. So we do have some concerns there. And then the only other thing I was going to mention about that, Bill, is it doesn't really say what happens if someone contracts, COVID 30 or 60 days following a known exposure. So, there's no like time limits in there at all. So that may be something that you'd want to consider. So I guess my whole point is I don't know that there's really a need for this. We as far as those that we cover, we've been handling them. We support our first responders, and we've been handling currently as if there is a presumption in place. We are concerned with the cost, although it's hard to project. Obviously, if there's like a second wave of this, that it may be worse, it may not. We just don't know what to expect, and we think a presumption may actually put the cost back on municipal budgets, where municipal budgets really don't have room for that at this point. So with that, I guess I could open it up to questions for if anyone has any for me.
Any questions for Joe? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else like to weigh in? Aaron?
Yeah, I'll speak on behalf of retail briefly. Aaron Segrist, the president of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association. This has been a great conversation, and I think that everyone has brought up valuable pieces along the way. Having listened, I want to share that businesses can only control so much within the box of their business. They can put parameters in place, they can implement specific practices, and they can do everything they possibly can to keep their employees and even their customers safe. But that doesn't mean that employees are protected from a customer who doesn't want to follow those parameters. Customers are something that cannot be controlled. And so I think it was also said that as we are opening up, we do need to continue to look forward and figure out what the next parameter is, or what the next safety measure is. And we will continue to do that, specifically in the retail sector. But again, we have to remember that not every aspect of a business can be controlled. Also, with the state opening up, businesses cannot control what their employees do outside of work. So that puts them at further exposure to COVID-19 when they're not at work. So the presumption that they've contracted it at work, when they're now able to go out and spend time with friends or family, there's no control within that business. Businesses immediately implemented safety measures. They've provided leave and additional support and protections from their employee. I can report that the number one question from day one that we have received is, how do I keep my employees safe? And I think that we need to take that, we need to appreciate the fact that employers have done everything they possibly can to follow the guidance from the Department of Health, as well as the CDC and the WHO. That's some basic feedback. I also do want to share that, or reiterate, I guess, what Jamie had said, and nothing precludes an employee from filing a claim at this point. So we feel, VRGA feels that this is not necessary at this time.
Questions for Aaron? Thank you, Aaron. Bill? We're not hearing you, Bill. And you are unmuted. David had that same issue. You might want to get out of the, leave the room and then come back in. We'll bring you back in. Charlie?
I was just waving to Bill and,
okay.
anticipating his departure and his return.
All right, we'll wait a second for Bill to come. Anybody else want to weigh in? And we can bring Bill back. Okay, we'll just hold a second then. Hopefully Bill doesn't wander off and he goes somewhere else. There he is.
How's that?
There, now we can hear you.
All right. Well, thank you. Bill Driscoll with Associated Industries of Vermont. I think Aaron Segrist made a lot of good points from the employer's perspective on this. And even Steve Monahan made a few good points as well. I think just generally talking about some of the, broad strokes on this issue, I think, we would agree that it's not clear that this legislation is really necessary or appropriate, at least at this time. I think there's been some discussion how there are policies and programs in place to address both the medical costs and the wage replacement concerns surrounding folks who do contract COVID-19. When you're looking at what other states have done with these presumptions, there aren't a lot of states that have adopted new presumptive coverage, and those that have are generally much more narrowly focused than what's been put on the table by the Senate, at least. And even though there's a lot of uncertainty around the potential cost impacts, they are the risks and scope of those potential costs are concerning, and I think are worth being very careful about, especially as we're looking forward toward attempts to reopen and operate the economy. There are going to be many, many stresses and costs to overcome to make sure that businesses and employees have work and are able to operate. And so I think we need to be very careful about potentially adding new costs on top of that forecast. And also, I think this speaks a little bit to maybe some of the questions that Representative O'Sullivan brought up and others. The whole question of workers' compensation being an exclusive remedy, being a no-fault system, it's also very much based on it's supposed to be focused on truly work-related injuries and illnesses. And the more you expand presumptions in circumstances where the likelihood of that illness really being contracted at work is diluted further and further, that strays away from the purpose of workers' compensation, and it strains the credibility of the system and that grand bargain. And I think we need to be careful about going down that road. I think the question of liability concerns, and that's certainly a legitimate issue, but I don't think, on the one hand, I think you need to be careful about presuming that cases that would otherwise be covered by a workers' comp presumption would automatically translate into successful liability claims against employers. That's not necessarily the case. It's also an issue which may very well be addressed at the federal level, or may be better addressed by other legislation or approaches. Expanding workers' comp presumptions is not necessarily the best or most appropriate response to what might be legitimate liability concerns of the current circumstances. But I think also, just to stress, and this goes back again to, are we addressing a societal risk, or are we addressing a workplace risk? Obviously, different kinds of businesses and environments are different in terms of what they are doing and able to do. But certainly, if you're looking at what is a fairly strict and regimented approach that is being attempted and implemented in manufacturing, in many ways, ideally, manufacturing should be the safest place you can be in terms of the protections that are in place, the rules that are in place. And so to expand or go down toward a potential presumption for coverage and exposure for manufacturing in particular, I think that's concerning, and I don't think it necessarily reflects the reality of what is being put into place and what we're striving for. So those are just some of just general thoughts on this. And certainly we'd be happy to continue to engage in discussing related issues as we go forward.
Questions for Bill? Okay. Anyone else? Charlie?
Yes, so Bill, just wondering about what your members' experience has been. Have your members had any workers' compensation claims that they've had to process? I mean, we've heard a lot of numbers, but just from your own membership, what's been the experience?
Yeah, so I've not heard of any specific cases so far. That being said, we are in the middle of surveying our members in terms of just how reopening is going across a broad range of issues. And we can certainly see if that's been a concern that's come up.
Okay. And are you aware of your members, employees at your membership organizations registering some complaints because of perceived healthcare risks from the way the business is set up?
Not specific complaints, but I have heard from some folks who have employees, and I think this is, across multiple kinds of businesses, who have anxieties about coming to work. Because those are more generalized than specific to something that's going on in a particular business. And I think that's a challenge that, frankly, businesses of all types are having. And part of addressing that is not only implementing the CDC guidance and the state requirements for safety and for training, but really engaging your employees in understanding what you're doing, why you're doing it, and how it's designed to keep people safe. So I think it's more of a confidence building and risk management effort and solution.
Yeah, thank you. I can say from a personal perspective, we just reopened our retail store today after being closed for 2 months. And the guidance from the state in terms of the online resources have actually been pretty good. And the posters that have been made available and all the other information, the VOSHA online course. So I don't know if Steve, if your folks were responsible for that, but that actually is very helpful in forcing people to read through it and have a certificate at the end. So those have been great measures taken by the state so far. But there is great anxiety. We have some people that just won't return to work.
Yeah, and one thing I'd like to add too is, and I'm definitely hearing this as well, and obviously, again, it's, there's a wide range of folks and reactions, but I've heard a lot of folks talk about how employees are really invested in it. In other words, they want to be able to be safe at work and come back to a safe workplace. And so, it's been I think a collaborative phenomenon in a lot of workplaces where, it's not like people are having to always force force employees to adopt safe practices and do things right. Employees are embracing it themselves and being active in implementing things. Again, can't say that that's every case, but that's very common to see as well.
Thank you, Bill.
Any more questions for Bill? Okay. Anyone else want to weigh in? Okay. I think we're about done. We'll be going on the floor in about half an hour anyway. But I do want to leave something with everyone to think about. Well, first, a question for everyone. Does everyone agree that the VOSHA guidelines that are out there that businesses are required to follow during this pandemic make or help keep employees safe? Do we all agree with that? Yeah, no, I don't see any head shaking. I don't see,
Yeah, I agree.
Mike, I haven't seen them, but I imagine that they're safe. So I can't say for certain. That's what makes me not want to answer right now.
Well, I maybe you want to go on the Department of Labor website and do the test yourself. And I would encourage all the members to do that. I've done it, and I'm sure Charlie has.
I have too, Mike. I did.
Anyone that has a business
employer
has to do it. So it would be a good thing
Good
for
idea.
everyone to take it. But I think we've heard a lot about mitigating risk today. And the more we mitigate risk, the less likely it is someone will catch COVID. We can't completely eliminate it. But when we talk about the presumption, I think when we talk about the high and the very high risk people, that we know that it's probably likely that's where they caught it. When we talk about the medium risk, which is people that are in my business, in the retail business, Charlie's, and people that are front facing, as long as we follow the guidelines and we have shields up, people wearing their masks and washing their hands or wearing gloves, whatever, and staying 6 feet apart, doing their best. I think changing that presumption would be difficult. But for the people for the businesses that aren't following those guidelines, that are still marginally or pretty risky environment for their employees, maybe that's where the presumption should change. So it's something to think about. Maybe we write something that the presumption changes if a business is not following the guidelines. Not asking anyone to comment on it today, but I think something to think about. I think would help make sure that every business is providing a healthy environment for their employees and negating risk. And if they choose not to do that, then maybe they need to pay the price. Jim, I see your hand is up.
I just wanted to say that through my employer, I had to go through the certification, and it was, it covers the waterfront on, the expectations of, safety at the workplace. And it's worth, I think, for everybody to go and take a look at it and take the test themselves.
Yeah. Well, and it goes through the full gamut. It's not just telling the employee what they need to do, but the employee also sees what the employer has to do, and the employer, on both sides. So it's good for everyone. Lynn?
Yeah, I think my understanding is that all the insurance companies are coming and requiring their employers to do this with their team. And if you don't do it, your insurance company has an out to say, I'm not going to cover you. This is just, this is what insurance companies with workers' comp do anyway. A lot of times is if you have claims, they get in there right away and start doing educational issues and talking about what you need to do to improve. So that's my understanding of how it's working. And I think most people that have opened up who have their worker comp insurance are being required to do it.
They may be. I haven't gotten anything from my insurance telling me I have to do certain things.
Well, we did, and we understand there were other people and other companies and other insurance companies who made a point of saying you had to do it.
Yep, and that's a good thing. Christy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've also taken the little mini course and test that's on the DO website from my employer. I was required. I work for a manufacturing company that employs about 40 people, and they required all of them to take the test. They posted it. They're doing what they can to follow the guidelines. Inside, we wear masks if we have to be proximal to somebody for conversations. Masks are being worn and not being worn, and we're trying to maintain the social distancing. I'm also involved with the on-call firefighter with Springfield Fire and EMS. Their guidelines are pretty stringent. disinfecting after each case, documenting if they're coming in contact with anybody that's sick for tracking purposes. All of our town, I'm on select board as well, as you know, all of our town buildings are closed and locked. Appropriate social distancing and mask being worn where needed. But where I'm seeing maybe some relaxation of the people that patronize the businesses is some of the restaurants or the hardware store and the grocery market where it seems to be 50-50 or there's a portion that don't wear them, there's a portion that do. So there's some concerns there for those industries, but I think the medical field and first responders are complying as hard as they can, and certainly the place that I work for, the manufacturing, is trying to comply. But there is that element out there where you still hear people don't believe the virus is a problem. It's just bizarre. But yeah, as we open up, I think we're going to see more and more of that. But I think people are abiding by maintaining distance, and the ones that are serious about it are taking precautions.
Joe, you had a comment?
I just want to add in real quick. If a presumption were to go in place, you just need to consider that the claims that are denied currently, it's actually more lucrative for employees to collect through FCRA right now, the 100% paid leave for 2 weeks, because majority of the claims that I think you're going to see in the state that are filed with the insurers are only going to be 2-week indemnity claims. And so FCRA is actually more lucrative than work comp is at this point. And so any of those borderline claims, we're giving advice to our members to, it's actually better for them to go that route than it is to come through workers comp at this point. So I just want to throw that out, that you're going to see more people that are going to be hurt financially, probably, if this goes into place than you expect.
That's an interesting comment.
Can you define FCRA?
It's the Family First Coronavirus Response Act, I believe, and it's part of it's basically just putting leave benefits in place for employees. There's a whole I'm not going to claim to be a pro at know everything, an expert, but we have people on staff that could certainly speak to it. But it provides benefits for if employees need to quarantine for 2 weeks, that it requires the employer to pay 100% of their wages. And I don't know if it's once or multiple times. I can't speak to that, but we do know in the cases of some claims that were reported to us where only a 2-week quarantine was required, and that they were looking for coverage through comp, even though they didn't test positive. We said, you know what, it's actually better. We don't need to cover the claim because it's not, a compensable claim, but we certainly want to let you know that this benefit is actually better for you to go through FCRA.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I just respond to that briefly?
Sure.
It's just that while workers' comp provides wage replacement at 2/3 of your average weekly wage untaxed, it also provides medical benefits. And for those workers that have very small margin of error in terms of their the ability to not go into medical bankruptcy, some medical treatments could be costly, and what was just mentioned, I don't believe covers medical treatment, nor would it cover in the unfortunate case of a death, which workers' comp would. So workers' comp is a benefit that outlives 2 weeks of wage replacement and provides a sort of rich panoply of benefits for the workers' protection. So.
Yep. Okay. Christy, you're all set? Okay, just want to be sure.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. All right, everyone. Thank you. It was a very good discussion. Lots to think about. We'll continue to monitor what's going on and think, and maybe we'll have more of a discussion next week on this. Thank you to everyone who joined us today, and
So present at this meeting currently are Rob Wright, Rich Melanson, Will Bissonette, Stephen Frisk, Bob Tybalt, Crystal Mansfield, Carla Lumbra, and Glenn Beatty. So we'll call the meeting to order at 6:35. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the regular board meeting of May 12th.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the regular board meeting of May 12th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and start with members of the public.
So moved.
Second.
1 second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of taking the agenda out of order and moving to members of the public, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I think, Mr. Tybalt, we can start with you because you will probably be the quickest. And then we can let you get back to your life.
Absolutely, so, thank you. So my name is Bob Tebow. I'm the principal at Leland and Gray. And I had asked to be put on the agenda just to connect with you guys. Obviously, this year has been bizarre for us. One of the things that we're trying to do down the stretch is figure out how to honor our seniors as they graduate. And obviously, if you've heard, the guidance from the state agency of ed is to not do live graduations. So we are looking at alternative things to do. One of the things that the kids had talked about doing was a parade, a car parade, of course, where people would stay socially distant in their vehicles. We would line up and we would perform some kind of route in and around the center of town, possibly, well, starting at the high school, possibly heading up 35 to Valley Cares, do a loop, come back around the common, and end back at school. I have a call into Lieutenant Anthony French, the state police, who would help me with coordination around road closures and that sort of thing. But I was advised, and I think a good way to connect with you guys is to let you know that was a possibility.
I'm on a meeting.
I'll have more definitive information hopefully by the end of this week with our plans. We have a couple of things we're working on that could take away from the possibility of doing that. If we did that, it would be on the Saturday morning that graduation was intended to be on, which is June 13th. And probably we would do it at 10 in the morning, just like we would do graduation. So same time, similar place, much different looking environment. So I just wanted to run that by you guys, make sure you guys are good with that. And if there's any concerns or questions when I meet with Lieutenant, and actually sure, we could include you in that conversation as well. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to just see if there's any concerns from the townsfolk that you guys might have about doing something like that.
Okay, does anybody have questions, comments? Okay.
We get free car decorations if we want to join the parade.
So one of the things that we have to do is really limit who's in the parade, and the Alumni Association asked to join. And based on the number of people we would attract, I'm guessing, just based on how many people were outside for the jet flyover, not a lot of social distancing going on out there, I can tell you that. I was out there on the front lawn of the school. I'm guessing that we would have as small a population as possible. I know families would probably come out and park on the road and watch. But you know, I talked to Glenn about possibly getting some fire trucks from the towns that the kids are from, and whether the VSP would provide an escort or not, I don't know. But I think the smaller the better. We have 32 graduates, and the fewer kids, the fewer people involved in the parade, probably the less risk there is of massive crowds, which is what we obviously want to try to avoid. So regrettably, no.
Darn it. But if you need someone to help decorate cars, I'm on it.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Bob. Anybody else have any other questions? I don't believe that we have any need to approve or disapprove. There's no permitting involved. So I asked Bob to come and just kind of let us all know, and then for people watching at home, they'll know that it's going on and can contact him for details.
Any closing of roads that would happen even for short term, the VSP would all just handle that, and that would be outside of your guys' jurisdiction?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
right.
correct.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right, feel free to send me any questions. My email is on the school website. Happy to take any questions you guys have along the way, but I appreciate it. And again, it may not happen depending on what else we do. It's just sort of one of our plans. We wanted to run it by you while we had the chance.
Okay. Thanks very much, Bob.
All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good night, Bob.
Have a good night.
You too, guys.
Okay. Let's see. We want to do Glenn. Do you want to go next? You're probably fairly. Oh, did Glenn leave? Nope, there he is. Glenn, you'll probably be fairly quick, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
So, all right, if you're ready.
Sure.
All right. So basically, I wanted to reach out to you guys for kind of an update for the end of the fiscal year that's rapidly approaching. First would be on regarding the building committee. Imagine that basically that was stalemated due to the COVID-19, like everything else in the world. We did just receive a little bit of correspondence back from the architect or engineering firm, so hoping that we can start meeting again. It was a small group under 10 anyway, so we should be able to do that between in-person and virtual, and be able to hopefully finalize or get to the final end of the feasibility study. Obviously, coming up in our meetings will be at least how the committee feels as far as moving forward right now with everything, the economy being in the situation that it's in. Obviously, we may have to put this whole thing on hold. I have no idea. We will be, I'm hoping that we can get to you guys in a couple of months with closure to that portion of it anyway. The other is our budget and surplus that we have left over. As a rule, we try not to spend anything we don't have to during the year in anticipation of any unforeseen things, big items that might go wrong that we would need to pay for to keep up protection for the town. Well, as a rule, we generally, start spending about this time of year, and wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of that. So all of a sudden you'll start seeing a whole bunch of slips and invoices and all that coming through as we get close to the end of the fiscal year. And I believe, wanted to double check June 15th is the last that you really want to. That has to, you guys have to have it to get it warned and.
Yeah, so we can get it warned and approved and paid on the current fiscal year.
Correct. Okay. We did have one item that would be going outside of one of the lines. We would either grossly overspend in one line and it would come out of another. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I don't have
What's that
a
item
problem.
for?
Yeah, what is it?
That's for a positive pressure fan. And it's, we have some that are in the trucks that are extremely old, and some of the guys have voiced concerns over the safety of them. So that's where that came.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're going to be net overall in your budget, I don't see why that would be an issue.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't
normally,
either.
normally it's
That's a
not.
problem.
It hasn't been. It's just been, I guess, a formality to check with you guys and make sure everybody's fine with that. I'm guessing that I think there still will be a surplus for sure. We won't be over at the end by any means. So that's all I had, unless you guys have any questions of me.
Anyone have any questions for Glenn?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
Thanks, Glenn. Appreciate it.
All righty. You guys have a sweltering evening.
You too.
See ya.
Bye.
Have a good
Okay.
night.
And for members of the public, last but not least, Mr. Lake, how are you tonight?
Not too bad. And you?
Doing all right. So, what do you got for us?
Well, a couple of things ahead of the main topic that I had for you. Tomorrow in Brattleboro, there's going to be a food distribution from the National Guard. AHS is going to be, the Agency of Human Services is going to be there for people who need sheltering issues, counseling issues, things like that. Based on the outpouring from other events, it's liable to be very lengthy lines. So if you're in Brattleboro and can avoid South Main Street and Canal Street, I would. If there are people out there that need food, that distribution is going to take place, I believe, from 10 until 2.
They recommended that everybody goes up the South Main backside and around, I think, Atwood. So Canal Street should be relatively okay, but they also said that you might want to start lining up around 7 a.m.
Well, the distribution from Burlington today was 3.5 miles long, 2 lanes down 127. Berlin, Vermont, they were backed up off the interstate. So this stuff has been published widely in press and has been published widely on their different web portals. So it could work perfectly fine. They could be out of everything by 11 o'clock in the morning. It's just hard to say what their outtake is. There is also tomorrow.
What's the time for that?
10 to 2.
What's the time for that? 10 to 2. Thank you.
Yeah. There's also a pop-up clinic tomorrow for COVID-19 tests down in Brattleboro at the VFW. Quite a bit of their spaces have been taken up, but in conversation today with hospital staff, there are plenty of spaces to get it done at the hospital, and they'll take you in here at Grace Cottage whenever if anybody wants to get tested. So the pop-up tests are great if you're driving through and won't be in town, but you can get it done at Grace Cottage as well.
Crystal, does the hospital still require a primary care referral?
No, you just have to call and make an appointment now. So primary care is still referring for the COVID testing, but the pop-up sites, we're still allowing people to come in if they're concerned and want to have a test. You just have to call us and we'll give you a time slot. We're running it. We're trying, well, it changes frequently, but we're trying to schedule the times so that the providers can be in clinic seeing other patients when they're not in the respiratory clinic. So, but there's no charge for the patient, right? So the test is free, and we are there and staffed and ready, willing, and able, I guess, as the saying goes.
Is this just testing for the active virus, or do you do antibody testing too?
Oh, there's no antibody testing.
No. This is just that, this is just to see if you've tested, if you have positive, if you've tested positive for the virus or not. It's a nasal swab.
It's the same thing in Brattleboro. Brattleboro is the exact same thing. It's just to see if you have active virus, which can spring you out of quarantine if you've been in quarantine for 7 days and you need to do 14. If you come up with a positive or a negative test after 7 days, that allows you to get out. So there are some issues, or there are some benefits along with it. And the last thing I had has to do with the memo I sent you all for the first of the week. It's about door locks and securing buildings in town. Not everything is COVID-19, but this lock issue there is an element of COVID-19 in it, and not to beat it around too much, it basically boils down to, if we're making requirements that town staff and employees do certain things, having the building, even though the doors are locked, anybody that was former staff, former elected official, any of the innumerable amount of keys that seem to be out and about, somebody walking in the door that we're trying to keep secure isn't a good thing. The other thing is, in that memo, I've asked or suggested that the highway department, the fire department, and the library, although the library, I'm not sure if the issue is as big with them. I haven't had a chance to talk to the librarian. But all of those entities, all of those town entities be part of this changing of locks or changing of codes where codes are appropriate. One of the recommendations that I also made within that memo is that we go to a keyless coded door lock, so that basically you don't have to spend hundreds of dollars again replacing keys and door locks. And if we have a situation where somebody is either terminated under some serious threat type of issue, or they could be under protective order that they're the victim of something from a former staff member or whatever. And like I said, the obvious, there are a lot of floating keys around. All you need to do is change the codes. And if we get light blocks that are put on the buildings, day after election, you can go in there and change the codes and give out the new electees the code keys, and you're all set. A couple of issues that I thought about in the interim, about renting the hall out. Most of these the locks in particular that I've looked at that seem to be the most useful also have a key with them. So we can place a key in the Knox box that's on the town hall, but you could also use that key, physical key, for somebody who rents the hall or is allowed in there to do different functions that it is not necessary for them to have full-time access to the building.
So we don't have to give them the code, let them use it, and then change it for everybody. Just
right.
Have the one key they can use.
Yep. Then they can sign it out. They can, after they signed it out, if they don't return it, we can make we put a statement on their original sign out that says, you don't bring the key back or you lose it, the cost of changing the locks is yours. So town does it once.
So I think going forward, I would imagine we'll need to gather information on costs and lock types. Sherwood, how do you feel about handling that?
Not a problem. I've got a preliminary on the lock that's at the town yard. The only difference between the one I'm looking at and the one that's on the town highway garage is that that one up there doesn't have a key. But it's the same style. I think it's even the same company that's up there. And the ones that I saw have a key, and they run anywhere from $300 to $500 a piece.
Yeah. And then
Per door.
installation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
per door.
Yes.
So I guess would entertain a motion to have Sherwood pursue putting a proposal together for the changing and installation of keyless entry locks on the library, the garage, the fire department, and the town hall.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of asking Sherwood to put together a proposal to change the locks on the library, the town hall, the fire department, and the town garage, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, Sherwood, so I guess whenever you can put something together, I'm sure we look at installation costs as well.
Okay.
All right.
How many, would you like kind of pricing from a couple of different entities or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not necessarily a formal bid, but just prices from a couple of different.
Yeah, I think for right now, if we get a few prices, we can then put it out to bid.
Okay. Sounds
Once we have an idea of what we're looking at, we can establish a not to exceed.
It'll also give me a chance to look into the library a little bit further. I'm not sure what their control issues might have been. And Stephen and I need to have a conversation about what to do up there, up at the town highway garage, what makes the most sense. So yeah, we'll take care of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else you have for us?
No, I don't think so today.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Sherwood.
Great, thanks, Sherwood.
Take care.
Okay. Going back to pick up the agenda, I did forget to mention that I had one addition, and that was Glenn with the fire department, but we did that already. We can move on to the warrants.
I don't have a copy of them, so somebody else will have to.
Did you get the email packet?
I don't think so.
I can read them.
Okay.
Good to go?
Go ahead.
I make a motion to pay payroll warrant number one, or warrant number one of the payroll, the amount of $9,600.58.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number one out of payroll, the amount of $9,600.58, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number two out of the payroll taxes in the amount of $4,111.29.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number two payroll taxes in the amount of $4,111.29, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Motion to pay check warrant number three out of the general fund in the amount of $4,016.16.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number three out of the general fund in the amount of $4,016.16, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $187.10.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 4 out of the general fund for in the amount of $187.10 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,750.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,750 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the highway fund in the amount of $5,611.32.
Second.
Any discussion?
This is the insurance one.
Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 6 out of highway fund in the amount of $5,611.32 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $3,395.84.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 7 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $3,395.84 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay.
That's it for warrants.
Yeah. Warrants are done. Reports. Steve, you want to start with the highway?
Sure. Let's start with Green Up Day this Saturday. We need to decide whether there's going to be the small truck on the common, or are we just going to have them leave them on roadside or drop them off at the town garage? Has anybody given that any thought?
I have thought about it a little bit. I think it might make the most sense to do it at the town garage because there's less kind of the temptation to congregate. It also, I think, limits our cost for having you and the guys go out and pick them up off the side of the road. What does everybody else think?
How did it work when the small truck was down
So
on the?
Community Hope and Action Group is, So the Community Hope and Action Group is doing a pickup. We typically do like a barbecue on the common for Green Up Day. Last year we did it in conjunction with the Lions Club in Newfane, I believe. This year, Bob Tebow, who was on earlier, gave us permission to set up sort of in the high school parking lot. People will just drive in, pick up their Green Up bag, go out and green up. And the question was, where should those folks bring it back to? Do we want to park a truck at the edge of the high school parking lot or on the common? Or so I know that that's happening in town on Saturday. If that helps or confuses things, Steve, I'm sorry.
Rob, you were going to say something?
I said, Steve, how did it work last time that you had the small truck on the town common?
We had the truck on the town common. It did not fill, but we also had bags laying at intersections in town that we did have to go and pick up.
What would be
the other problem I have with at the town garage, people drop off things that tires, vacuum cleaners, microwave ovens, and TVs we had to deal with last year. that we have to pay to get rid of, on top of the green bags that we now have to pay to get rid of. And
Were any of those good?
I did not bother plugging them in.
Oh, okay.
But my point is, if I call Wyndham Solid Waste and they tell me that it's going to cost us $140 a ton to get rid of the green bags, when I'm paying $140 a ton at Triple T, they're all just going to go in the back of the compactor, so I don't have to send 2 trucks and 2 guys.
Good idea.
That makes perfect sense to me. Is there?
So
The
are
amnesty
you,
on trash day?
what's your suggestion then, Steve?
When we talked about this last meeting, we talked about what's the least amount of social distancing problems are we going to have. And I think we said that we would have everything go to the garage and not on the common. So I'm fine with having a truck outside on the common, and we'll just throw it all in the back of the compactor on Monday morning.
Okay, so
I'll go down. I think Heidi told me last year by 3 o'clock it was pretty much done. That's what time I went down to pick up the truck. And this Saturday at 3 o'clock, I'll go down. I'll just drive the truck inside the garage, and then Monday we'll throw everything in the back of the compactor.
So if we can throw the TV in the back of the truck, we're good to go?
We're not supposed to. Of course, accidents happen. That's why they put erasers on pencils, but we're not supposed to.
Okay.
Electronics is a whole different
So
recycling.
for the community, for promoting this in town this week for Saturday, I can bring to that meeting tomorrow that we're going to put a little truck on the common, and people can do as they've always done, which is come collect, grab their bags, go out, collect trash, bring it back and put it in the truck on the common.
no, the truck will be at the town garage, not on the common.
Okay, that's not what I just heard from Steve. So can you just clarify that, Steve? What are you doing with the town truck, the little truck for Green Up Day?
No, I was suggesting that we leave the little truck at the town garage and not on the common where people would be more prone to congregate in groups.
Okay. So bring your Green Up Day bags to the little truck, which will be at the town garage.
Yes.
But pick up your bags at the high school. Got it.
Okay. I guess I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
So moved.
All those in favor of
Second.
putting the little truck at the town garage for Green Up Day on Saturday, with people instructed when they pick up their bags at the high school to bring the bags back to the town garage and throw them in the truck, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Okay, so Carla, with that being said, is it possible for you to make a couple of laminated signs that I could put on the back of the truck that specifically say no tires, no electronics?
Yep.
Thank you.
You also want to say no furniture?
Well, I mean,
Can I have a
we
question.
could just say nothing other than green bags.
So what happens if you,
Go ahead, Crystal.
I think there are some areas of town where there actually are, I mean, a couple of years ago, there was a sofa on whatever that Evans Road or whatever that road was. I mean, I think people occasionally green up things that don't fit in the bags. What are we supposed to do? What do you want folks to do with that stuff?
See, that has to be separate. Several meetings ago, we approved to dispose of 3 couches for $60. Those are tires, furniture, electronics are free if they go to the correct place, but tires and furniture are an additional cost to the town for disposal.
Yes, I understand that, but you're asking Vermonters to volunteer their time to pick up roadside trash, and then now you're saying you can only pick up this trash. Don't pick up this trash, just pick up this trash. You can't pick up a tire that somebody chucked over the bank. There's a tire right here on Crema in the brook. So I intend to get that on Saturday, and I intend to bring that to the town dump. And I am not going to pay to dispose of that because it's sitting in the stream and it's Green Up Day. And it's the 50th anniversary of Green Up Day, for crying out loud. Like, you can't pick and choose what you're going to allow people to recycle on a free day of greening up the state. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Crystal.
Well, what happened last year?
So we're going to have to eat some of it. We're going to have to eat some of it.
Yeah, all right,
Crystal,
good.
do you remember when we met with Bob Spencer?
Yes.
Well, Crystal, do you remember when we met with Bob Spencer?
Is he the guy with the
From
composting
Wyndham
bags?
Solid Waste.
I don't know
And
who
he
Bob
basically
Spencer
told us everything that Steve just told us, that it's going to cost us more money. And you didn't have really anything to say to him that much right then. But now we're going to jump on Steve about it. It's like, it's going to cost all of us money no
I'm
matter
not
what.
jumping on anybody. I'm making my point is, yeah, this is a statewide initiative that every town participates in, and you can't say you can green up, but if you find a roadside tire, you can't bring it to Green Up Day.
My point being is that you should have been on Bob's.
They're just going to pick up beer cans and hypodermic needles and leave the rest of it on the side of the road? Well, sorry, Rob. Sometimes it takes me a little while to think things through.
Well, I understand that, but we should have been on Bob then and made him be more acceptable to accepting all of the stuff, not making us pay for it. Because remember, he said that how people were collecting all of their tires and all their stuff for this day and then spreading it out there. Am I correct or incorrect?
Yep, no, I remember that.
No,
yeah, and
correct.
like, if somebody finds a couch on the side of the road, fine, bring it. But I think a lot of times they're not finding a couch on the side of the road. They're finding their old couch that they just replaced that's been in the backyard. And they're using Green Up Day to take advantage of being able to
It
get
might
rid
not
of it.
even be their couch. It could be whatever, a rototiller. It could be tires. There's a multitude of things behind people's garages that can be kicked out on the curb at Green Up Day.
So I think
in other towns, in
the
state of Vermont, what you typically do is someone sort of coordinates the effort, and then that effort is when you pick up your bags, you let the person that you're picking up the bags from, who sometimes is the town clerk, sometimes is just a group of people that are concerned about the environment. You let them know loosely where you're going to be greening up, right? So you tell them like what road you're going to be working on or whatever. We don't do that here. It's very loose in Townsend, but I think to ask people to pick and choose what they're going to pick up off the side of the road on a day that supports the environment is ridiculous and pretty small for a select board.
I'm gonna, Heidi, Russ.
And if it costs us some money, then I would actually stand up at town meeting and say, you know, okay, yes, I voted for people to be able to pick up tires on the side of the road and bring them to the truck. But that's the whole point. If people want to abuse it and they, you know, we all still have to look ourselves in the mirror in the morning. If you're going to steal from the town and put your own personal shit in the Green Up Day bags, you're going to have to live with that. And I don't know. Clearly I have strong feelings about this.
Well, I would like to not throw my money in front of my morals if I can.
What if we did this? What if people find tires, electronics, whatever, can we have them stack them somewhere, Steve? And then we'll just deal with them after the fact? Well, so what I would say is we want to discourage people from bringing stuff out of their garage. But if they truly find it on the side of the road, we want to encourage them to pick that up.
Okay.
So should we make signs that say in the truck, no tires, please put them here?
We can have a specific location for things other than green bags, yes.
Okay. I think we should do that because I fully understand your point, Crystal. And to give people an opportunity to put it somewhere, that way we get an idea of how much is this stuff that's found on the road. I think we can get a better sense for going forward. And then maybe, in next year's budget, we set aside a little more money for Green Up Day and we agree to take whatever.
We
Okay.
also need, it should also be reported to Heidi Russ because she is the town's green up coordinator and has been for years. I know that she does organize it all through the school too, and she does keep track of which roads are being done.
Oh, okay.
So there is a second person, there is another organization, like she kind of works with Community Hope and Action, but she's kind of on her own doing it.
Mhm.
So.
Okay. Carla, can you contact Heidi and just let her know that that is going to be the plan, that there will be a separate area for non-green bag refuse?
Okay, and when I make the sign, am I just making the signs that say no tires, no electronics in truck? And then maybe make a couple of other signs to say tires here, electronics here?
I mean, listen, we have to do this carefully because someone's going to drop off some green bags and say, oh, they're going to let us put tires here and electronics here. I'll go home and get my computer. I don't want to encourage that. Just rubbish not in green bags can be put here. Something like that. No specific.
Yeah, I agree with Steve that we don't want it, like I said, we don't want to encourage it, but we also don't want to dissuade people from recycling stuff that can be recycled.
I mean, we still do have a hazardous waste day collection, which happens in, it used to be, I think, the end of June, 1st of July. I'm sure that's still going to happen. Like Will, like you said, we'll just have to put a new line item in the budget next year for Green Up Day expense. 2 years ago, it was free to the town. The couches were free. Everything was free. Everything changed last year. And when we asked Bob at the meeting if it was going to be free this year or not, he couldn't give us an answer and said he would get back to us, which on the last call, Irv coughed up that it's not going to be free this year.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we're running up against an unfunded mandate is basically what we have going on.
Exactly.
So, and we can also, talk with VLCT and get them to lobby a little harder for having the state kick something in for that. Okay, Steve, what else you got?
Okay, the composting bags were delivered over the weekend. I have them at the garage. Wyndham Regional Grants in Aid program has been turned back on effective mid last week. That affects the Plum Road project. I contacted the contractor. He's going to put this program back in his schedule, and the deadline for completion of this program has been pushed out to October 15th.
Oh, that's good.
Currently, we're doing our ditching project on Simpson Brook. Also, the grader's been out every day. And Anita gave me a gift today from Green Up Vermont, gave her a maple sapling to be planted in town somewhere. It's about 2 foot tall. So if anybody has any suggestions on where you would like me to plant the tree, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Huh. That's nice. Okay. Is that it for highway, Steve?
It is.
Okay. There's no counter money sheet this week, or this meeting rather. I also did not get a treasurer's report. I think Anita or Elaine forgot to put it in. I forgot to ask her for it. Let's see. We did members of the public, old business, COVID-19 updates. I think Sherwood took care of. All right, next up is town composting. So we got the bags in. Steve, we're going to use that gray can that already exists there for holding for the time
Well, I
being.
have a
Is it-
can inside the garage that Triple T gave me.
Oh, okay.
It's a can on wheels, so it's easily moved around. The plan is really to build this whole project around the compliance rate. How many people are going to be doing this? What's the generation factor going to be?
Right.
What I didn't know at the time was I thought it was like what we tried a year ago with food scraps. But now they're adding cardboard and paper to it. That's going to take up a little bit more room.
Yeah.
So once we get a feel for the compliance rate, we can make an adjustment to the size of the container, but we are starting out on the small side because Pete from Triple T really feels compliance rate is going to be very low. And, you know, if we started on a Tuesday and we're overwhelmed, we can certainly have an adjustment made by Thursday. So it's not like I'm going to have these bags of food scraps all over the place and no place to put them. We can react very quickly, but we need a little bit of experience to see how much we're going to be generating. And, you know, we'll do something, like I said, that fits on the back of the truck when it goes to Triple T, so we're not paying for hauling expenses. We're not making 2 trips a week. We'll make it work. We just need some experience as to how much we're going to be generating.
Right. Okay, good. Carla, I just want to remind everyone that we're looking at starting this end of June, 1st of July. So Carla, can you get in touch with Wyndham Solid Waste Management and ask them for, Bob had offered up some printed materials that we could pass out on as far as what's compostable, what's not, and composting versus recycling. So if you could get whatever materials they have, and I think they also, last time they sent someone to the compactor to do a little training, and it was, I think, me and Craig and Arnold and Michelle. So they might want to do that again. So if you could put that in the works, so that we can have materials for people to pick up at town hall and at the compactor before it gets started, so they can get a sense of what's going to be expected and what is and is not compostable.
And Rick said he'd do a mass email too when we got the material, the print material.
Great. Okay. Next up is Cintas. So Carla, you finally heard from them.
Yes.
Amazing. So,
yeah.
So I'm looking at, so
I sent over the latest, I guess you can say, itemized list dated 5/26, and then I sent over the original quote that was done in September along with the contract that we had signed. So they obviously did have some price discrepancy when they started billing us, and after much ado with relaying all the information about what we actually ordered, there is a little bit about, on our original quote, we didn't have a weekly service charge noted, but on the actual contract where it doesn't, give you a total of the breakdown of prices, there is a weekly service charge on there that states $9.95 per delivery. Yep. Apparently that's wrong, and it's only supposed to be $4.95. So the weekly price was able to be lowered down to $92.31 rather than the $103 that they've been that they've been charging us.
Okay, so we can go back and pay them whatever it is, the $92.31 for all the back invoices, and then we can be done.
Yep.
Correct? Okay.
That's the new number, $92.31?
Yep.
Yep.
So basically, it's just the $495 weekly service charge.
That was in the contract, but not on their quote.
Yeah, yeah, in the
Okay.
contract, but not on the original quote.
Okay. So I guess I would entertain a motion to have Elaine go back through and pay us to current on Cintas invoices in the amount of $92.31 apiece.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of asking Elaine to go back and pay Cintas Corporation for their back invoices in the amount of $92.31 each, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Elaine will be very happy to hear that.
Yes, yes, she will.
So probably it'll end up being on the next round of warrants for the next meeting. Okay, where are we here? Cintas. Okay, next up is Bartlett Tree Service. So we were going to deal with this the meeting after town meeting, and then everything exploded, and we kind of put it on the back burner. But excuse me. The gist of it is, Bartlett sent us a quote for a contract which would remove 2 trees, the planted red maple by the school, and then the maple that's closest to 30, or closest to Grafton Road, and then also do the soil treatment, which is pretty standard for what they've done in the past. And the other thing is pruning. They want to do the Norway maple, which is a tree, where is it? So the Norway maple is on the corner by the gazebo, and they want to prune that to give it better clearance over the gazebo, improve appearance, and reduce the risk of branch, stem, and or root failure. The other one would be to prune the elm tree near the gazebo to reduce lateral branch weight around the entire canopy, reduce stress on branching unions, and improve structure. And then, like I said, the 2 trees they would remove would be taken down to a short stump. Grinding the stumps down of the ones that had already been taken out. So in total, the contract quotes $610 for soil treatment and fertilization, $1,890 for pruning, and then $450 for the removal of the 2 trees that they want to take out, which totals $2,950. In the current year, we had budgeted $3,000. We also have $3,000 budgeted in the next fiscal year, which this would probably be on, because I don't imagine they're going to be out before July. So we have $3,000 to spend on the maintenance of the trees specifically in the budget, and they're quoting us at $2,950.
Couldn't we cut the trees down ourselves? I mean, you could put those trees in your Volkswagen, couldn't you?
I guess. I mean, it's part of their ongoing agreement with us. Like last year, they donated a replacement tree. I think I think they've tried to take care of the town and also take care of the trees.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that two trees, 450, we could cut that off the top and have them do the rest.
I think they also will grind the stumps down and do it in conjunction with the other maintenance that they're doing.
Go ahead.
So I would entertain a motion to have me sign the Bartlett tree contract and engage them for tree maintenance for this summer.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none.
I would ask that once the contract is signed, if it is signed, and Carla communicates with Bartlett, that the highway department be made aware of when they're going to be on the common, because I would like to be there when some of this work is being done.
Yeah, absolutely. Carla, can you make a note of that?
Yep.
And then Steve will just give them contact information for you so they can give you a call when they're a couple days before they're going to come out. Does that work for you? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of engaging Bartlett trees experts for the maintenance of the trees on the common for this coming year signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion. Rob, did you vote? Sorry.
Yeah. Fire away.
Okay. Motion passes. So Carla, I will try to swing in the next couple days, and I will swing in the next day or two, get that signed so we can get that off to them.
Okay.
All right.
Or if you want to sign it and you can scan it and or fax it.
Well, the original's still at the office, so you might as well do that. Okay. Bob Tebow is done. Is that really everything? Okay. I would entertain a motion to enter executive session under where is it? 1 VSA 313 AF for correspondence from the attorneys. There's a second.
Second.
All those in favor of moving into executive session under 1 VSA 313 AF signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, so we will enter executive session. Rich, I will pause my recording and put you in the waiting room.
Okay.
Resume recording. Rich is back. So we are back in a regular meeting. There was no resolution from the executive session. Does anyone have anything else they need to bring up? Hearing none. The next scheduled meeting is June 9th at 6:30 p.m. For the time being, we will continue to do Zoom until we get some guidance from VLCT or the state about loosening restrictions on gatherings and meetings in the building. So with that said, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I got really scared there for a second.
Who wants the credit for that one?
Yeah, what happens if nobody moves to adjourn? Do I have to just sit here?
Then
Oh,
we're stuck
man.
here. We're stuck
Oh.
here.
Oh dear. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Great night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Rich.
want to